What do you think is missing in marketing today, my friend?
For me, I think it's passion. If I had to put a stamp on it, what's the one thing that is missing? I think it's passion.
I think personally, for me, you need to know how to create it at least at a basic level to then be able to judge any editor that you would then bring in.
I think currently we're in a phase, and I personally believe that will hold on for the next 4 years at least, whereby it's not yet replacing creative editors.
If you stay in your local area or you work in your local area, then you'll be limited in regards to income because of the likelihood of the ability to make a fee.
A good strategy when it comes to content, if you're trying to become a standout name, is just do the exact opposite of what everyone else is.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. So this week, I'll be interviewing Ryan, who's a content strategist and also, of course, a video editor. Ryan, thank you so much for the time, and I can't wait to get into this conversation. But before we start off, what do you think is missing in marketing today, my friend?
Thanks, first of all, for the introduction. So I've been giving this one a lot of thought because that was definitely one of the questions that was kind of obvious that was going to come. For me, I think it's passion. If I had to put a stamp on it, what's the one thing that is missing? I think it's passion. And what I mean by that is, I think sometimes people confuse that with authenticity. And so, that is probably the loudest shout that I see on social media. It is make more authentic content. But when you break that down and try and understand what that even means, because often I think people misconstrue that with raw content or unpolished content, but then there's plenty of creators who make fantastic unpolished content and yet it gets 200 views. And then there's other creators who make extremely polished content, which is as far from authenticity as it could be, and it gets millions of views. So if it was just make authentic content, that wouldn't technically then translate to any views for those creators. And so for me, I think it is passion. And I think that just means people that can tell through body language, through energy, through the things that you say, that you truly care about that thing that you make content.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think sometimes we use, or one could use, a lot of quote buzzwords, right? I know we were discussing before we started about, being authentic. What does that actually mean, right? I'm so glad you mentioned it as passion, because for me, it's about the energy, right? And the demands you put on yourself. I mean, this episode is a clear example. I feel fine. I sound like I'm dying, right? But I said I would create a weekly show, and the schedule has only allowed me to do that because I'm able to consistently create and consistently put out what I believe to be value content. And I think for me, it's more about leading with what you believe to be your North Star, rather than, because something I was going to talk to you about was because some people would say, oh, but what if that video that gets 1 million views, what's it really going to do for me in regards to business, right? Because sometimes we look at it and we go, well, if it's the wrong people, then it maybe won't do anything. I guess, how do you, when you work with your clients, either from a strategic point or looking at edits, how do you balance that, making sure that it is the right views or the people who, are able to create something that can get good traction and it is going to be the right people, so it will actually move the needle for that business as a whole?
Yeah, great question. I think given let's say the client, my predominant client base for who I make content, their approach to content is often in the need of views, right? So I think there's a certain group, especially within the podcast space, as you know, the goal is to get lots of views, because the views often then generate enough traction for a company to, in essence, sponsor you. I think that's the main business model that a lot of podcast hosts try to stick to, right? There are people that I work with who don't focus on views at all, but also because they don't have sponsors, nor do they want sponsors, and instead pitch their own products. So Daniel Amen is, for example, one of those who has a massive following, and he only pitches either his own supplements, which is Brain MD, or the things that they do with their brain scan. The brain scans at their Amen clinics. And for them, that delivers way more revenue than if they would do it in such a way that they do it with brand sponsors, because those people are already, that business model is so dependent upon trust that if people are watching the podcast, that time they spend with you, the more they engage with your content, the more they trust grows. So ultimately, it's easier for them to eventually buy when they're then ready to say, okay, I'm ready to figure out how I can improve my brain health.
Yeah.
And so in terms of what I do with creators in advance, especially when we're in the strategic phase and setting up, I try and ask them, what is the goal? Like, how do you intend to monetize this? And when it is through brand sponsorships, for example, I understand, okay, we've got a different type of content that we need to make. We need to, for example, have way more controversial hooks. We need to have way more baity lines. Because usually that drives attention and views, and people get invested. They will feel the need to debate. And when that is gone and it's less there, we can focus more on value-driven videos, which is like in the case of the Amen clinics. Here are 5 things that you could do to improve your brain health today with supplements you have in your kitchen cupboard, so to speak. And then the rest of these like clickbaity hooks are not gone, because they still need to drive a certain amount of traffic, but they certainly become less important.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think sometimes the thing that people overlook is the objective, right? The thing that they're striving towards. Because if you're just looking for views, I would argue that's a business model that works for a percentage of people, sure. But if you're looking to build trust or build authority or etc. off the back of your content, then that should, in my opinion at least, come second, because you need to make sure that you're not, I'm trying to think the best way to describe it, but I guess it's twisting stuff to be a little bit too controversial, right? Like, just for the sake of, it will get, because it's a better hook, so it will get better clicks, etc. But then also, like, when you, I guess, acquire that audience or get served to that audience, you're then more likely to be serving it to the wrong audience, because they're going to care about the maybe the drama or etc. In that respect, rather than the transformation that you or I could create for a business. I guess, I mean, you've had those who maybe know you through your content, etc. I mean, you've spoken quite openly on social about how good your year has been, and this is in a context for maybe longer term people who are listening, where there's a lot of people saying the creative industry is very hard right now. Being in video is very difficult, whether that's strategic, whether that's editing, whether that's production, whether that's a combination of the above. How do you look at it from a perspective of maybe what should you do, and or what do you think has allowed you to stand apart when others are maybe struggling?
Yeah, great question. I think first point that I'd want to say is I wouldn't be the type of person to tell you should do anything. That's first of all. I've just done a bunch of stuff based off of what I've seen other people do. I've taken advice where I felt it was necessary, and I think where I got good is getting advice early on in my career, especially when it comes to content creation, to double down on the things that are driving results. And so early on, at some point for me, it was, I need to make money now, or else I'm going to be broke, and I have a kid on the way, and I need to do something. And that was either, and I filled out the form, and I've spoken about this before, like I had a job ready to go in a supermarket. I was 25 probably at the time, maybe 26, graduated with a master's, and here I was applying to a supermarket job to like fill the shelves. And luckily, literally the same week that I decided to do that, I ended up getting my first client, Joe Bidender, who invested who basically took me on as a part-time editor, and and because of his support and his demands, I realized I kind of found what some people refer to as their niche. And so I saw the opportunity in making more podcast trailers. I saw that podcasts were growing as a general form of media. I knew that with Diary of CEO being the leader, they will have set the standard for what you need in order to make your podcast successful. So I knew that would be more people looking for trailers. Hence, I just doubled down on that. And then kind of growing up in a hotel in Scotland, I saw in like a luxury 4-star hotel, I saw what it takes to make high quality stuff, the commitment and the dedication to it. And without tooting my own horn too much, because it's definitely what it sounds like at the moment, but like I understood that if I just cared so greatly about this each video, and not focus too much on, is my personal brand growing, am I going on enough podcasts? Like the first 2-3 years, I posted, you can track record this, there was a period in which I was posting every day on my own channels, and then at some point I just stopped because I realized, okay, I need to make money. If I need to do that, I need to become one of the best podcast trailer editors that's out there. So in order to do that, I need to put in the reps. And I had Joe as a paying client, and next to that, in the evening hours, I was just taking podcasts that were already existing, sometimes Diary of a CEO podcast. I downloaded it and just tried to replicate what they made as a trailer. And that kind of ultimately led to this point now whereby, yes, for me, it's been a tremendous year. But if you ask me, what's the hack? Just work 3 years at the thing that that people or the industry or feedback is telling you are great at, and then just produce that, and be willing that if it doesn't pay you out right away, to take that job, right? To take some side hustle, knowing that that is the kind of longer term vision to focus on.
No, I completely agree. And I think, for me personally, again, I've had like another incredible year. And I guess the moment where it changed was middle of May, when I decided that my answer to marketing was yes and. Right? So, yes, you should have a podcast. Yes, you should have trailers. Yes, you should be doing add value content. Yes, you should be doing live streaming, so on, so on, so on. And I guess the key there is, again, it comes back to that effort point we were touching on at the start, and that passion and the core. And I guess to an extent for me, it's always been, I'm going to try and lead with my brand and show you what's possible with your marketing using my brand as an example, right? Like, but also the byproduct of me doing that, of course, is I can prove to any client asking, yes, I know what I'm doing because I do this every day for me and number of clients. So I can speak in real terms rather than theoretical. And I think sometimes people, wrongly or rightly, or whatever they end up having, they speak in a really good theory, especially in the space of like video production, where there's like this subculture around like, we're going to train you to be a really good video production professional, and etc. And like, I'm not trying to smoke on those people, but like for me, it's like, if you're not in the trenches every day, what worked for you 10 years ago, or what worked for you 5 years ago, or however long ago it was, may not necessarily work now. And I guess to phrase that into a question, is there, like, do you see the podcast trailering space, which I know is where you kind of niche into, is that something that's going to die, or do you think that's going to just be like maybe the fence or the line which a podcast, if it's taken seriously, has to have moving forward, would you say?
Good question. Again, I don't think there are absolutes. I don't think every podcast needs to make a podcast trailer. I think there are certain ones, especially these ones which are like an hour and a half, 2 hours long, in which it makes sense to do that, right? Like the way I often pitch to clients is podcast. You probably wouldn't go to the movies if you haven't seen something in advance to get an idea of what you're going to watch. There are some people which do that. Respect. I can't, right? If I'm going to the movies, at the very least, I'm watching a trailer.
Yeah, but the majority is lower, right? Like, there is always an exception to the rule, but the majority of people aren't unless they see some level of marketing towards that film.
Yeah, exactly. So that is a little bit my philosophy behind podcasts as well. Is like, if we're going to get people to commit even an hour, but especially for the ones which are 2 hours plus of their time to watch this episode, don't you think at the very least we need to warm them up to give them a bit of a feeling in advance as if what they clicked on or what they're committing to is going to pay off? And so I think that's what a trailer does. And then there's multiple aspects of, like, trailer also makes the guests look fantastic. It positions them as an expert or at least as an interesting person, depending upon the angle of their story, which means the guest is more likely to share it. And so I don't know. Yeah, to answer your question, I don't think there's necessarily it's not going to be a must, but it's certainly going to be kind of a minimum threshold. And the argument that a lot of the time I fall back to is, you cannot do it, but you have to be mindful that the Diary of a CEO, the James Smith, the Daniel Amen, the you name it, they're all doing it. And so you're already, by choosing not to invest into that, you're already one step behind.
No, I agree, and I think as someone who does do trailers, and I'm sure we'll get onto that conversation as well, but I think for me, as we are moving more and more into interest graph based algorithms, and in a world where whether you're service based, as in you're trying to establish an audience, establish rapport, establish trust to then potentially sell to a small number of them, or you're looking for larger numbers to then apply sponsorship and add revenue and etc., whichever model you're looking at, the concept of having a strong hook that then tells YouTube or whatever platform you're on that this is a good piece of content will always benefit you in the long term. And I think for me, I guess it's some way, if you were going to put it into like A, B, C, D, T tier, you need to ask yourself, do you want to start at B and then work your way up? Or do you want to start at C or to start at D or whatever, or do you want to start at A? And or do you have enough resources, bandwidth, etc., etc.? Like, if you're someone who's just starting out their business, they've got zero budget, and they're doing all of it bootstrapped, and they're doing all of it themselves, should you have a trailer? You should have something. Yeah, right? I think. But
exactly. So as someone who had a podcast, who bootstrapped it, who didn't have any resources, I just learned how to make the trailers myself. By the very thing that I just said, of just copying to some degree what other people were doing. And that copying, yes, it might mean that it's not original content, or it feels less original, whatever. But it did mean that it gave me the skills to start learning and understanding what works versus what doesn't. And yeah, you can argue that you maybe don't have the time for that. Then at some point you have to question, well, something's got to give. So you have to make choices.
I agree. I think personally, for me, you need to know how to create it, at least at a basic level, to then be able to judge any editor that you would then bring in, right? Like, because for me, otherwise, and this is the same with any marketing, this is the same with anything you do, you should be able to do it yourself. A, because when shit hits the fan, you might have to, right? And B, you also are in a position where then you can judge the person you're outsourcing your ads to, you're outsourcing your marketing to, you're outsourcing your video editing to, etc. But then also, like, think about it this way. The capacity you could gain by getting someone, quote, more skilled in trailer making to come in, someone like Ryan, for example, right? And then that gives you, we were talking before that it takes you like a day, sometimes 2 days to do a trailer. Okay, cool. So you're saying to me that I can get a trailer that's 2 days worth of work for X price. Cool. Okay, so my objective then is to spend that 2 days making more than that price. That's it. That's the only objective in that respect. Unless you're truly passionate and your core is, I want to become, sorry, Brian, one of your competitors. Right? I would say the better use of someone's time is actually developing their craft. And that could be an adjacent craft, like getting better at production, getting better at filming, getting better at marketing, etc. And then you can bring in someone like Ryan or a specialist to then do XYZ, right? But especially if you're trying to keep consistency, the reason why I live stream the show, but then also then pre-produce it, is so I can have the best of both worlds, and I can just simply have more volume, and I can squeeze each episode a lot more when it comes to the output. Now, it doesn't mean by any means that, you know, by me doing that, I'm necessarily going to have larger views. Is potentially the likelihood is yes, because I've got more content going out around the same topic. But actually, again, it comes back to that overarching strategy and what are you looking to do and how are you looking to do it. But I guess, you know, in the research I did around yourself, it's actually, you said you aspire to be a Netflix documentary editor, right? I mean, how does that, I guess, there's kind of a two-part question here, which is like, number one, how does that influence your mindset if you haven't already touched on it today? But then number two, I would argue that that's I won't go as far as dying job or dying field, but it's definitely not as, I would say, or harder, you could say, like to get into or like to keep, because that industry is in transition at the moment with a lot of AI and etc. etc. You know, in that respect, I mean, has your views kind of changed as you've had that kind of want and that core, you know, from when you wanted that at the time?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say it has changed. But main reason for that is more so because I tend to be the type of person that really enjoys giving themselves a goal, and until I achieve it, I don't, yeah, it doesn't leave my mind basically. So another example which still haunts me on the daily is that at some point I made it publicly aware that I wanted to write a book. And I wrote chapter 1, but so far I haven't gotten further than that. And that was, again, comes back to like this period in which all of a sudden I needed to make money, and that just became more important. There's definitely still the hunger in me to do that and to finish that, especially now I'm out the other side. Like, the goal at the point was to write about the quarter life crisis, and as I was learning about everything that goes into that, now I'm out the other side and I kind of achieved what the intention of that podcast was. I feel like this, now I have the insights to write that book. So yeah, anyway, that was sidetracking. I still have the intention to do that. But to answer the question whether or not Netflix editor leaves my mind, even though it's a dying field, not really, because of this like innate drive to be like, okay, I've said I wanted to do that. It's publicly on my LinkedIn. I'm, for example, not getting called out seems hard. Called on it, like that gives me that ambition to keep pushing for that. And I don't doubt from experience that once I achieve that, I will end up finding something else to be a new challenge within that space. In terms of like the aspect of its dying industry, AI and stuff, I think currently we're in a phase, and I personally believe that will hold on for the next 4 years at least, whereby it's not yet replacing creative editors. So yes, it's making things like, for example, to stick to podcast examples, making a multicam cut. You now have a tool, you can do it within 10-15 minutes. Count in an extra half an hour to go through and check whether it's done it well. A task which used to take 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Right? These kind of inefficiencies that were already within production anyway, it's currently replacing them, and that is phenomenal, right? But we're nowhere near yet to the point whereby I can just type into a chat GPT or something similar within the creative space what is in my head, and that it does it well. Like, you have to have a very, very in-depth knowledge of prompt engineering in order to get something good to come out of AI within a creative space. And maybe people who disagree with that and I don't know, talk about whatever. I personally don't think, like, nothing original comes from it. And so I'm not worried about that yet. That being said, I've also talked about it before. That is my intention to do this for, let's say, the next 5-6 years, and continue building and kind of see how far I get, and around that time look into pivoting to something which is more offline heavy. My partner and I have always talked about setting up a retreat center, and I could imagine at that point we'll end up doing something like that, because I do believe as AI develops, as social media becomes more and more cluttered with AI garbage, I do think there is an element of people wanting to be more in person, because it's the only thing that their eyes will believe, right? They can't believe anything on the internet anymore at some point. And I do think the like social validation, these things which are innate human psychological things, that we will default back to those more. And so rather get out while on top than kind of sit it out and then be at risk of staying at that point in a dying industry.
Yeah, and I use the word like loosely when I say dying, right? Like I think like many industries will pivot, will adapt, will change, and we'll see, you know, because there's a lot of speculation around like, is AI actually going to get to the point where it can replace you or I or etc. Right? Maybe, maybe not. Right? If you talk to the people who are quote making it, of course they're going to be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course they are. Right? But in reality, are we going to get there? I don't know. But it kind of, to an extent, I guess it does lead on to my next question, which was going to be, you've been very fortunate to work with, I would argue, some high performing clients, right? In regard to their clearly successful in the monetary definition of the term, but and or even like health and balance and freedom and etc. Right? What would you say makes them either different, or even like maybe some other examples that you've studied yourself, like when it comes to their either their work ethic, how they show up, what they do, that I guess has allowed them to rise above the quote average in that respect?
Yeah, I think for everyone, the main thing that applies is they know one rule to be true, and that is that quantity brings quality. And so they are just unapologetic about posting insane, and it is truly insane, volumes of content, and often repeating content which is performed really well several times. And they just do that day in, day out. So like, I think currently for the Amen team, we're putting out like 300 pieces of content a week. You know, for James Smith, he himself is putting out a ginormous amount of content, whether that's his own or over Newtonic, or now with the podcast coming back, he's putting out one a week, going to scale up to 2 a week. You know, those long form podcasts, they get cut down into at least 2 to 3 clips, which are like 3 to 10 minutes. In addition, the same one gets cut into about 5 to 6 reels, which, you know, gives you almost a day, every day, something to post. And yeah, think about if you then, that's currently with 1 episode. If you have 2 per week, you know, you're doubling it. Obviously, the amount of content you have going out, like, and that's what you're competing against, right? That is what, and then people will get annoyed when they put out 1 post and it gets 3 likes, and they're like, oh, let me quit because no one cares. And I had this conversation with a friend of mine a while ago. He's trying to build a surface-based business, and I'm like, he was like, yeah, I've put out 10 posts, and from that I've only got, I think he said, 2 clients. And like, do you realize like the ratio of that is insane? That's actually really good. You put out 10 posts and you've already got 2 clients on a beta product. That's crazy. Yep. Like, just imagine if you 10x the amount of content, or even just like, don't overdo it. Maybe just say, okay, from now on I commit to posting every single day, right? So you got 30 instead of 10. That means you're making 6 new clients a month, right? And this stuff is exponential. So the more you put out, the more it's going to grow. Like, and just kind of putting it out that way towards these people and helping them see, yes, maybe you feel like you were deserving of more. That could be. But I think you just grossly underestimate the amount of volume it takes.
Do you think, I mean, for me, that's where I think people who are learning to leverage AI, learning to leverage creative editors, creative people, and then working hard themselves are the ones who are then going to, quote, win. And I would count myself in that for me personally, but the reason why I say that is because I have always understood that the answer is just work. right? There is no shortcut. There is no magic. There is no BS. You want X, Y, and Z. You want to times your revenue by X amount. You want to make however much it is. Okay, then you better work infinitely harder than you think it's going to be to hit that mark, whatever your mark is. The same in fitness, the same in podcasting, the same in everything. And the thing that I did wrong, I guess, last year was I wasn't solely focused on, I'm only going to do these pillars only, right? And the reason why I mention it here is because it's talking about that 1% improvement every time that you alluded to when it comes to volume. And the way behind it, for those who may not know, is it comes from, well, many things, but it comes from a pottery study, which is the most used one, which is a semester was cut in half. One was only asked to basically create one pottery item, so I think it was like a potter, etc. And then the other half was given the opportunity to create as many as they possibly could. And the outcome was the ones who created the most learnt the most from the mistakes they were making as they were creating them, which in turn meant they were able to then create the better pot. When if you just had one chance, you're not going to be able to, you're going to go make the chance, make the mistake, but then not be able to learn from it and then fix it in the next term. And that's why for me, anyone who says, oh, I'm only going to post once a week or I'm only going to post 3 times a week struggles because they don't have that compounding learning. And yes, it is hard work. I get it, right? I do. But since daily posting for the last, I would say 3 or 4 years, it doesn't, I then don't, this is going to sound horrible, I don't care specifically about each post. I simply care about, is it going to get me from point A to point B, right? Whatever that is. I mean, I guess, is there, especially when you were early starting out, was it simply just, I'm going to create a tailor today, I'm then going to create another one tomorrow, I'm then going to create another one the following day, to allow yourself to learn what didn't work?
Yeah, so not quite. So just to give people, I suppose, an accurate understanding of just how long I've been doing this. I started as a DJ publicly in 2016, right? So in a couple of weeks, that'll be 10 years ago. And so I wasn't posting at the same intensity that I do these days, but that was like my first taste of social media. I was positioning myself as a local DJ, reaching out to local clubs, making my own music, putting it online, taking press pics, putting that online, making like kind of behind the scenes vlogs. So then I started the side project, which was a let's say a platform for DJs and producers to ultimately give them more exposure, especially for beginning producers. And I posted, I mean, the channels are still up, so you can always check, but I think on that channel we posted 400 videos, which I did for a year and a half. Then came the Quarter Life Crisis, a podcast, which in a year we posted over 400 videos. Right, and then that's not including, like, that's just on Instagram. If we include like YouTube and the clips and all that stuff. So like at this point, I've been in the business for 10 years. I've been doing this actively for like 4.5, and just put out so much volume, at least 1 post a day. And that was just for my own stuff. Let's like in the past 2 years, if we include client work, we're talking like 2,000, 3,000 videos. You can't tell, like, you're coming around the corner making your 10 videos and you're like, oh, but I don't have the same results Ryan has. Yeah. What do you expect? And so help me, what was your question?
I mean, it was more around, I guess, like, is there a struggle around people simply understanding that it's just going to take them time, right? Because like when I started, there is this culture, especially at the moment, which is like instant. I want Ryan's views. I want X success. So on, in that respect. And I think for me, I've always understood, for as long as I can remember, that as long as I'm showing up every day, focusing on how can I get each thing I'm doing to be slightly better every day, by the time I get to the quote success marker, my success will change in respect to what my definition of it is. But I guess it would just be advice around like people who are struggling, or people who are saying, yeah, but Ryan, posting 3 times is hard because I've got a business to run, I've got this, I've got that, I've got a family, I've got so on. What would you say to those people?
It is hard. It is. You're right. But if you want the upside of it, if you want the reward, you're needing to be willing to put in the work. And that is going to like, this is what I find tricky, because for me, the main reason why I did all of that I just explained was because, for me personally, the fear of needing to go back to my 9 to 5 as someone who is allergic to authority and being told what to do and when to do it, more importantly, like, that fear was more motivating than anything I've ever felt to this point. And so, and I still fall back to that now, whereby I think, if I don't know, if the business is like having a month whereby revenue is declining or something, I'm like, I need to do something, because I'm not going back to the 9 to 5. And I think there's a large group of people who want the upside but do not have anything driving them. They're waiting for that motivation. And sure, I could lie now and say like, oh, just put in the work and you'll eventually get the results and it'll be as motivating. But that motivating is gonna leave. Like, you have to have something that is driving you, something that you're scared of. For me, it was, and no disrespect to people who have 9 to 5s, but for me personally, that felt mediocre, and I felt like I could do better, and I didn't want to like be in that situation anymore. I was genuinely scared of it. Like, I was depressed, and so that has been the motivating factor for so long to ultimately go and put in the volume, because it wasn't more scary than that. Yeah. And so that made me come back time and time again to just put out another post. And I get some very creative comments still from people who then hate in some way or whatever on the content that I produce or whatever. And I'm like, okay, but like, I could listen to you now, or to friends or family. Like, the family who was telling me, yeah, don't you think you need to get the normal job and stop messing around? Like, until this year, my grandma thought I was just, she doesn't understand what I do. She thought I was just messing around, and she was scared for me, which is meant very well, but was not productive to what I was trying to achieve. And I saw other people do it, and I knew if they could, to some degree, I can. It doesn't have to be their level of success, but if they managed, I have to be able in some way to get a similar space of success. Like, I think we have a tendency to really downplay success. So, for example, whether marriages, this is a good example. People say this all the time. They'll say 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? And while that may be factually accurate, the flip side of that is 50% of marriages are successful. And so you could choose to put yourself in a space whereby, well, 50% of marriages end in divorce, and so mine's going to end in divorce. Or you can put yourself in the position where 50% of marriages are successful, and therefore I will be successful. Yep. Yeah, the risk of being some spiritual guru, I suppose, there is an element of this is mainly a mindset game. And I do know the moment I started working with a mindset coach, things also exponentially started increasing for me. So
I think, well, I mean, I don't know the psychology off the top of my head, but it's something along the lines of like, we will only be able to see what's possible or what's in our surrounding area, right? There's been loads of studies that show like, if you stay in your local area or you work in your local area, then you'll be limited in regards to income because of the likelihood of the ability to like make a fee, right? Me to charge you something. When you look exponentially across the internet, the actual ceiling on what you can make is infinite, as long as you understand that you're adding value to a different market, and then you can target that market, etc. But I guess the thing I also wanted to mention as well, I mean, I guess in some ways, some people say to me when their content isn't performing, or maybe it's like plateauing or etc. I mean, like, are they, quote, shadow banned, or do they, because I've always been of the view that when that happens, you need to mix it up, you need to change things, because you're getting complacent with either the system which you've built to create content. Fair enough, great system, but the system is only as good as the results it creates. So if you're still making money, don't change the system, right? But if your objective, maybe if you're in the camp that we alluded to earlier, which is actually we need to make more views because the sponsors are maybe unhappy with how X episode performed, what would you recommend? Or is it just simply their quote shadow banned?
Oh, I rarely think shadow banned is a thing. Maybe if you like swear a lot or you break a lot of the community guidelines or you're pushing a lot of like, I don't know, controversial things which don't speak in favor of the social media algorithm, right? Then I could imagine you get shadow bans. But if you don't do that and you're just an, let's say, everyday creator, I think it is indeed. I mean, algorithms do change. We see it on LinkedIn currently. Video was a period whereby you could put any piece of garbage on LinkedIn and it would get insane numbers, and now it's barely doing anything. And so I do think that is in part to an algorithm change, but I wouldn't go as far as saying you're shadow banned. And if anything, if you are in your core a creator, that should be the challenge, right? That should be the challenge for you to say, okay, I got here at some point by trying a bunch of different stuff, right? At some point, I found something which worked, and so I doubled down on that and decided to focus on just that and do nothing else anymore. And people like fatigue, people's attention fatigue, and if you're not bringing anything new anymore, at some point they've seen your stuff over and over again, and so it gets boring, right? And so they're looking for new stuff. And so if you are a creator in your core and you find yourself in the position you're talking about, I say a good ratio to stick to, especially in the beginning, is just 50% test content and 50% of what you think personally will most likely do well. And as you grow, you'll see certain videos do better than others, and the ratio kind of adjusts. And so you'll at some point be producing for 75% of the content that always consistently does well. But I still think you should have that 25% of content whereby you're just testing new ideas, new formats, new iterations of stuff. And sometimes it doesn't have to be extensive. Like I produce a weekly show in which I break down how edits are made, right? And so I've been doing this now again for about 2 months. And in the most recent episode that I recorded last week, I decided to add a segment in which I basically give strategic advice when it comes to content. It's like a 1-minute thing in which I basically give a strategic tip of the week. And so that show expands, right? It's gone from just me reviewing 3 videos to my strategic advice plus the 3 videos. And then the week after, I added in a color grade segment. So I take like a scene from Stranger Things and explain these are the color elements that go into creating a scene like Stranger Things. And so the show builds, and I've given myself here with 2 new segments that I can test and see how they do. So I'll put it out on socials as an individual clip. I'll also like ask in the episode what they think, which ultimately creates engagement, causes people to give feedback. And so there's this ratio that I stick to that works very well for me, at least, of continuously developing yourself and figuring out some way to stay fresh. Because otherwise, the alternative is you become boring. And in the end, that's only going to be a downhill spiral from there, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think there's kind of 2 points, I guess. A, the Alex Amodi side of it, which is like outlast everyone else who is quote unquote boring. Right, so be the longest running podcast in your niche, just because you want to be the stubbornness person, right? There's that, or I would say actually probably it's more and then also adding those other elements in, like those elements you kindly shared about what can we do to make the show unique, what angle can we think about it, or just think, actually maybe I'm going to go after the guests who haven't been on shows before. Maybe I'm going to simply go after the people who are, tiny, right? So they would actually really appreciate being asked. And actually you can get more nuance, but maybe they're like seasoned professionals, right? So like they've been in the industry like 50 years, but they're so small in the respect to like they're not like a known marketer or a known name. So when you get an interview with them, it's like this completely brand new perspective. And or you then try and compete with, and I guess it comes back to your like our previous point at the very beginning, which was like, what's your like your actual reason for doing the content. Is it to make you more money, or is it to get more views, right? So if you're what I believe Stephen Bartlett's now looking to do, which he's like, I want to create the largest podcast in regards to numbers, period. He's going to have a very different guest plan, guest structure, guest strategy than, say, someone like I or maybe you have or would have, because we're looking for strategic experts that will help us position us as experts in marketing, in video, in video content creation, etc., rather than him who is looking for how much mass, I would assume, I don't know, but my assumption would be how much mass appeal is this episode going to get, because how well known is X name, and or how topical is the conversation which we're going to have, right? At the peak of AI, funny enough, he did a load of stuff about AI,
Yeah. Now he's anti-AI, which is kind of funny. But what I do think the Diary of a CEO team does smartly is, I was lucky enough, I think I started listening at like episode 20, and now they're at like, I think 400 or something like that. So when I started listening, one of the main reasons I started listening was because it was about CEOs, right? And with time, as Stephen developed and got more interested into, because you can look back at the first, he was definitely not lean or muscular or like he was, it was most definitely not fat or anything, or it was just, normal dude. And over time, you can tell with the people he interviewed and the learnings he was taking from them, fitness and health and all of that started becoming way more of an interest to him. And so what he did as a result of that is started speaking to these people who were also interested in health and fitness, etc. And I think he's done it very smartly, whereby he understands there's an element, what you're referencing at is like which people get massive views. So like Michelle Obama, right? That's just naturally going to be a hit. Recently Kevin Hart, that's naturally going to be a hit, right? And then there's the element of all of the like technical experts that he still interviews, which are more in relation to health and fitness. But then there was also someone, I honestly don't remember who, but there was someone more recently that he interviewed, which was relatively unknown. Like at the time, the first time he got Daniel Priestley on, at that point, I think he had like 30,000 followers, which sounds like a lot, but it's really not if you put it into context of the normal average guest of Stephen at that time. And so I think if anything, he holds exactly true for what I just said to the ratio of like testing, right? Continue that. Sure, focus on the views if that is the goal of the podcast. Keep that in mind. But like also feel free to like get the random guest on there. And that being said, the flip side of what you were already hinting at is a good strategy when it comes to content. If you're trying to become a standout name, it's just do the exact opposite of what everyone else is doing. Yeah. And so everyone is creating a trailer with 3-hour-long episodes. Cool. You make a podcast that is maybe 10 minutes long with one core question that you discuss with a friend, for example, or maybe you just discuss it yourself, right? And you put that out every day instead of once a week, right? Or the same goes for hooks. Like everyone is starting with very controversial hooks. You start with a like colored screen and text on it, and you animate the text in with an image, and then you go into the like bulk of the trailer. Like I think if you just try the opposite of what you feel works, 9 times out of 10, I think you're going to find better results that way.
I think, in some ways I hate to say this, but a lot of marketing is science, right? You have to be creative enough to think up the ideas, sure, but you actually have to then get the data to then learn from it, right? So you might have in the same way a scientist would have a theory or a hypothesis. You would go, I think this is the case. In the same when we work with clients and we're looking to try and get a client a certain objective, it's like, okay, well, in theory, we think you want to talk to this kind of person who's this demographic who lives roughly around this area. Cool. Okay, cool. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to test that theory and see what happens. I guess the crux and the thing that we use Stephen as an example, so I'll continue to use him. The thing that he does more than others is he will do exactly what we described, which was he will do the and methodology when it comes to, we know what works, we're going to continue that, so we're going to say we're going to do that every week, but then we'll have a bonus episode which is purely for testing. We don't care whether that episode is going to get 5 views, 10 views, 1 million views, or 100 million views, or whatever it is. We're purely going to do that episode just so we can understand, does this resonate with our current audience, and or do we gain a new audience from doing so? And I think if you scale this really down into the majority of people who are maybe consuming this, who are maybe smaller businesses or like, 1 or 2, maybe 2, maybe up to 10 employees, if you take that same thought process, as long as you have the bandwidth and the resources to be able to do so, of course, you'll be able to, quote, outpace some of your competitors if you move quickly, because you'll be able to say, okay, cool, let's test something, let's see if it works. Okay, cool, it works. So now we can do this on top of everything else we already know works. So every time you do that, you're adding more fuel to that fire and that engine as a whole. So it's going to, or using the snowball analogy, it's going to gain more snow going down the hill, right? And the more compounding you have, the faster it grows, so on, so on, so on, right? But for those who have been really interested in this conversation and maybe want to check out some of your stuff, check out some of the editing show, etc., where's best for people to reach out to you?
Probably via LinkedIn. Just on my channel. Pretty sure if you type in Ryan Faber, you should find me. You can find me on YouTube if you search The Quarter Creator Club if you're interested in learning more about editing or content strategy these days, and we'll be putting out a lot more content on there as well. So
fabulous. And if you were going to talk to either yourself or someone very similar to you 10 to 15 years ago, and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give that person?
Trust your gut. And listen to people who have done what you aspire to achieve. And so my whole podcast, the whole thing that got me to where I am now, and arguably I still have a long way to go, but the main philosophy of that was I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I knew there were hundreds to thousands of entrepreneurs who had made it work. I figured if I would talk to enough of them and ask them questions as to how or what they thought the frameworks were that made it, in all of those subjective experience, I should be able to find an objective line. And you don't need to start a podcast. I'm pretty sure if you send a bunch of LinkedIn DMs, if you DM me after watching this and you're like, I want advice on how to become a better editor, for example, I will respond to that. And I know for a fact, because I've done it, that there are plenty of people out there who are the same. And so if you just speak to enough of those people, at some point you'll see the patterns in what all of these people have in common, and then you know what you have to replicate.
No, absolutely. I can agree more. And I think it's sometimes about not like really trying to reinvent the wheel, but if you're going to take the bits that you really want to emulate and like. But thank you so much for the time, Ryan. Really appreciate it. And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed by clicking this button just here. And YouTube believes you'll enjoy this button or this video more specifically. So make sure to click that. And I'll see you very, very soon. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice, if you were going to give advice, would you give that person?
If I was going to say anything to myself 10 years ago, it would just be keep your eyes open and you'll get where you need to go.
You need to be really good at marketing to be able to have the opportunity and the permission to be able to sell, is my view, in a nutshell.
I think when we look at marketing and sales and output of content, the more you do it, the easier it gets, my opinion.
What role do you feel trust plays either in business or in marketing specifically? Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode in What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, we're going to be talking to Tom all about his opinions on marketing. And before we get into it, Tom, Could you give the audience a little bit of context on who you are, and of course, answer our opening question? What do you feel is missing in marketing today?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on, Carlton. I really appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
Who am I? I am Tom Jepson. I am a coach for self-employed people, mostly parents, mostly working parents, should I say. And I'm here to help them take some of the out of doing business for themselves, because it's really quite hard balancing doing a business that you want to do, parenting, caring, all the dynamics that come with it. I am a full-time parent. Also, I'm a full-time carer as well. So I am living and breathing all the stuff that I do with my clients. To answer your question, what is missing in marketing today? I think selling is missing in marketing today, is what I think is missing.
Okay.
And I'm sure we can dive down into that hot topic momentarily.
I mean, just to build off that, my personal view, I personally think they're separate, right? I think they are mutually exclusive. You can't have one without the other, right? But you need to be really good at marketing to be able to have the opportunity and the permission to be able to sell, is my view, right? In a nutshell. Why do you think then, let me build off the question, why do you think specifically then it is missing in marketing then? Like, what do you, like when you say that, is it not sales driven in respect to, like, sometimes we don't do call to actions or we don't have that quote ask, or is it, because I would argue you shouldn't be direct selling, or would you disagree?
So this is a very big topic, and I know we could go for hours just on this one point. So to give some context, I have a daily newsletter. Daily. I send an email to a mailing list every damn day. And because I'm well versed at that, I am practiced in what I offer to people, there is a call to action which could be deemed as a sales pitch every day. Yeah. It's never like buy my stuff, because I'm not going to ram that down people's throat when they're actually, what I want to do is give them something of value. But I know that for some people, seeing a continual offer every day could be quite off-putting. I can tell you exactly why I do it, because if I get new subscribers and I hit them on a day without an offer, they're never going to see it.
Yeah.
So contextually, I know it doesn't work for some people. When we take it out of the sphere of direct communication and put it into something like LinkedIn, I'll say that LinkedIn is the only social media platform I use. I do not have energy or the want to use any others. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. I don't know. But I don't have the energy for it. In the context of LinkedIn, my filter bubble tells me that there's a lot of chat around personal brand and personal marketing and relationship building. Yep. And I get it. I'm here for it. I just want to talk to people. But when I want to say, hey, folks, here is a thing that I have built. Here is a service which I offer, and I want you to buy it. In this moment, I'm not making it so difficult for you to receive this that you have to get to know me for weeks and weeks before, so then you can benefit it. I'm offering you something now which you can buy with money so I can feed my children. When that sort of message comes out, it either disappears because the algorithm says, no, you mustn't sell to people. People just don't act on it because for whatever reason, they don't find it engaging content. Or any other reason that you could possibly want for that thing disappearing. But I think there's just this almost acceptance that it's not, I'm going to use the word acceptable. I know it's a big word to use. I'm going to say that it's accepted that it's not acceptable to sell in that way. And honestly, when you mix that into the marketing that we do with our content posts and our emails and our podcasts and all of that jazz, if we don't feel that we are able to do that one thing
and
have it be effective, how are we ever going to be able to run a business?
I think, there's a lot I could pull out of there, but I think the unique perspective for me is there's a lot of conversation, especially at the moment, around people are concerned about the up and coming budget at the time of streaming, etc. Right? Like, people are concerned about like what's going to happen at Christmas and like where things are and etc. And I'm in a very fortunate position where like this month is manic, this month is crazy, but I'm still building the time to have this live stream, have this broadcast, have this conversation with you, because I think it's important to obviously add value and continue that process of constant development, constant growth, but also I'm always aware that I need to bank content whenever I can. And the key, I guess, to build off your previous point about sales is, I guess, to most people who may be listening to this, you need to ask yourself, from my view at least, where you are in business. And if you are in a position where you need to make money and you need to generate cash flow, then absolutely you should be pushing more sales. And there's nothing, I don't believe, wrong with that, because that might be the reason why you're in business next year, right? Now, in a world where you don't need that and you could be perceived, or one could perceive you as quote unquote being greedy just to make revenue for the sake of revenue, not implying that's what you're doing, but some could imply that, right? I think then you can look at it and go, okay, well, when do you want this quote cash out from what you're doing now, right? Is it in a week, a month, a year? Right? Because if it's towards the year mark, then I would argue that in our content, we should be trying to add value. Not saying you shouldn't have a call to action, because a call to action could actually be, hey, you really enjoying this? You'll probably enjoy the content I put on my YouTube channel or the newsletter I put out, etc. Right? So I think sometimes when we look at quote sales, we're sometimes looking very transactional, right? We're looking at, I've got this power hour to sell, I've got this coaching thing to sell, I've got this course to sell, I've got this ticket thing to sell, whatever it is, and we just push to that instead of thinking, actually, because I would say you should have a call to action in every piece of content you do, but it should be in relevance and understanding with where the business is and what the business needs from you, and how much I guess in some ways how much good karma you have with your established audience, whether that's on socials, YouTube, email list, etc., depending on your method of articulation. How do you mix that when you do call to actions, building off your previous point? Is it hey, come and buy my thing always, or is it actually, hey, I've done this other thing? Like, let's for example, you may say, hey, I just did this amazing conversation with Carlton, here's a link to it if you would find that interesting.
That's an interesting question, and I do mix up the calls to action because I'm fully aware, I've been doing this business thing for a long time. I've been a freelancer for twice as long. I've been employed for twice as long as that, back in days of employment. I've been around the block. I know how this machine works. But to the same end, I don't have a damn clue how it works, because mixing up the calls to action, consistent blocks of, it's not like one day is, why am I coaching? The next day is, oh, look, there's a thing. It's going to be consistent blocks of action to take. So yeah, I do mix it up. But to the same degree, it always comes back to the same thing of, this is the core thing that I offer. This is how I want to engage with you and how I would like you to engage with me, regardless of whatever medium, method or action we get there. If I'm posting on LinkedIn, chances are the call to action will either be connect with me here or sign up to the newsletter. Mm-hmm. Those two, because I know that if I get somebody into the newsletter ecosystem, they have actively opted in, and I can then actively let them know who I am, what I'm for, and what I can offer them, and how it will help.
Yeah, and I think, I guess, go on. I was just going to say, I think for me, it's about understanding when you're serving and understanding how to serve.
The point is, not to cut you off, but I think there's a point at which we say, should we not always be serving? Like everything, every action, every piece of content, again, my 2 cents, big chefy pinch of salt, everything comes with value. Everything comes with a desire of, actually, if I was sat down with somebody in a coffee shop, what would I want to tell them?
Yeah.
And how would I like them to benefit from this conversation? You know, it's not the generic, here's 10 lessons that I learned as an entrepreneur of 20 years old. You know, here's what I'm doing in Bali with my remote nomading, you know, and that's my high horse, which I'm sure we'll get onto later. But to like pull the thread of service, yeah, I believe that if you are in a business, if you are in business, there is always going to be an element of service to your customers, regardless of whether it's paid, whether it's free, whether it's interactional, whether it's transactional. You know, put something out there, because that then is the marketing, and then you can direct the sale.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not an expert in sales. People know this way better than I do. Because they make jobs out of it. I haven't. But I do believe that aspect is almost becoming culturally unacceptable because people don't want to be sold to, and that's okay, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
I think the reason why I paused was because I was just thinking, do people not want to get sold to, or do we need to position it in such a way where it doesn't feel like we're selling it to them, right? What I think you're referring to there is like, I don't want to be hard sold to, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know you, but you can buy my thing, thanks, right?
For some, it works for some, and that's great. You know, I don't think it's ever going to work for me personally, so I probably would never do it. But in terms of, I don't want to feel like I'm selling to somebody. No, absolutely. I have to feel like I'm selling to somebody. Otherwise, what am I doing? I'm not. Otherwise, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, I need to be in selling this thing mode.
Yeah.
You know, I'll offer somebody 45 minutes on the phone with me for free. I will pay attention to them. I will direct that conversation in a way which is pure coaching. I won't sell to them in the service element of that call.
Yeah.
They're going to know at the end of it what I can do to help them if they want to take it further. But the service comes first.
Yeah.
And then once that has been rounded out, I can then go, well, look, here's your call to action. This little piece is me saying, here's what you can buy if you want to.
Yeah.
And I think it's that mindset of, okay, you're allowed to sell what you do because you're damn good at it. And people need to know that. Otherwise, how the hell are they going to buy it from you?
When did you choose daily? Because I think so many people, they struggle with, I'm going to spam people, right? Like, I post when I'm not in like crazy work mode with lots going on, etc. Like, I would post like 4 or 5 times a day, etc. across socials. Like, I'll be very visible, but I'm aware of how interest graph works rather than social graph. So I'm interested to see how kind of like you thought about daily like email marketing. Why daily, right? Because I guess some people are going to listen to this and say, well, Tom, that's spammy, right? That's too much. That's crazy, right? You don't want to oversaturate your audience, etc., etc., etc.
It's not for them then, is it? That's my answer to that. It's not for them. I started, my newsletter journey began a couple of years ago as a consistent activity. It started monthly. After 3 months, it went to twice a month. At the beginning of, where are we now? Nearly end of 2025. Beginning of this year, it went to weekly on a Monday. And then I got to a point in the middle of August, just before the summer holidays began, where I went, you know what? I've got too much to say. I've got too many things that I want to share with people. And I believe I have the energy and the momentum to do this. So I started winding it up a little bit. And as of the 1st of October, every day, it's 250 odd words of a story, something that's inspired me, something that I found funny or interesting, a life thing, You know, it might be a straight sales email. They can be peppered in. It's a business newsletter.
Yeah.
But I found that from the beginning of October to today, when we're recording this, sorry for suddenly removing the evergreen content barrier, but we can say over the course of the last 5 weeks of doing this consistent daily activity, I have found that my writing has gotten better. Not to toot my own trumpet, but it was pretty good before. But being able to write and have a funnel and a channel for consistently telling a story, it's made me better, you know? And the performance has done what I thought it was going to do. I gained a handful of subscribers and I lost a handful of subscribers. About as many, it was about parity for the in and the out. And I knew that that was going to happen because I was sending people something daily.
Yeah.
I was putting an action in there daily.
Yeah.
So, like, having it in the last 5 weeks and actually going, you know what, this experiment's worth doing and this is worth following.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep pressing on.
From my view, speaking about like daily posting reels or daily posting on social across all platforms, blah 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 blah. I think for me it's very similar, right? Like I remember I did a workshop in September, and an old friend, but also someone whose wife followed me, said something on the lines of, "Fucking hell, Carlton, you're everywhere," and she ended up tuning off and like unfollowing me, and I was like, okay, cool, but would she ever buy from me? And the answer was no. I was like, okay, well then, in the nicest way possible, thank you so much for the time you spent with me, and thank you so much for the support you gave on the content, but you know, actually maybe you're not the right person. And I think that's the key. And I think sometimes, like, I could quote a million people, but the crux of like any marketing is just a shit ton of work in a window of time to get a result, right? The work as a whole is probably going to be the same whether you do it across 6 months. Like if you want the result, you can do it across 6 months and get the results in 6 months, or you can do it across 2 weeks and get the results in 2 weeks. But you have to have the same amount of like output than you would have in that 6 months, in that 2 weeks. And that is going to annoy some people. That is going to quote, "Oh, fuck's sake, Tom, you're there again," right? "Oh, fuck's sake," etc. But like also the just to pick apart a little bit what you said, the key I think for the person listening who's maybe considering something like this, whether this is daily posting on YouTube, daily posting shorts, daily posting Instagrams, writing an email, whatever it may be, writing a blog, etc. For me, it's, can you make that 1% improvement? Right? Because what you're talking about there, the reason why you're getting better is because, and you may not feel it, right, at the time. It's only in hindsight when you look back. But if you go, like, if I look at where the podcast was and arguably, like, why is what's missing in marketing today, quote, successful or, quote, doing well? Actually, it's because I've 1%ed it every episode since June. Right? By the time this pre-recorded version of this episode I expect comes out, it will probably be 5 to 7, maybe 20 times better than as it sits today. Right? Why is that? Because every episode I'm functioning and I'm saying, and it comes with practice, right? Like anything, right? You can't expect to be in great shape if you don't work out every day, right? In my opinion, right? You can do 3 days a week if you want. That's up to you, right? In the same way, you can do 3 emails a month or 3 emails a week, etc. But it would be wrong of me not to ask you about like this huge volume, this huge value add, this huge amount of work, and not talk about, do you think the modern expectations of marketing can lead to, especially smaller entrepreneurial business owners, getting to burnout?
There's the word burnout. Is that? I mean, just to give burnout its place for a moment. Yeah, I think that specific symptom comes from trying to do a lot of stuff that you don't enjoy, that you are not equipped to do. You might be capable of doing it, but in that moment you're not equipped to do it. And that you maybe don't acknowledge that something else needs to be set down. So to give burnout the thing, yeah, I think when we look at marketing and sales and output of content, the more you do it, the easier it gets. My opinion. If you come to it and say, oh, this is really hard work, I don't know what to post, I don't think I want to be sold to. For a start, you're coming at it from a place of fear for whatever reason, because you don't want to do it because it might feel a bit scary to put yourself out there. You don't want to do it because it might feel a bit scary about actually selling yourself.
Yeah.
It might feel a bit scary to put your 2 cents on a live stream with somebody who you're really pleased to talk to.
How dare you have an opinion, Tom?
How fucking dare you have an opinion about something that might upset somebody? I specifically today, I had that conversation with someone on LinkedIn because they posted the very same thing. It's like, we just can't have a conversation anymore because you might offend someone. Like, it is up to us to communicate with our best intention. Whatever that best intention is, we've got to put it out there. How somebody receives it is not on you. And I think when we start to take on the burden of the recipient in terms of, and I feel like I should be careful about what I'm saying here because this could be very heavily misconstrued as me being a complete asshole. I care deeply about what I send to people and that they will receive some value from it. Yeah. If they read it and go, no, that guy's a dick, that's not on me. I can't control that.
But surely it's the intention, though, right?
The intention that I want someone to read it and go, that guy's a dick.
No. So like when you create content in the same way I create content, I always go from a perspective of an intention of, I'm going to add as much value to whoever is. 100%. I'm grateful enough to have the time of the time, right? That's
it. But I think the point is, when it comes to the kind of the small business owner, the working parent, the full-time carer trying to run something that they need to run or want to run to maintain their own sense of self, when things like taking on the burden of somebody else's receipt of your content and worrying too much about how are they going to receive this, regardless of intent, at that point, you start to run out of energy because you then don't have the energy to give to the content, to the message, to the service, because you're spending it worrying how someone is going to receive it, and then you start to burn out.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes cyclical, and then you don't want to do it, and then you don't do it, and then you beat yourself up because you're not doing it, and then you get all worried and sad that you're not doing it and that you should be doing more. You must be doing X, Y, and Z, and it just becomes this kind of self-fulfilling. It's cyclical, kicking your own ass, because realistically you're worrying about something that is so far outside of your control. It's worth working through it to let that go.
Yeah.
And then you can just send a daily email with the best intention, with content that you believe is good. It might not hit the mark that day, so what? Try again tomorrow. But you can do it without worrying that somebody's going to tune out, because as you said before, if they tune out, it's probably not for them, and that's okay. The same goes with daily posting. I mean, I try to post daily on LinkedIn. Presence, makes me a bit sad sometimes. But as you take away that fear of, am I going to get cancelled? Is this message going to miss the mark? Is this any other thing?
Yeah.
Chances are, worst that's going to happen, no one's going to see it.
And if they do, they're going to have some other thing happen, right? Like I can't remember exactly he said to me, but a client many years ago said 95% of the things that you do and you worry about, no one's going to give a shit about because they've got 15 other things to worry about that aren't you or anything to do with you, right? We're very internal creatures in that respect,
It's almost like being a little over empathetic, and again, not being a dick, caring about how other people are is incredibly important. It's the crux of my business. It's the crux of me as a human being. Yeah, I care about how other people are.
I was gonna say you could arguably care, but I also like. So I'll give you an example. I care about how your business is, right? I care about how everyone's business is, even if they're a competitor of mine. However, it's still none of my bloody business how their business is, right? Whether it's going well, whether it's not, whether it's whatever, whichever end of this spectrum we're talking about, right? Whether they're doing incredibly well with a good credit system and they're having record-breaking months, or the opposite end of the spectrum, they're about to go bankrupt and they're actually like swimming in miles and miles and miles of debt. Okay, right. I can care and I can empathize as a human to a human and a business owner to a business owner. But the reality is it's still got nothing to do with me. Right? The only things I should focus on is me, my business, and what I'm doing. And staying in my lane and moving myself forward. Do you agree?
I like the awareness. I'm very much attuned to being aware of what is going on around. Because then you know, if you see a strategic opportunity to make a move, you can make a move.
Yeah.
You know, you see a gap in this is how the best products come out. You see a gap in the market, you fill it.
Yeah.
You know, but as you say, how somebody is doing day to day, if they are not publicly putting it out there on the line, telling their story all the time, because they want it to be seen.
Mm.
And I mean, like, not a curated version. I mean, the whole nine, just open book stuff. Then no, you're absolutely right. It's none of your business. You can be interested and you can still care. Every person that I know on a personal level, I care about how they're doing, how their work is, how life is, you know, how the family are, how much detail they give to me is up to them. Because some stuff just ain't my damn business.
Yeah.
But understanding that they're at least there, being empathetic to that is good. But you know, to circle back around to the over empathizing, as you say, when you get to the point of actually that's not your damn business, then you can stop. You can go, all right, I've used my energy to this point. I can put it back into marketing myself. I can put it back into selling myself. I can put it back into serving other people who are actually on my doorstep waiting to be served.
Yeah.
And I think it's knowing where and how to channel that energy to build the right boundary and really to keep yourself safe.
Do you think business owners struggle to give or set boundaries, either with clients, with colleagues, with friends, with marketing, with themselves, with family, with friends?
Yes. I'll elaborate on that.
Well, there we go.
No, there's the answer.
And if so, why?
No, that's a really good. Is it? Sorry, that was a veiled attempt at humor. Yes, absolutely, I do. I mean, everyone does because they're creatures of service. You know.
Does it come from that? If I don't say yes to this job, there's not going to be another one coming thing. Do you think, in some case, like in that specific nuance?
It's part of it, yeah. I mean, I've been reworking a workshop that I ran eons ago, all about saying no to things, which is, you know, coming down the pipe at some point. Hopefully, by the time the published version of this comes out, people will actually see it and it'll be live. But I think that because prioritization is hard. Separating yourself from your work is hard. Separating you from the public version of you can be kind of hard. Separating different facets of work and life is hard. Just establishing boundaries and maintaining them is hard. Like being able to go, you know what? I'm stopping work at 3. And I'm not going to answer my emails till tomorrow morning because it's family time now. You still get the little itch, you know? Sat down, scrolling on TV, like while the TV's on, you get an email pings and you go, oh, I'm just going to answer that now. You could just not because nothing's going to happen. But it's maintaining that boundary because you get that little itch of if I don't do it now, somebody else might get there first, or I might forget. I might be busy. You know, it's difficult to maintain it. And again, a lot of the time, in my opinion, it comes back around to being afraid of something. Forgetfulness, busyness. And sometimes you just kind of need to go, okay, well, if something happens, it happens. That's kind of a future me problem. Right now, I've decided that this is my boundary, and that's more important.
Yeah, and I think as long as you can reflect on every situation, every job, every etc., like whatever it is you're doing, whatever you're trying to achieve, whether you're trying to launch a podcast, newsletter, work with a new client, do marketing, whatever it is, or do sales or whatever it is, as long as you can actually hand on heart say you did your best and it was in line with what you were or wanted or needed at the time, and or like, I think it's interesting, right? Because I think sometimes we act as if we're busy, or we imply that we're busy, or we are busy, or etc. But actually, in reality, what we're actually saying is, at the moment, the thing you're asking me to do cannot be a priority. In crux, if someone ever asked you, in my opinion at least, oh, I'm too busy for that, what they're actually saying is, no, right now that's not a priority. So personally, something I've done the last couple of years is whenever I have a situation which is like, hey, I know I said, or I know we said, or I know you're expecting me to do X or Y, I will give you a realistic timeline regardless of how that makes you feel in the short term. And that might be, oh, etc. But it's actually, I'm not doing you a good service if I don't give you clear, concise, and transactional or transparency within my communication style. Because the reason why someone would get upset or pissed off is because you said, Tom, you would get me that thing a week ago, 2 weeks pass, 3 weeks pass, and then it slipped through the gap, right? Look, I'm not saying mistakes don't happen, but if you said to me, let's say we were working together, and you said, hey, it's going to be like 3 weeks, I'm like, okay, cool. But then I'm not expecting it next week. I'm expecting it in 3 weeks,
I mean, that's almost kind of a side point, isn't it, really? That's just being good at what you do and doing what you say you were going to do.
Yeah. But do you think we struggle sometimes? Because, like, especially when we win, like, the client, right? The client of my dreams, or the project of my dreams, or the money of my dreams, or the project is amazing because it pays me X, or it's actually a great opportunity, etc. We have this, like, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, it's done tomorrow.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that if a client, for example, would expect you to bend over backwards and not maintain your boundaries and your working practices as a self-employed business owner, they are not the client of your dreams. End of.
Do you think that can change over time? I was just going to ask you. So, like, where we were, say, like, for example, for me personally, like, my target client, my target expectations, etc., 3 years ago were completely different to now.
Yeah, for real, man. I mean, the dial shifts, and it shifts because you learn, not maybe because your clients learn. It could be because the clients learn, but it's more about what you, best in the world, it's about what you want.
I would argue, though, that you get a reflection of what you, like, enforce in respect to boundary setting, right? Like, so, like, like, for me, like, you can set a boundary you like. The question is what happens when it gets tested.
Well, that's exactly it. If you let's say use the example of it's 4 o'clock, you sat down with the kids, you're getting them in from school, getting snack time and everything, and a client's decided for whatever reason that that's the time they want to have a meeting. You can handle that in any number of ways. And again, we can tie this straight back to marketing. This whole point, we can tie this straight back because it is, you could just say no. You could go, no, I don't do that. That's crossing my line. You could say, okay, I might flex this once, but I'm going to reinforce it in a way which says it's not happening again. Or you could set it up from the outset by positioning yourself with your marketable material, with your boundaries, with the expectation setting from the off that says, actually, this is never going to happen because my priorities are this. this, and this. Serving you is within those priorities. But this is the line. And as I said before, if their client decides that that's not good enough, they're not your client.
Well, yeah, in the nicest way possible, they can go somewhere else, you know.
They can go, somebody else will flex for them. Somebody else will flex. And I know that context is everything. Yes, there have been times when I have had to completely smash down my boundaries because the project scope of something has changed. Like, it's happened recently. It was very painful for me. Like, it wrote off days of time, weeks of time that I thought I was going to be able to spend with the family, but I had to do it. I had to because money would have been lost. And in today's economy, at some point, yes, you do need to go.
I was going to say, does that come back to kind of what I opened with, which is like, you need to understand what the business is required for you? Like sometimes you need to eat the shit, so to speak.
Sometimes, but at the best will in the world, I'm 42 years old. I've been doing this for eons. I ain't eating shit for anybody. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
But in this occasion, I went, you know what? The scope of this has changed. You've acknowledged that it's changed and that the work you're asking me to do is borderline unreasonable. But I'm going to do it because A, I'm not a diva. I'm not going to throw my toys out the pram and say, oh, screw you guys. That's bad business. But the acknowledgement from everyone is that actually this is crossing a line. So yeah, context is everything, but being able to control that yourself is what is important in this. The client, because they know how I work and they know my boundaries, we've worked together for a long time, I marketed that to them from the beginning.
Yep.
I don't need to sell them on that. They already know. So having that within your control, I think, is also very important as to how you can put yourself out there and say, I'm the one who's saying when this line moves.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of bridges onto my next question, which was going to be like, what role do you feel trust plays either in business or in marketing specifically? So if it's in a marketing context, it would be building trust with your ideal client, your ideal audience, etc. And if it is in a client context, it would be then how do you utilize and or keep that trust?
Brilliant question. So I'll put my coaching hat on now. So for me as a coach, through my marketing, people need to know a small number of things. I mean, the first thing is obviously that I am a coach and that I am good at what I do. They need to know that from the off. Once they know that, we can kind of go, okay, that's the functional practical. We'll just cast that aside. I know this thing about him now. After that, it's then getting to know me. What do I bring to the table? Who am I? Who is this guy? And then through the stories, through the communication, the conversation, it builds this rapport. It builds the camaraderie. And eventually the camaraderie and the rapport turn into trust. Because that kind of communal safe space has been built through the messaging, through the back and forth on email, through the DMs, through the networking. And somebody knows they could rock up in a one-to-one with you and you'd have a great chat. Because at least the space you hold there together for that 30 minutes or whatever, you've established that and it's good. It does take time. You know, it's not just a case of me going out to people and saying, hey, I'm a coach. I'm really good at what I do. Look, I'm a nice guy. You're a neat guy. So it takes work. It takes a lot of trust in yourself as well to be able to go, you know what, this is what I stand for. This is who I am. And who I am is okay. I don't really need to flex or change or bend for anybody because this is who I am. How that is reflected into work once effectively you have somebody pass the post as we said before, that's just showing up and doing what you do to the best of your abilities.
Yep.
You know, I hold safe space for people. When we get into a coaching call, effectively this little oblong window, that is our safe space and our boundary. Nobody else is getting in there. Nobody else is hearing what's going on in that space. And I have to reinforce that explicitly. It's not a kind of an unknown, oh, is this safe space? Is this something that people are going to know? It's like, no, I will state it up top. This is what you can trust and expect from this interaction. And the kind of the same goes for the precursor with one-to-ones and emails and everything as well. This is a safe space. I'm not going to go and, publish the ins and outs of a social call I have with somebody on LinkedIn. It might inspire something.
Yeah.
But it's the trust is never broken in that way of like, I'm going to take exactly what you've said and name you.
I think it's different, right? Like, again, it's context, right? Like, being inspired by a action or showing a behind the scenes process, like, for example, for me, like, people ask me all the time, it's like, how do clients feel about the behind the scenes process? Well, like, me sharing production, me sharing how I do it, etc., right? Like, a lot of people, the honest answer is actually they like it. They like that extra exposure. They like seeing it from my point of view. But it's just part of my sales journey, right? It's something that I have a conversation with very early on, and I establish very quickly what kind of project is this, right? Is this going to be a collaborative project where we both win? They get great content, I get great content, and I get paid, happy days, right? Or is it going to be a very stringent, very NDA'd or non-disclosure agreement, very contractual, very show up, get paid, go home, F off, right? Kind of agreement, right? And, I guess, what do I do more of now? Probably the more collaborative side, right? Just to the nature of the business, etc. Cool. But that's also, and again, I had a reality this morning, which was the same, which was like, actually the old of me would have been like, this annoys them, but the person I am now is like, no, that's just not me anymore. And obviously I won't go into detail on that specific thing, but it leads on to my next question really nicely, which is like, how do you either help people, or maybe someone listening to this, if they're looking at their marketing or etc., and maybe they want to move into that next stage, whatever that is for them, that next season, whether it's we have a 9 to 5, we're looking to do our own thing, gain our own freedom, gain etc., and all the benefits that come with, but also all the stresses, of course, that come with working for ourselves, and or we've been working for ourselves for 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, whatever, and we're looking to scale up. We're looking to do that scary, we're going to up our prices, change our value perception. What would you say to those people who are, as I say, kind of, I think there's two camps potentially who are listening. A, in a 9 to 5 who are looking to make the jump, or B, maybe they've been doing it, they built good momentum, but they're kind of like, if I up my prices, I'm going to lose on my clients.
I mean, that's a very specific scenario, the whole upping the prices, losing the clients thing. And it comes up more often than you'd think. Broad strokes, I would always ask the question, who are you now? And then, who would you like to be? And then, who now can help you become who you'd like to be? And it always comes back to the self, the understanding that the person in the middle of this storm in a teacup, in fact, the teacup in a storm, is you. You're the one who is steering it. You're the one who makes the decision at the end of the day. You have, I have, pretty much everyone we know collectively who is self-employed has had to have that pull yourself up by the bootstraps conversation and go, you know what? I'm leaving my job. I'm going to go and do it for me. And at that moment, you say to yourself, well, okay, this is who I am today, leaving my job. But tomorrow, who do I want to be? Do I want to be the person who's just left their job and is now running around like a headless chicken panicking? Or do I want to be the person who has gone, I've started something new?
Yeah.
Still scary. I talked a lot about fear in the last sort of 45 minutes. But it starts with you.
Yeah. And I think just to build on that from a marketing context, I had a realization yesterday when I was talking to a client at the time of broadcast, and they were like, it's how they react. So we were talking about their brand in Pacific, and for obvious reasons I won't go into detail, but we were talking about how I perceive their brand. And what really stood by to me was then how they reacted to my feedback on what I was saying about their brand, if that makes sense, right? Because it was like, hold on, this person sees me as a pinnacle marketing voice, and that's why they value what I'm saying, right? It doesn't actually matter, in a nutshell, what I said, right? It was actually, and it was something along the lines of, hey, we really appreciate that because you're a strong marketing voice, etc. And yet, like, clearly, and this is the thing I was going to bridge in when you communicate, when you market. If you want the clients that are going to send you around the country, you want the larger scope, you want the larger projects, you have to ask yourself from backwards, and this is exactly what I did, that's why I'm bringing it up. You have to ask yourself, what content would they consume? How can I get their attention for long enough to build trust with them? But also, how can I show them that I'm worth the call? I'm worth the investment. I'm worth the, because etc. Not even like, first it's the time, then it's the money, right? And I think for me, that's the key. And that's where I think, speaking personally in my own marketing from previously, that's where I potentially was wrong, or where I was doing things unoptimally or wrong. And that kind of bridges onto that thing of, if you're going to post daily, it won't be for everyone thing as well, right? Like, especially if you're looking at socials, you have to have a level of volume to be able to rise above the noise, to be able to show up enough so that people realize, okay, yeah, you are serious. And regardless, I guess in some ways, as maybe like a footnote on that, a sign of success sometimes is actually other people talking to you in a more negative connotation at times, right? And what I mean by that isn't a direct client. It could be a quote rival podcast, a old friend, a old person. And what I always ask myself is, what is their intention when they're coming with that information, or etc., and or do they have all the context, right? But I guess the question that comes from that is, kind of, we've answered it in regard to hate comments, but I guess it's, I've had it personally in my own personal network at times where people have said, like, especially when I'm trying to build like a side plan marketing wise, or a side like revenue stream potentially that hasn't started making money yet, it's like, yeah, but you should be doing your client work, yeah, but you should be doing the thing that previously worked, especially if that comes from your mother, your sister, your brother, your friends, your close people, the people who are close to you. I mean, how do you, or would you say to somebody, if you're going to, talk to them about that, how would you recommend they, I guess, challenge that, deal with that, articulate that, reflect on that, etc.?
Good question. When people come to you with commentary, we all get it. As I said before, I've had emails from people saying, love your content, stop selling every day. Which my answer is, thank you for your feedback,
but no.
but no. Not in so many words, although some days you would just like to go, well, fuck you, buddy. We don't do that. It's not particularly.
Yeah, but also just to quickly interject, you have every right to say, well, look, if you don't enjoy what I'm doing here, you can watch something else, right? And or read something else, or consume something, etc.
Again, context is everything. Thankfully, a lot of the time I can look at, I don't know, I never like to defer to data, but I can look at the numbers and go, well, has that person been subscribed to me for a long time? And if they have and they don't like the selling, and they still hang around, I know they can kind of ignore it and it's fine. But to come back to the question of commentary from outsiders, first, I would always, I caveat this with, you're a human being. Okay? You're a human. Humans react to things in very, very funny ways, whether or not you are a trained coach who knows how to be impartial, or you are a rocket scientist or an astronaut who is actually trained to be out in space when things are on fire. People react to things in very, very funny ways. So if somebody comes to you and says, "Oh, are you really enjoying what you do? Surely you'd just like to get a regular job." There might be no intention behind that whatsoever. It might be an innocent question. Or it could be them going, "Actually, I see that you've not made any money for 3 months and it looks like you're struggling a bit. Is there another option for you out there?"
Or, just to quickly interject, or it might be, shit, you're doing better than I thought you were going to do. Please go and get a job because it makes me feel better about not pursuing something.
I mean, personally, I've never experienced that. If it was ever to happen, brill, because obviously somebody is seeing a margin of success and they're then envious, what have you, But again, as we said before, how you receive what you're putting out into the world kind of ain't on you.
Yeah.
Or how someone else received it, should I say. But being able to open the conversation is important.
Yeah.
If the conversation is worth having. Sometimes it's just not worth having. Someone coming to you and saying, "Oh, looks like it's a bit of a difficult one, should you not have just stuck with X, Y, and Z?" Or, depending on who they are, what they know of you, what they've learned through your conversations, communication, family member, client, ex-client, audience member, whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes the conversation is not worth having because it just opens you up to expending your energy in a place where you're going to get no return. Sometimes it is worth having in that it's a learning opportunity for you, and that you can then potentially bring someone on side, or have them as a contrarian. Everyone loves a contrarian.
But that,
because
again,
they can teach you things.
Yeah.
And that then immediately weighs into, well, if somebody is being a contrarian and at some point they could potentially become a client, now I can learn something and I can then talk to them better.
Yeah. And well, that's what I was going to add. I think it's really contextual, but like for me, if it was maybe someone you connected to personally, like family or someone really close to you, in the nicest way possible, you need to, like, I always strip that line personally where I want to make sure they're heard, but also in the nicest way possible. Again, it goes back to that, it's not really your concern, right? Like, what I do with the business in the nicest way possible, unless they're like directly involved in it. But like, if it's just like my mother, or like, and this is not aiming at any of these people, like, but just examples, right? If it's my sister, or if it's my brother, or it's my mother, or girlfriend, etc., boyfriend, so on. Normally it comes from a place of care. Normally it comes from a place of, hey, shouldn't you be doing something that pays money, right? Or shouldn't it be like, in some ways they're saying, actually, hey, that thing you're currently doing, I don't personally believe it's going to do what you think, right? Because they look at the evidence, and it's ironic because at the start of a business, when I remember when I was having the idea of Partner Media in my head, I was like, everyone was saying to me, "Oh no, go get a job. Oh, it's not going to work because you don't have the track record." But now I have the track record of making it work across the period of time I've made it work. I'm like, I just personally ask myself, is this going to move what I'm trying to do faster, forward, or is there a level of learning that can happen, or both, right? And when I ask myself, I mean, I'll give you an example. At the time of broadcast, it's incredibly busy with client work. There's lots going on, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, nearly every single day is uncomfortable. This morning it would be like, actually, me doing this conversation with Tom, however valuable it may be, it's uncomfortable because I should be doing other things related to client work right now. However, in December, in January, when I'm going to look back and go, in November when you could have done that, when you could have weaved it in, and yes, it would have been uncomfortable, but you didn't, I can then not complain that things weren't busy if I don't keep things moving forward while simultaneously working everything else out. And I need to be okay with the fact that for me personally, I'm like, okay, cool, this is uncomfortable, but it's temporary, right? Me being uncomfortable right now is what is required of me from November. Okay, cool. So when we get to December, it will naturally become, because Christmas coming up, people spending time with, so on, right? I'll naturally have that release. So actually, me leaning into this comfortability is a learning opportunity. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but it will be a learning opportunity to go, okay, well, what is too much for me? Do you think people sometimes, I guess, stop before they hit that glass ceiling? Because I've always been of the view of you're maybe one email away when things are harder, especially looking at the current quote climate, right? Where people are like, oh, you're one email away, you're one post away from the opportunity that completely changes your business. Or your life in some ways as well.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you never know what's going to come around the corner. You never know. Because you are never around the corner till you are round the corner. I have hit the wall a number of times. Overloaded with work, overloaded with life, you know, bogged down by terrible employment, you know, whatever. And again, this cycles back around to understanding who you are today and who you would like to be tomorrow. It comes around to a boundary. You could say, okay, well, heart of hearts, this is what I want, this is my boundary, and this is what I'm going to stick to, having not lived it. And that's okay. You'll never know if it is or not, because you've not lived it. You know, again, context is everything. I can safely say that I never want to be without a pair of shoes and having to live outdoors. I've never done that, but I'm pretty sure I can say that I never want that to happen, you know?
Yeah.
But things like saying, actually, I never want to be in a position where I am, quote unquote, too busy. I never want to be in a position where clients demand of me more than my time is, you know, more than my capacity. Because at that point, I've then lost a boundary. I've then, I've given away a little bit of me. Yeah. You know, I've devolved something or dissolved something which I've worked so hard to put together because I've lived it before, and I know that I don't want to be in that place again. So it takes a lot of consideration to uphold those things. You know, whether it's sending daily emails, whether it's posting daily on LinkedIn, however you do it, and the message you put into that, it all comes from who am I today and who do I want to be tomorrow? Because you know that you can do it in a way which allows you to hold on to that stuff. I think maybe if we start to take our eye off that a little bit, it happens with humans. I do it, you know, now and again. I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
Far from it, you know.
If you've got long form content, this is why you and I, all three of us, love long form content, is that you have so much more opportunity with it. If you've put it through, I don't know, Riverside or whatever, and you've got yourself 50 clips, why would you not put all those 50 clips out?
For people who maybe don't know you, what starting advice would you give them if they're looking to build their, I'll use your terminology, ecosystem, right? Or they're looking to start out on video? What should we do?
First people advice, what are you trying to achieve? All right. What do you want to do? Because we're never going to tell you to do something you don't want to do. What we are going to say is, though, regardless of those things, you do have to lay your foundations down. And this is something that a lot of businesses don't do.
If you were going to give advice to either yourself 10 years ago or the other person 10 years ago, what would you say?
Be memorable. Be as memorable as you can be. And if you think you're boring, you possibly are, I'm not being rude, but that will be memorable in its own way. You can still find your audience.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today is going to be a bit of a roller coaster, I think deliberately. Today I'm with Alan and Emily from Yellow Tuxedo. Welcome to the show, guys. How's it going?
I just can't believe you've got us back for a podcast all these years later after knowing the first time.
It was great. I loved the first one, so I thought we'd want to do it in person this time.
It's just, you know what? It's just exciting. We like talking about what we do. We like chatting with other people. So this really is a kind of a
And we let you out of the house.
Oh, yeah. We had said that. We were just chatting to the others here. We're like, we don't get out of the house much. So when we do get out, it's like we have to remember to stop talking at times because we just sit opposite round our dining table working. So yeah, it's like we've escaped.
I love it. I can't wait. But before we get into it too much, what do you both think? It might not necessarily be the same thing, but what do you think's missing in marketing today?
Do you want to go first?
No, you can go first.
No, because we have this conversation quite a lot, and I think in terms of what's missing in marketing is simply the human touch. And I think we've got to the point now with a lot of small business owners where it gets quite formulaic because this is like how you market your business. And we forget sometimes that actually to be a bit more human, to realise to talk to people on a two-way street. You're really good at that, aren't you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I think you just basically handed it over to me because you ran out of what to talk about. Yes. I think there's two things, actually. I think there is that human touch. There's still there's a large desire to broadcast. Let's broadcast. When actually the conversation needs to happen. We still, audience growth is what we're talking about. And I think audience involves an interaction. I mean, this is all buzzwords, but the principles sound, right? So we want as businesses to grow an audience of people who want to follow us, fans of our brand and everything else. So human kind of touch is an important part of that. And you see that, I'm not going to diss any social media platforms, particularly LinkedIn, but LinkedIn's very broadcasty. I've done this. And you sometimes go through the comments and they might have 5 comments and they've replied to 1. And it's like, take the time to reply. We're all busy. Take the time to reply. The other thing I think's missing, and human connection is like the big thing, like this art, that's what we call it in Yellow Tuxedo. The other thing is what we call it sounds stupid. But I think so many people think they can do one thing. It's like, I'm just going to go networking. I'm just going to do LinkedIn. I'm just going to go on Instagram or TikTok. And you know what? For an extremely small percentage, that will be fine. For everyone else, it's what else are you going to do? I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And one of the kind of realizations, I'm gonna pick on LinkedIn a little bit. I'm okay with it, right? But it just gives some very good examples. But you see the LinkedIn kind of coaches, they go, oh, LinkedIn's this, I'll teach you to that. It's brilliant. I did this one post that got me 5 leads and all of this, but they're also on TikTok, on YouTube, on Thread, and that's fine, right? And when I say it's not just about other social platforms, it's collaborations, macro, email, right? You have to do more than one thing. And now I won't mention names, but we were chatting to an owner of a networking group where I'm really gutted, I can't remember the numbers, right? But they said quite a large amount of people had left recently. And of that amount who had left, a large percentage had left because their business had closed, right? Sad times for them. But in talking to them, the vast majority had only gone networking. There was no, I nearly said online ecosystem, but I got punched under the leg because it was like straight in with our jargon. But there was nothing else for the people they were connecting with to explore. And in this very modern world where we jump from platform to platform, we consume email, even WhatsApp, right? We've got a WhatsApp group off of the Funpreneurs Big Day Out this year, in June, but people are still chatting from that day. And we all work in different ways. So we have to accept that people work in different ways.
Yeah, I think that's really important because when I pivoted in May, as you may have seen the post, and I was doing certain things, like when we first met, really, really well. I was doing lots of things, but I was doing them really badly, right? And then through lots of things, I pulled back on loads of stuff. I was like, right, what do I actually want to spend a lot of my time doing? What do I think is actually best suited to the business? And what can I personally do to give the best, right? Yeah. To give my best. Anyway, fast forward to 2025 May, I basically then decided it's going to be yes and strategy. So as long as I can continue the consistency and everything that I'm sure we're going to get into and do it well, it'll be yes and. Yes and a live stream, yes and a podcast, yes and content, yes and reviews, yes and an unboxing, etc. And the key that I found was that's why I'm now successful. That's why I'm now busy, right? Yeah. It's not just a binary, oh, someone saw me at a networking meeting and that's why, right? I personally only do content now, but that's just because of just the nature of the business, time and leveraging.
It's efficient for you. It's efficient. It's totally efficient. That's why I love the fact when you said we're going live in this one today. I mean, absolutely. Why would you not? And if you can get past the confidence of being live on camera, you do that when you're talking to your customers directly. You don't go, sorry, can we just record this and send you this to you? You know, you would have that conversation. You'd have that in a shop. You'd have that in an office. So doing it as a live stream is so efficient. You get people who are watching live now, hopefully, lots of you. Thank you.
Mum.
Hi, nice. Hi, Mum. Can't even get onto an internet, let alone.
That is true.
But you do. But then you've got the content after that. Then you're going to slice and dice it and do what you do best. Why would you not be efficient like that? It makes total sense.
People asked me the other day, they were like, why do you just not live stream it? And I was like, well, I want my source. I want to add, I want to have the trailers on the front end. I want to be able to multi-cut, I want to, etc. I want to be able to either utilize AI or do my own clips, etc. And I think you can, like building off our original point at the beginning, I think you can do all of it, right? When should someone not though? Because we're talking as season pros, right? We're people who know we can do content quickly, right? We can distribute quickly, we can articulate quickly, we can articulate well, we know what we're doing. That isn't everyone.
No, it's not everyone. It's not at all.
Not everyone wants the same thing either, which is just as
that's a
important.
huge thing. Is that do you need to? Do you want to? Those two big directors there, but also. You're right. We are in the marketing sphere. You are in the market. It's
just for the record.
We're online visibility specialists.
Of course. We're not marketing.
And that's a very big thing. And we
don't use the dirty word.
No, marketing's a thing, right? We're not that because we don't want to be in someone else's business and to get to under. We want to help you be more efficient, and that's a massive thing for us: efficiency and time and space to be able to do the things you want to do. When it comes to a muggle. I know that's a question you asked before. As a muggle, not everyone's got all of those skill sets. I completely understand that. But also, what are you trying to achieve with it? Where are you trying to get to with it? We need to obviously show best practice of what you could do and how far you could stretch content. Because obviously, if we can do that, we can help teach that as well. And we can show, like, we are doing this and we've reaped all of these rewards from doing X, Y, Z. When it comes to, I don't know, a forest bathing instructor or an artist or a plumber, they're not always going to have that skill set. But it doesn't always matter. I think we always show best, and I put a post on LinkedIn just yesterday, and all the marketers in the world are going, Emily, shut up. But in terms of email marketing, so I have a client I work with on a regular basis. It's a great story, isn't it?
No, I was thinking about the marketers all DMing you, but they didn't actually happen.
This is best practice for email marketing. Yeah. But he's been sending out a newsletter. We worked on a strategy back in the spring, and we worked on a strategy, and he's been creating it, and he's doing it for himself, because we're very much about doing it for yourself if you can. And then about a week ago, he realised that all of his subject lines for the last 6 months had main newsletter. And he hadn't changed, he didn't know how to change his subject line. And then he was beating himself up about the fact that, I haven't thought about the strategy behind my subject lines, and I haven't thought about how to get them in the hook and what the hook should be and how long it should be and all the things that we kind of over-process in our heads. His open rate was 38%. Brilliant, fantastic. I'd love 38%. And his click-through rate was 4.6. Like, nothing had changed. Those percentages were fine. But we kind of put ourselves on this, you should be doing this, and you should be up here, and this should be the better, and you can't do this for yourself. But ultimately, yes, he could outsource that and get an email marketing company to kind of really shine and polish it. Would they always get the same return? I don't know. We don't always know that sort of grey area between the black and white. We don't know it. I think if you're at a point where you want to be out there a lot and you want to do video and you really can't pick up the camera, that's when, yes, absolutely, find someone who can help you to do that, because the block to the tech shouldn't be the reason that you're not doing something. So someone can always come and help you out that way. I think you want to say, Chachi in the corner.
No, I mean, I agree. I think you have to choose a medium to start with, though, right? Like for me, I just did video because it was the one that suited me best, right? Now, you would say, and I would say, I need to be doing more. Yeah, absolutely. But I need to be doing it more sustainably, right? So when I do email marketing, I'm going to do email marketing in my way properly, right? When I do blog writing again, it will be properly. I've tested it. I know what I'm going to do. I know how I'm going to do it. But I don't turn on those taps until I know I'm going to be able to keep those taps running. The same thing with the live stream, the same with etc. Like I'm in a very grateful place, but still a stage where time is the main barrier, because I only have a certain amount of time. We're recording this like towards the middle of October. This won't be out until December, the pre-recorded version, and that's simply because the only way I can be consistent is by doing it. When I have a window of time to record some shows, I record some shows, and then I bank them and so on. For people who maybe don't know you, what starting advice would you give them if they're looking to build their, I'll use your terminology, ecosystem, right? Or they're looking to start out on video, they're looking to start out with blog writing, etc. How? What should we do?
Well, all right. So I think the answer to this is also a carry-on point from what you were just talking about. You'll turn on the taps when you're ready. And that's really important. So it has to, you have to start with what are you trying to achieve?
Yeah,
that's the first thing, right? What do you want to achieve? Because if you go, I want global domination, then you get a list like this, right? And if you go, nah, I just want to, actually, we got someone we can talk about. So Callie, client of ours, member of the Digital Circus, the team community we founded. And I remember when we first started, she said something like this: I'm just trying to make enough money to take the family on holiday, right? So she joined the Digital Circus. We've been working with her. She comes to the group sessions. There's no one-on-one in it particularly, other than just answering the odd question. And recently she's got, it's all kind of kicked in and working. I'm getting so many inquiries organically now that she said, I don't need to post on social media. And we take that as a win, right? She takes it as a win because she's got, she can pick and choose what she does. And we're going, we don't see social media as a bad thing, but it can be a bad thing if you're feeling you have to do it to help you get to where you're going, right? Because then the mindset's different. But for her, she's like, well, I just do the odd posts for the people who are trying to validate me, but actually everything's coming in through the online ecosystem she's built. And that's really good. So going back to first people advice, what are you trying to achieve, all right? What do you want to do? Because we're never going to tell you to do something you don't want to do. What we are going to say is, though, regardless of those things, you do have to lay your foundations down. And this is something that a lot of businesses don't do. And the foundations are as simple as making sure your website's working for you. Because if we hear again, I paid someone $1,000 to build my website, but it doesn't do anything, we go, why is it doing nothing? You do. You don't. You say, why is it doing nothing? Why? It should be bringing you in kind of visitors into your audience, into your ecosystem. And then it's going to build it out from that. How are you going to nurture your audience? You've got to choose something. So it could be like social media. I recommend email. So an off-platform audience is always better than an algorithmic platform. And email's so powerful because they want to be there. They give you permission to email them and there's no algorithm, right? Or even what you could do a WhatsApp group if you only want a small client base, so keep in touch with them. And then you build it out from there. So that's what you do. You align it to your goals, start with the website and build out. And the simplest thing of your website is imagining it like your shop, right? Like Tesco's and everything else. The way we explain...
Or other supermarkets are available.
Other supermarkets are available. We can talk about Aldi in a minute. We like that as well. They've got a good example to bring up. But think about your ecosystems, and what you're doing is building your Tesco's. And then this inner circle is like your kind of club card customers, right? And then the outer circle of this ecosystem is all of the Tesco's advertising, branding, touch points and everything else, which we would call virtual doors into your ecosystem. You're just building it out like that. But the second you put something online that's not connected up, not optimized, not leading back into your it's just a wasted opportunity. It's just a standalone post doing nothing, or a standalone directory entry or whatever, just not really connecting up. So make sure it's connected up. Start slow, align it to
and know where you're trying to get to and how people are going to find you. The biggest thing, we talk a lot about keyword strategy with that kind of more SEO hat on, and I think so many people haven't even done that work to start off with. Like, what do you want to be known for, and how is someone going to find you? And I think when we talk about Google quite a lot of the time, it's just one huge bookshelf, right? It's one big library. It's a really clever robot, but it's not a mind reader. And I think if you don't know what you want to be known for, how is Google ever going to know what you're known for as well?
It's such a good analogy. If you think of Google as a library, okay, so you've built your website, you've written a book, not literally, metaphorically written a book, right, your website.
Well, lots of people are writing books.
I know,
these
that's
days,
why. And it's like, what a lot of people do is, I've got my website, open the door to the library, Google, and throw it in and walk out. Yeah. Right? How the heck do you find that? Whereas what you need to do is almost anchor it down within the library, tell Google what space it needs to go on, so then people can find it. And then what happens is this unbelievable thing, Google will show it to people who are looking for it. Wow, like that, it's like, it's there, it's all there.
Is that all going to change though? With AI?
We have this conversation a lot, and AI is changing the world. We know it's changing the world, but at this point right now, it still has to be human-led. There's an element of human-led there, and to a point where AI completely takes over the world when the robots are, and we're going to be, proper, War of the Worlds, which could be tomorrow, you never know. But we still have to have what is right now, and right now is the fact that we need to be really crystal clear. It's still machine learning, where it's looking at human content, feeding that machine, and we still need to be front and centre with that up until they tell us otherwise. So we can't predict the future.
Well, because the problem is, right, like, unless you're CEO of AI company, right, you could use OpenAI, you could use one of the others, Google, etc. You may know the future, yeah, but you haven't built it yet. You don't know it 100% is going to happen. So we might just be in a world like everyone's going, well, what happens when when I can plug as much video as I've got into me, and then I've got an AI version of me that looks as identical, has the same nuance, everything. But that might never come, ever. It might, sure, and you should be planning in some ways with your head and go.
Crystal ball out, everybody.
Isn't this like 3D TVs? They said 3Ds were coming, they came, and then they disappeared.
And then they disappeared, yeah.
Yeah, because it didn't actually. I think. Sorry.
No, I say in terms of what AI especially on from the Google platform is right now, is that if you're looking for a short, sharp answer, absolutely front and center will be the AI generated answer, and it will give you that. It'll still give you the links to play. If someone's looking for an in-depth conversation, or they still need to have that human at the other end of that website to interact with, they're looking for a videographer, they're looking for a plumber, they're still going to have to get to that website at some point, and they're still going to want to interact with you, and they're still going to want to ask you questions and look at your FAQs and all of the things that we should be doing anyway. That's not going to change even if AI takes over the world, because they still need to talk to a human at the end of that transaction.
It's different intention, isn't it? Asking AI to write you a blog is very different to going, I'm looking for a plumber, I'm looking for an online visibility specialist, I'm looking for...
people looking for online visibility specialists.
And the other thing, I think there's a huge opportunity for... We touch on lots of things in our model, but we can talk a bit about SEO and email marketing, content marketing, but SEO in this one. So if you don't optimize it, how does it get found, in our library analogy? It can't, or it can, but it will take a lot longer. The other thing is I saw a fascinating post about AI shopping, which, to be honest, I hadn't quite explored until I read this post. And it was like the opportunity for the small businesses from AI shopping, because the AI is using different search terms. So when you go local glasses to me or something like that, rather than it going glasses, it's going best glasses for 2025 in Hampshire and things like that. So it's using broader search terms, which is the world of the small business, because the big businesses own all the short tail keywords. Our small businesses, we want the long tail, because we get a narrower audience who will be more engaged because we're answering their search query. Whereas, supermarket, going back to supermarkets, will be owned by a supermarket, right? So a small supermarket won't own that, but a supermarket specialising in local produce in Hampshire, best in 2025, all of a sudden AI is liking that. So there's a huge opportunity by ensuring you're there for when AI is looking for these answers. Yeah, that AI shopping was new to me. I find it quite interesting.
Do you think marketing's too complicated for solo people now?
We make it complicated.
I think business is complicated.
There's
so much bloody noise, isn't there?
This is why we started our business, is the fact that it's a really noisy space. And my LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok now is filled to the brim of adverts for marketeers who are telling you what you should be doing, or buy this here. And I don't bloody well know. I don't know. It's too much. And if you are a muggle type person who's not really into marketing, it can feel really overwhelmed. It can. I get overwhelmed, and I know what we should be doing.
I feel it oppressive is what I've been saying. Yeah. It's like if you're a business owner, like small solopreneur, freelancery type business, I feel that the kind of narrative and noise is like an oppressive cloud of you should be doing this. Yeah. And you've got, people like, I'm trying to think of big business, Alex Hormozy, Gary Vee, the big influencers going, you need to do this. You've got coaches on LinkedIn going, you need to do this. You've got marketeers telling you to do this. Yep. We're telling you to do something. And it's like, which one do you listen to? Because some are similar, some are not. It's like, it is.
And I think it really is simple. You can extrapolate as much as you want. You can be really simplified. You can do everything like we were talking about earlier. You can do all of the things. No one can tell you you're wrong to do that. That's why I always get quite frustrated when you hear the influencers just do one thing and do this. Well, that's fine if it works for you, but you may want to do more. And in fact, fill your boots, crack on, do you. And I think what's missing these days is that we're so focused on the structure of marketing that we forget the creativity of marketing. And like, I look at our social, not ours, we look at other people's social media, and it's like really transactional. Small business world is, I have a thing to sell, buy my thing, I'm going to target my ideal client, talk to my ideal client, and hopefully you buy my thing. But you look at the big brands, like we were talking about Aldi before, weren't we? Or any other big, they're so creative and fun and not taking themselves seriously, or just connecting with you on that human level. They don't overthink the fact that they haven't done 5 LinkedIn posts this week and done this over there and sent that email. They don't do that. So we need to actually look at those bigger brands and go, how can we make our life simpler, show up the way we want to show up, and stop worrying about the fact that, TikTok's done this new algorithm change this week, and that's done over there, and that person's telling me to do this, and I should do this. Like, breathe. just breathe and do you.
Done's better than perfect any day of the week.
Well, that example of the email
Exactly
son, he got it out ultimately. The message in his email was brilliant. He still got people clicking through in that email. Yes, he could have been shiny with a really profound, opening statement.
I got really excited on our email. So we send a weekly newsletter on a Thursday. It's a kind of, we share some thoughts on kind of the business world and what we do, with some hints and tips and some other, and community news and blah, 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 it goes out. And I started adjusting the subject line, and I noticed the open rate went up by 10%. I'm like, Emily, I've worked out how to increase a 10% open rate.
You hadn't.
No, I hadn't. And so the next week I followed the same formula, 10% increase, next week 10%, week after 10%, and then week after, same thing, no, back down to normal. So I was like, well, hold on, what's going on here? Look, the 6 weeks that it had gone up with the 6 week summer holidays. So we'd increased the 10%, So the point is, the subject line did nothing, but the summer holidays, people were sitting there reading our email who were usually rushing around. And it's like, that's fantastic. But there's me thinking I was really clever, securing the best kind of subject lines ever, taking ours up from about 38 to 48, when the reality was, it was just the summer holidays, which is good.
I think people, they don't, because sometimes people use it as an excuse, right? I'm slow because it's Christmas. I'm slow because it's the summer. I'm slow because da-da-da-da-da. But then I have a conversation with someone, and I'll just use MySpace as an example. So I have a conversation with a videographer. They'll be like, I haven't had any jobs in, things are really slow. Da-da-da-da. I was like, okay, but when did you last show your work? When did you last write a blog? When did you last make a YouTube video? When did you last make a passion project? So on, so on, so on, so on. And I guess there's a level of a self-accountability that you need to have yourself. So like for me, regardless how busy I am, Brandon Media will be the top paying client in respect to my output, because I know, unfortunately, right or wrong, some clients will still work with me. Other clients will choose to go different ways, go different paths, whatever. So I need to make sure there's a bloodline constantly, refilling that pipeline. And even though now, as the time we record this, I'm basically not looking for any more work to a 25 at all. Not really at all. But grateful place to be. But I still should be having the marketing turned on so that when we hit 26, I'm busy still. Right? It's not going to be magic. It's not going to just appear. And I guess that leads into a question of like, is it just doing those things and building those reps that you like, I'm going to commit to doing video because I love video, I love etc. Or I'm just going to do email, etc. And do we sometimes get dragged away from shiny things? Like, oh, shorts are really strong right now and I need a podcast and everyone's got a podcast and then people are doing live streaming and da-da-da-da-da.
And that's the conversation we have so often with our clients, especially clients within Digital Circus as well, is that there is no magic bullet, right? There is no, but what you do need to do.
There isn't a magic bullet, realistic. I know we've said and we've said human connection.
It's doing the bloody work. It's
just working hard, right?
And like you can we're all adults, well, majority of us are adults. A lot of
Adulting is the biggest con in the world ever.
Well, we can tell. We have a structure and it works for us, right? And we're not going to say it doesn't work because but we spend a lot of time doing those things. It does take time, and yes, there are 2 of us. I get that, but it still takes time. We still run a family around it. We still try and do other things.
We have to make twice the wage.
We have to make twice the wage in our business. There is no plan B, so we have to do the work. And I can repeat it over and over to someone, going, yeah, but you haven't done that, and you keep saying I will get round to it. Just have some self-discipline and do it. And if you do the thing and it doesn't work for you, at least you can come back and say I've tried, and then I'm going to maybe work on the next shiny thing if you really need to. But until the point where you just sit down, commit and go, this is going to take time. I have to find the time in my week. I only have these amount of hours in my day, but I'm going to have to sit down and do it at some point. Just do the thing, and then stop getting blindsided by TikTok or Clubhouse. is Clubhouse even still alive? No, it's not, is it? But we all run to it.
But it's okay when it fills a space, because we know people who did quite well out of Clubhouse.
Of course, but
it's fine.
But it's not long
Thing is, I
term.
think it's a bandwidth thing, though. Right? Like, I had this conversation with Chris a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about, like, you should be doing the authenticity, the add value piece, etc., stuff like this. But if you can trend jack on top of all of that, then absolutely you bloody should. Right? Because it will add into your overarching, the number of views I can obtain, which means conversion, blah, 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 blah. But if it's to sacrifice the value add, just can it off, don't do it. Right, is my view, and it's purely a bandwidth question, and that's why I think you've got to have some level of tough love either from someone else or yourself, which is I think what you were talking about like you've just got to get it done, right? I don't think, and maybe you've had this in friends and yourself as well, but like for me, unless you're close to me, I don't think people quite realise how hard I work, right? Everyone's like, come on, you're visible all the time, you're everywhere, da, da, da. Yeah, but that's because I work literally every single fucking hour of the day, right? And it's not that I'm just like, cause there's then the smart versus the working hard argument, right? But the thing is with AI, if you're working smart hard for the same amount of hours I am, and it's just compounding on top of it, right? So I think it's not just a binary of, oh, I use AI and then I can go and chill for the 5 hours, right? Because it saved me 5 hours. What you should actually be doing is, it saved me 5 hours, so I can do 5 hours more work of the work only I can do, right? And then you actually 5 times more or etc.
Yeah, or the thing you love, like within it. So, you know, networking's a great example. And it's like, actually, even driving here. So we live half an hour away, and we're chatting to you for an hour, let's just say. And so that's 2 hours, but that 2 hours doesn't factor in walking, parking, popping, you know, so it's 2.5, it's possibly 3 hours. Yeah. It's actually, if I'm brutally honest, an inefficient use of our day, right? Yeah. Because we've squeezed everything in the school run, but actually we want to do it, we want to do this. And those systems, those automations and the AI, whatever you're doing, allow the things you want to do to happen. So yeah, whether you're replacing it with something else or adding more in, or you're going, actually, I just want to talk to people. So I was chatting to an AI guy, James, I met from Ireland the other day, and we were talking about an AI CRM that looks at your entire online
Stop
presence.
giving the idea away, because someone's going to go and build it.
Yeah,
and
but
we're
I'm quite
gonna miss
happy
that
someone
one.
else built. We're not about to build it, right? But it was kind of, I don't actually want this, because it does something I don't want. I'd rather do so. But to the extent where it looks at your entire online presence, so it will factor in likes on posts, comments, email open rates, previous stuff, bookings, DMs and everything. And if someone went past the trigger, using AI audio, it could send them a voice DM, because that's our thing, voice notes, and it go, hey there, it's Alan here, blah, blah, blah. Would you love a virtual cuppa? You know, I haven't spoken to you in ages, or would love to get to know you. Here's a link. And as much as I would feel that's not quite cool, what that would actually allow me to do is just focus on the chatting to people rather than working out who to chat to. And I really like that idea. I don't know how happy I would be with it sending a voice AI note, but we've played with it.
At least a trigger who you need to go and send a message to.
Absolutely. So if someone wants to build that, just give us a shout when you've done it, because we've got other things to do, like go on adventures, take people to Palms Park for the day. We have to talk about some fun stuff at some point.
Absolutely. I mean, just quickly on the voice cloning note, like that you can, like now, as of today.
We use Riverside, we've played with it. It's brilliant.
Alan said to me,
absolutely clone your voice,
I could
period.
not tell the difference. Yeah. He played something to me and he said, do I sound all right? Does my microphone sound a bit tinny? And I went, no, it sounds really good. He went, yeah, it's not me.
I put a post out on LinkedIn with it. I put a post out. It was, so I got the audio, and then over the top of it, I did a video of me doing like a phone jacker voice going like this, and put it out, and people go, no, it sounds just like you. So I thought it did as well.
Scary.
You know, so I think, moving back to the what we started the conversation on, like we might get to there with video, right? We might, right? But the thing is, then I go back to my previous conversation about working smart. Okay, well then technically, if we've all got that ability, I could technically script this entire podcast if I wanted to, or get AI to, and then we could have a 45-minute podcast that we weren't even there to do. Now, should we? That then comes a question, right? Because is the energy going to be different? Yes, AI can mimic us, but the nuance, is it ever going to... we don't know, right?
And also, in terms of your own self...
It exists. Come back to it. It exists. I watched a video this morning on it.
but forgetting the output, it's surely about your own sort of, I don't know, self-gratification of enjoying to do these.
As I was going to say, but surely if you enjoy podcasting,
you want to
surely that's
doing that.
counterintuitive.
You wouldn't AI it out if you enjoy doing it.
No,
I think
but
that's
what
the
we're
point.
saying is like we can get so far from it, but ultimately, what is the end of it? What's the ROI? You know, the ROI would be, yes, getting some efficient content created, but the ROI also has to be
You're so businessy.
I'm sorry.
You said ROI and ideal
I wrote a
client
blog
today.
that had ROI on it this week, and I kind of felt dirty.
Honestly, who even are you? You've changed.
Yeah, it's like, it's what you're trying to get out of your business. And I think something Alan and I have been exploring recently in terms of time and space in your business and what your bigger picture is. Actually, we don't get into business to go, what else can I do to be really efficient today? Like you go
unless your goal is,
But also you choose your chosen field because of your love of the field, or the fact that you want to be outdoors more, or you want to chat to people, or you want to, whatever that is for you. I don't know what everyone else's sort of end goal is, but for me, I like humans. I really like humans. Well, some humans, not all humans, won't they? But I want to.
No, we like chatting.
I think in a world where I could not chat to another human being again, I'd be really, really flipping lonely, and I don't want that. So yeah, AI might be efficient, but I'm still going to want these kind of interactions.
Yeah, but that's for me. That right? Hold on. AI video. So I watched a Casey Neistat on YouTube this morning. I think it only came out last night or this morning. And there's a new TikTok. I think it's called Saru or Sura or something like that, by OpenAI. When you start it up, you scan your face like this, and then you go video of me 1930s James Bond style thing, and then you get an AI video of you. And he did a whole video of it, and he was talking about it's cool, but it's slop, and he explained why. And he said I'm not anti it actually, but so go and watch that. That's worthwhile. So it does exist. Whether it exists for 1 hour long form, I don't know, but that'd be interesting to see.
It's how you take that and use it, isn't it? It's like if you're taking the piss out of yourself, absolutely. That's a great example of being able to use that kind of filterage type thing. We've had filters on your phones for bloody years. It's just not using that as gold for your business, and that's not expecting that's going to be the magic bullet.
I think there was also, there's lots of trends that me and James talked about for ages. James Gale, whose space we're sat in, but like for me, we talk about like there's a monkey vlogging and like stupid shit like that. There's this is actually really creative, and this is actually part of the creativity process, right? And that doesn't take away from like me AI and myself. And I think actually, are we ever going to get to a world where we're completely AI? Probably not. I don't think society will accept it, to be honest.
Are we going to be?
Will we have the tech to do it? Sure, probably, yeah.
I just feel like we're going to be, that Disney film WALL-E, when actually they're in a spaceship, there's big fat blimps just going around because they haven't. That's how I feel we're probably never going to get to, but maybe.
Our kids can tell us. We won't know. What's the other thing I was going to say?
You're not the interviewer, by the way.
No, I know. It was just following on the points. But the AI thing, I think, is still, it's there for the things that aren't in your zone of genius or you don't want to do. And I think that's no different to outsourcing, right? No. People outsource their social media because they can't get their head around it, don't know what to do, don't know how to do it.
Or just have no interest in doing it.
Or don't have any interest.
But they understand they need it for the business, right? Yeah. They want the visibility. They understand that opportunities will come if they're on it. Yeah. But the idea of them doing it is like, no.
Especially as, going back to, like, whatever your goal is probably the most important thing, with your why and everything else. And if you've got, Emily mentioned forest bathing, we've got a client who's a forest bathing instructor. She wants to go forest bathing, right? That's what she wants to do. She wants to take people forest bathing. Does she want to sit there doing short form, blog, SEO? Probably not. No. So why would you not utilise what is about to do it? Now, we always say to a certain extent you should still input, because actually if you truly outsource your social media,
it's never going to be you.
It's never going to be you, right? It's really difficult to get it right. And actually AI would probably be more you than outsourcing it to an individual, right? A human being, which is...
Especially if you become skilled at training AI, right? Which is the important element, right? Yeah. A lot of commonalities is people open ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, whatever you're using, and go, write me a social media post for X business, right? And then they're like, why does it sound robotic? Why does it sound weird? Because what they're not doing is saying, here's stuff I've written, here's what I've said, here's my terminology, here's the words I use, here's the word I don't use, etc. And then once you do that, it's like, well, it actually will be pretty close. And then you should tweak it, and you should read it, and you should adapt it, right? And you mentioned Gary Vee earlier. He still writes 95% of his posts, right? Now, right? So yes, he's a big influencer, he has lots of team, but if he's capable of doing it, what's really your excuse for not doing it? Like, really?
Yeah. And this is exactly it. He's like probably the most hard-working person on the planet. I don't think he ever sleeps, does he, at Gary Vee? He never does.
Don't know.
But it's like,
do you live with him?
No, close to one with the energy level. Thank you very much. I don't even know what my point was. Oh no, it's like, yeah, there is no excuse. And if you want it bad enough, you bloody well just do it.
Thing is, I think he does, because he talks about sleep all the time. He says I get 8 hours, but that doesn't matter. The 16 hours I'm awake is what matters.
That's what is mattering with it,
right?
exactly.
His output within the 16 hours is so efficient and so well done that he can outperform. And he's also been doing it a billion years, right?
There is that other point, right? If we're going to talk about social media for a second, and you know, okay, so I'm one of the believers that volume is key. Actually, I'm okay with vanity metrics. I think they're an indicator. So if you've got one like and you've got 1,000 likes, I think it's fair to say that there's a potential that your 1,000 like account may bring you in more kind of inquiries. Could, right? Probably will, could.
Depends on how engaged that one person is.
I know, because someone will prove me wrong. You are right.
But if you were taking a broad generalization, you would say if I'm hitting 100k, like I am right now, roughly every month, and someone's hitting 10k, I'm probably going to have more inquiries, probably going to have more people talking about my brand and my business and me than someone who's 20 or 30k.
I think that's fair to say. What was my point? But I think one of the challenges, especially if we're going back to small business owners, solopreneurs, is the long post, right? A lot of posts are long, whereas going back to Gary Vee, lots of his are extremely short, and they're a repurposed piece of content. They're not fresh content. They're a video he did 5 years ago that, whether he's got AI editing it or he's got an editor editing it, he's bringing back out, he's repackaging and everything else. And we shared some online visibility Christmas tips in a newsletter, just to help people get their heads around it. And it sounds unbelievably crazy, but coming up with some optimized content, so content that will appear when people are looking for an answer, that could be around something Christmassy, will work for you on your socials, on your newsletter, and in the kind of search engine results every single year. Every single year. So it's once again, we're back to efficiency.
And it is efficiency. And I just think in a small business bubble that we all kind of sit within, there's this kind of almost, we protect our mental health, where we go, it's okay.
You're going there, you're brave.
No, it is, because we protect it from being...
I went to vanity metrics, you're going to mental health.
Protecting your time, you don't want to overload the system, don't do too much more, you don't need to put 50,000 quality over quantity, or all those things that we hear.
Is that an excuse though?
It's not an excuse.
No,
I don't believe it is.
The anti-hustle noise drives me up the wall.
And I just think if you've got, and it comes back to being efficient, so if you've got long form content, and this is why you and I, all three of us, love long form content, is that you have so much more opportunity with it. If you've put it through, I don't know, Riverside or whatever, and you've got yourself 50 clips, why would you not put all those 50 clips out?
So hold on, let's break that down, right? You do one video, okay? So you film an hour-long conversation, you put it on YouTube, gets 10 views, okay? Fine. You live stream it to 4 platforms, okay? All 4 of them get 10 views. You've now got 40 views, right? If you then take the recording, do a bit of tidying up and put it on YouTube in December, like you said, you've now got 50 views, right? You take that recording, you chuck it through, whether you want to do it manually or an open AI thing, you're sat here going, what the heck do I put on social media for the next month? And let's say you come up with 10 shorts that all have 10 views again, and 10 views on each of the 3-4 platforms you repurpose it onto, which you can automate. All of a sudden, your 110 view has got 1,000 views. And if they're the same 10 people multiple times, then you're hitting multiple touch points with those people, so they're more likely to convert into warm audience.
And I don't think people should demonise doing more if you want to, because if you have capacity and you want to, fair play to you.
There was a lot of noise, wasn't there, for a while?
For a long time, it was just like do less and be more efficient. And
but I'm not hitting my goals. But
if you're only putting 3 posts on Instagram a week and you're wondering why you're not getting sales, mate, come on. Again, what else can you do to amplify? And I think, when we were advertising the Funpreneurs Big Day Out back in June.
Thank God, I've been working out how to crowbar it in.
But I'm there telling your close family and friends, could you please, if you see a post, share it. But the stuff you do as a small business owner. My mum's like, Ems, when are you going to share it? Like, I can't find it. Even my mum can't see that post because they don't see it, and we know what algorithms are like. We know it pushes you further away from people, so you have to do more because that person may not see that one post out of your 3 that week. But if you are consistently putting stuff out, that is still quality because the original content is quality.
But it's also like, what is value? That's down to the market to choose. That's quantitative in regards to like the person watching it, not you, right? Me giving as much business advice for an hour, you guys giving the business advice for an hour, if you're not a business owner, it's not very valuable.
Yeah, but they have that thumb. They can scroll.
It's just like, don't watch it, especially on an interest card base. You just won't be served it. It's you won't even see it, right? So you don't even know it exists.
But yeah, people are not going to be offended because they've seen that one short 3 or 4 times. They've already seen it or not seen it. They are just going to scroll past. I think we take it far too personally that we're interrupting people's lives. And like you said, most of the time they haven't even seen it in the first place, and you're not interrupting anybody.
Yeah, do you know one of the other things? I think this all fits in. If we're sharing kind of thought process and tips, was the make sure that we prefer target audience to ideal client, but make sure your target, you're only connected with your target audience. Don't do it. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you remove potential opportunity? So we don't remove people who aren't in our target audience. We just allow it to build because we want fans of our brand. We want people to know the name Yellow Tuxedo. We want people to talk about it. But then what you get is opportunity. And you said this earlier about people who say, oh, there's no business in December. Rather than saying there's no business in December, why don't you go, what could I sell this December? Because people are definitely spending money in December, right? They may be spending it on something else. And let's use forest bathing. Nicola, hi Nicola.
She'll be watching.
She'll be fine with this. Let's use forest bathing Nicola again, right? Nicola takes people forest bathing. That's what she do. I don't know if Nicola would say this, but absolutely I could imagine she could go, December's not as busy for me, right? Because people are partying or whatever. But you could bring out a gift voucher. You could bring out some in-home experience that could be bought in a box. I know she does forest bathing in a box. There are other opportunities. A range of waterproof jackets Nicola could bring out that would be brilliant for the winter because she goes forest bathing if she wanted to. There is a plethora of
you got plethora. It only took you.
Well, it took us ages to get to Thumpernose Big Day Out and plethora. That's one of our buzzwords.
We have like a business bingo lingo type thing, and plethora comes
Plethra's
out.
on our list, yeah.
Plethora comes out a lot.
So, and that's the thing. I want to go, what can I do differently? And once again, it might take time. So you could have a conversation with AI and go, December always feels busy. This is my business. What could I do differently? You could ask your community you're a member of, like the Digital Circus.
We've had Decembers where we've thought we were going to be quiet. They have been our busiest months, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, you used to say December's quiet, and I used to say, can you stop saying that? Because there's no logic for December's being quiet. And then we literally got an inquiry on the 31st of November for this fantastic project that led us up to Christmas, which we then stopped for 2 weeks to spend it with the kids. Right?
I think the key, and I think originally it was Alex Emosi who said it, but if no one, like not every single person on the planet knows you, then you need to market more.
Yeah, I do agree.
Like, simple as that. And I keep having multiple points whenever I do a podcast, whenever I do an event, etc., where like, I think someone said it in the event I did in September. I forget who exactly it was, but it doesn't matter. The point still stands, which is like, well, actually, you're marketing too much. Someone said, I'm marketing too much. I said, okay. But then someone literally within the same room said, in the second after that, they said, yeah, but not every single person in the world knows Colton, therefore no, then he hasn't. Because the thing is, yes, I may not want work as of today's live stream, necessarily, okay? If the right project comes in and I can make it work, cool, yes, sure. But as I said earlier, I will want work in January, February, March, April, so on. And the thing that people don't understand or don't think about sometimes when they do marketing is you need to front load it by 3 months for it to then work. Because it takes time for people to firstly see the content, then go, actually, hold on, do I even want to, what does this person sell? What the fuck? Like, who, what, do I even like this person? And then once they're there.
It takes a long time to go from,
It's also some people are, really slow burn. We had a speaking gig 2 years ago now, when we were in Bournemouth, a speaking gig 2 years ago from someone who had been, she'd known us from our previous business, which was in the events industry. That was back in 2012. She'd been following us. She's one of those lurker type people who had never interacted with us, had never liked or commented but
we weren't connected on any
platforms. But she'd gone, I see everything you're doing. I really want you on my stage. Will you be there? And like, that was a 10-year burn, man. Like, it was a really long, but you can't, work out when those opportunities are going to be.
But
there.
you could have stopped 2 years. You could have stopped 2 years ago, and it wouldn't have. You won't have quote hit the glass ceiling with it.
Yeah.
Totally right.
Going back to the Alex Hormozy talking about, does everyone in the world know? Look, we have to go, right. We are huge advocates on aligning it to your goal and business on your terms, right? So some people are not going to want everyone in the world to know who they are. But there was this other one I quite liked, another quote from an influencer who basically said, if you are not full up, market harder. if you are full up, increase your prices.
Yeah.
And I just feel we all get caught up in the noise, get caught up in the narrative, get caught up in all of this. And I think there are some someone once asked us, we were talking about our online visibility model, and they went, how much time a week would you spend in this, doing this? And we went, as much spare time as we have, because that we are putting into our business. Because if we're not doing that, then we should only not be doing that because we're full up, or we're at the capacity we are choosing to be at. And when we're at the capacity we're choosing to be at, then we're going on holiday. We're going to the park with the kids. We're going on adventures because this is our, that's what we want to do. So
But that's your decision to make, right?
Absolutely.
That's your life choice, and that's why it irritates me when people go, "I don't have the work-life balance I want." Right? It's like, well, especially if you're an entrepreneur, it really irritates me because I'm just like, then take on less work and be okay with making less money.
Adjust what you do, change your business plan if you need to, come up with a slightly higher ticket item, potentially, right? That might help with that.
I mean, there's a reason we're not in Barbados just yet.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but do you want to be on Bobby? Do you
Well,
want to
I'm
be?
not going to say no if someone buys me a flight ticket. Okay, no, I don't want.
You know we don't.
We don't want to, but we've designed it, and we talk about it's again so buzzwordy. We talk about what life work blend, and it's going to be very much incorporated our lifestyle, and we can't, we don't have capacity to be 1,000% all the time. We can't. We'd burn out, but. We do get the time with our kids. We do get to spend time together. Alan and I work together as best friends and partners, lovers, all that. That's really, I know. We've chosen that. However, if we want to be more, we have the tools, we have the knowledge. We could really scale it up if we wanted to, but we choose at this point to hold back a little bit. But when we want to be, we will be in Barbados.
Yeah. Well, what we have done, we've integrated. So we're evolving Yellow Tuxedo a little bit as well. So not only do we show people how to do online visibility, which really is about them having efficiency, simplicity, time and space. So when they are marketing hard, it's actually working harder for them. It helps it become more efficient. So rather than throwing
higher leverage,
Yeah. But the other thing we're bringing online is back to this kind of whole time and space and efficiency. We're bringing on some events, right? So we do the Funpreneurs Big Day Out, which is about solopreneurs, freelancers getting together. It's kind of a day focused on fun to get out of your business. But what you actually get when you focus on fun is stronger relationships, stronger connection, creative thought processes. You get so much more when you're not focusing on those things and you're focusing on over here. And I sort of was chatting to someone recently about who they'd come to the Funpreneurs Big Day Out this year. We'd never really met them before. They were completely cold. They just came along, brilliant, winning. And I said, oh, how was it? She said, oh yeah, I sent some business over to such and such recently. And I said, oh, that's cool. She said, well, if I'm not honest, she said, once you've screamed next to each other on a roller coaster, your kind of trust level goes up monumentally with them. So it was easy for me to do. And that's complete, contrast to delivering an elevator pitch around a table. And we're looking, Emily's got a retreat coming online in March. Not online, it's not coming online. It's already
not online,
there.
it's in person.
2/3 full up. So be quick if you want to go to March on Emily's retreat.
Look at you crowbarring. No.
I'm crowbarring it all in, Emily. We're putting a trip to Morocco together. We're taking people up Pen y Fan because actually our love is adventures. We've always seen business as an adventure. So then it's like, well, actually, let's bring the more literal adventures in for the people who want them.
And I think that's coming full circle. Full circle.
You are. Did you?
I'm sorry.
You're such a coach.
But it's about going back to the online ecosystem and getting your online affairs in order and having those foundations in place. It makes your life simpler. Once you've got that in place, you can go to Morocco, right? But you need to stop whinging when it's not working because you're not taking that time to build what's going to lift you up. And you have to put that effort in. And it comes right back to...
Sorry.
We can't... we could do it for you if you want to. But, you have to...
Kids do need shoes.
do need shoes. And it's Christmas coming up. We need to buy presents. No one's going to do it for you. You have to put up your big pants, like Gail Tong would say, put up your big pants and just do the thing. Even if it was really awkward, even if you don't like the camera, if you're doing content, even if you don't like pressing buttons because you're worried you're going to break the tech, go and either find someone to support you doing those things or just get over yourself and do it.
Well,
really.
Ricky's Ricky Locke, long-term friend of Yellow Tuxedo, member of the Digital Circus. He's a great one. I was catching up with him this week. We're just kind of hanging out, chatting. And he's evolving his business. He's been doing it 5-6 years. He was a wedding and events magician, still is, but he's evolving into confidence speaking around the world. He's done a TED Talk recently. And he basically said, it's difficult to deliver this because it was basically telling us what we taught him was brilliant. But he basically said the years hanging out and kind of proactively building his ecosystem have allowed for him to evolve his business now in the direction he wants. Because what he's seeing is, you know, on a random blog post that he optimized 3 years ago, he's getting 3 inquiries a month just off that one blog post as an example, on top of everything else, because he's done he's done and some collaborative stuff and some social media over the years and completely built ecosystem. It all has its place as people need those multiple touch points. They get to watch a video, listen to a podcast, read an email, do X, Y, Z. So his conversion rate's gone up, his inquiry rates have gone up. He's over here doing his TED talk, becoming a confidence coach, working with, I can't remember the other team, he's CEO of the Confidence Club. How could I forget that? And all this other stuff. It's the direction he wants to evolve to. But his magician stuff, his wedding stuff, is just ticking over nicely for him.
But I think the equity you gain by being visible and being on marketing, you know what will work in the market because you've got feedback from yesterday, right? So I can tell you what the best performing reel of this week is because I look at it, because I put them out and I see the views. But also, in a time, I think Gary Vaynerchuk said this mostly, like in a time when things become harder, right? Economically, either like where you are or just your own business because of XYZ, are you willing to put the extra work in to make sure that that is not the case, right? It would be wrong of me to not look at the market right now and say, I understand that people are finding it difficult, right? I get that, sure. Okay, but then my question is, how do we fix that problem? Not, people are struggling. I was having a conversation with my partner yesterday, and I was like, people, like, because I think on the news it said, like, people are worried about their job security. And this sounds horrible to say, but I was like, are they? And it's not that I don't understand.
Problem, you watch the news, just don't watch the news.
Well, there you go. I guess the crux, though, is I was like, I'm so engrossed in my world, and I'm so engrossed with, quote, how well I'm doing and what I've got going on, that it kind of took me, I was like, shit, fuck, really? You know, because I was like empathetically, I'm like, shit, that's really bad, and like I wouldn't want anyone to feel that way. But like for me, I'm that. Then also, if that is you in that position, and you are listening to this, and that is you in that position, what are you doing as a backup plan? Are you online, etc.? Like, don't talk about, like, if you're at a company and they've made very clear to you, don't talk about the company. Here's an idea: don't talk about the company. Might be a good idea, but you have a load of other stuff that you can talk about, and that was going to be my next question, which is like, how do we weave that line of talking about personal? Talking about the person, right? Colton, Emily, Alan, etc., and then the business, and it's still being, quote, authentic. Buzzword.
I don't like authentic. I don't, because I just kind of think if you're not being authentic, surely you are surely you're just being you, right? So if you're having to say that you're being authentic, you're not being authentic.
I'm being my authentic self.
Okay, right. So I'm going to be devil's advocate here. So let's be honest. Some people don't find everything simple and easy, right? Clearly, we are happy being ourselves, sitting around the table, chatting, right? Fine. Others may not find that. But what happens with all these things is, like the anti-hustle culture, like the be authentic thing, they all have their place for the right people. Yeah. But I was speaking to someone the other day, and she was like, what's she into? I've forgotten. She was really interesting, actually. So she's a nutritionist. No,
Alan does more once-to-ones than I do.
I know, I just love chatting. So she's a nutritionist, and she went, well, I was going to be like a perimenopausal, I can't remember whether she said coach, but for the sake of this, I'll just say coach, right? Help me with it. But she said there was so much noise about perimenopause at the time, but I've got to be very careful here, right? But she said,
You're very brave mentioning that.
No, I know, I'm so nervous. But she said, I didn't want to do it. And I find that in this world, that there's peaks and troughs of noise. And for the vast majority of us, the answer is, just crack on, be yourself, be a bit more efficient, make some more noise, right? Be a bit more visible.
Well, lean in and then do it longer, I would say. If truly, like, so I want to talk about marketing, I want to talk about video, I want to talk about doing, okay, I'm doing it for 10 years. That's my sprint. My sprint is 10 years. Let's see if you can keep up, right? There's lots of other people who are doing it, sure. But have you been doing it as long as I have? Probably not.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's like The Rock always says, be the hardest worker in the room, doesn't it? Yeah. But then once again, that does have to align with your goals.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have quite a few clients who are, what's the polite phrase? They're older than us. And
more mature clients.
I think the term is on the way down, or on the wind down.
On the wind. Some aren't. Some are hungry.
We have a whole host of clients that we work with who are in their latter stages of their career life, who are not slowing down. They've got, and actually they're the best workers we have in terms of taking ownership and doing it. They've been through the career ladder, they've done things, they've maybe changed complete direction, they've maybe got to their
They understand working hard.
They understand
well.
work ethic. It's an amazing thing to have because they've done that their entire lives. And then it's like that final sprint to retirement or not retirement, because loads of people don't even want to retire, is that this is my last career, the last thing I'm going to do, I'm going to make it count. And they are the best workers. I really,
Well,
really
Michelle Armitage is
Oh,
a
you
good
are
one.
dropping names today,
Well,
Alan.
not, because they're compliments, right? So Michelle Armitage had a corporate life. I think she said she was 10 years from retirement if she wanted it. She didn't. She quit. She wrote the book for the topic that no one else had written the book on, but she was interested in something, went to find a book on it. No one had written it, so wrote it, right? It's on design psychology and how you mix psychology with design, literal design. And so she wrote the book, and now she talks about that. She's bringing that into business. But I love that. She could have just done that last 10 years, but went, no, I want more out of my life in this. And I respect that. So.
We, going back to your question about sort of bringing that person into the business, I think a lot of us spend too much time comparing ourselves to what other people in our industries are doing and what we should be doing, and then that whole transactional thing comes back out to it. Like, I don't know if anyone's seen any of our social media reads, and if you're watching live, some of you who are watching us would probably know this.
Hello?
The conversation about the bears.
The
bears, right? And this is a great example. I don't know if Carlton, you've seen our video on bears.
I'll be honest, I haven't.
Okay, so
I'm now going to go and watch the conversation
so
about
we
bears.
had one in the summer, one of those giant Costco teddy bears. You know, they're like the massive ones, bigger than Alan. And I was like, oh, crap. Thank you very much.
Well, Joseph won one at a fair. Our youngest child won one at a fair.
And then we went to another fair about a month ago, and our middle child was a bit upset, and he accidentally won. I think they felt sorry for him and gave him another giant bear. So we have two of these damn massive things, and we haven't got the biggest house. We're not in a mansion. We're not in Barbados yet. We've already said that. And then a couple of weeks ago, another giant bear anonymously arrived on our doorstep. Just someone brought, and we were like, what the fuck? What are we going to do with these massive things? And that became, again, it was a light-hearted bit of banter. It became a bit of content on there because it wasn't about online visibility. It wasn't about digital marketing or social media. We just put some posts out about the bear. And then what we couldn't have accounted for after that was the conversation from people outwardly who were watching our stuff, sending us bears in the post. We have had mini bears put, we've had Care Bears through the post, we've had people, and the conversation and content that came on, it's been hilarious. That's nothing to do with what we do, but they're getting to know us. They're looking at our tone and our fact that we don't take ourselves too seriously, and the fact that we are
just human beings.
And also, it was content gold. We did a reel in the end of us beating up the bears. Adam actually put his shoulder.
I still have a bad shoulder.
He's got a bad shoulder. He kind of threw it on the floor and kind of rammed it and hurt his shoulder.
Approaching 50 and doing a big elbow on a cuddly bear on the floor is not a good idea.
But we didn't go, do we have permission to do that kind of content? Does it fit with our content strategy? How are we going to tie it into some sort of really convoluted business message?
I should have stood up and gone, join the digital circus.
But I think...
Because some business people would have said that. They would have seen that and they would have gone, what's the ROI on that?
That's it. And that's what pisses me off.
And for those who don't know, it's return on investment, right? But like...
It really pisses me off when people do that,
Every single post in their head, in that person's head.
What's the business learning?
What's the business ROI? What's the business ROI?
And they'll put and I'll see a post that's different on LinkedIn in particular with this, and I get really excited because I can start to see someone just being a little bit more confident to go, I'm just going to share this today, and then I read the entire post and go, oh, there it is. There it is at the bottom. Like, you didn't have to do that.
Do you know the challenge is, we've always talked about this, the challenge with a black and white marketing strategy. And I understand, it's a bit like the law, right? When you're kind of doing, the law has to be black and white. But, it's that classic, but I was doing 34 in the 30, but you're doing 4 miles per hour over. Like, no, I know I was, but it was clear, it was open, surely, no, you're over, right? There has to be a line, right? And marketing's very much like that. There has to be a line. You have to look at the statistics. But sometimes what's ignored is we're all human.
When you're telling your story, it's not about you. If you are sharing something that you've been through or you're going through, it's self-indulgent unless you're doing it for the people you're speaking to.
You work with, I would say, a lot of thought experts, a lot of people who have
a story to tell. Why do you think so many people struggle to A, tell their story, or B, actually help that story connect to an audience?
Because people don't value their own stories. The number of people that say to me, but I don't have a story, who'd be interested in my story?
What do you think is specifically missing in marketing today?
What's missing in marketing today? I don't know, I was thinking about this, and maybe there's an element of trust, I think.
I think, of course, we don't know, AI changes every day, etc. But I think as it stands right now, the time of broadcast, the time of recording, I don't think it will ever replace a human in the concept of strategy, strategic thinking, etc. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of What is Missing in Marketing Today. Hope you're well. And today we're going to be talking to Jackie. And now Jackie helps people with, I guess, is it more speaking confidence, and is it like actually understanding like how to get a story? Just to start there.
Yeah, it's all about that.
But before we get into, I mean, obviously speaking and I think content as well, I mean, what do you think is specifically missing in marketing today?
Well, firstly, I have to say I'm not a marketing expert, but I help people apparently market themselves effectively with their voices. What's missing in marketing today? I don't know. I was thinking about this, and maybe there's an element of trust, I think, and that is off the back of AI. You know, nothing against AI. I love it. I absolutely do love AI. But I think people are just a little bit wary of what it is they're watching, because I think there's quite a lot of disinformation and lots of people trying to be somebody that they're not in order to impress. And I think we as consumers are getting a little bit wise to that. So I think there's an element of trust that's missing.
Do you think, because a lot of people talk about AI, they say that maybe we're all going to be out of jobs, or maybe it's going to replace, I mean, specifically AI has seemed to be targeting the creative sector as a whole, right? Maybe by proxy or maybe by accident, but would you say that is true? Are we all about to lose our jobs, and we're all, you know, the universal income argument is necessarily going to happen, or is it more actually in the middle ground?
I think we'll adapt, as we have with every other piece of technology that's come along. I think what is different with AI at the moment, as you say, it suddenly us creatives are thinking, oh, we didn't understand that somebody could possibly take away. I mean, we're all creative as human beings. Every single human being is creative. But if that's your job, if you're a writer or an artist or a singer, songwriter, whatever, there suddenly is something that could take away that element of creativity, your IP, your intellectual property, and I don't think that's actually happened before. So I think in terms of being creative, I think maybe there is something to worry about. But otherwise, robots have been doing jobs for ages. When computers were invented, we all thought that was going to be the end, that we'd never have a job again. But I think we adapt, and I think AI will be similar.
I think there's kind of two camps right now for me personally, right? From the people I speak to and the people I connect with on a regular basis, there's kind of the ones who are using it to become more efficient and they're utilizing it, and maybe they are using it for research and they're using it to help them write and etc. And we can, I'm sure, go into a bit more use cases. But then there's also the other camp, which is like, no, I'm not going to touch it. And my worry with those people is I have a feeling they might, because they're not in using it and they don't understand it and they're not even at least playing with it, their concern, well, my concern for them would be they might get left behind, right? And they might be in a position where actually maybe they're missing opportunities because they could be more efficient with AI, but also actually their idea of what is a job, so their idea of a camera operator, their idea of an editor, etc., might cease to be as valuable to a client or a market, an end consumer, because they haven't understood that AI can actually replace certain elements of that. I think, of course, we don't know, AI changes every day, etc. But I think as it stands right now, the time of broadcast, the time of recording, I don't think it will ever replace a human in the concept of strategy, strategic thinking, etc. From what we've seen, right? As an editor, yeah. As a support, as a junior, sure. Would it? I mean, there's a lot of conversation in the video space about, am I ever going to be able to put the hours of material I have of me talking on camera into an AI, and then it will be able to basically give me this infinite feed of me, then it will look and sound and have the same mannerisms, etc. And actually, should we have that?
Well,
I guess is the question that comes from that. You know?
That is the point, isn't it? That there is that element of trust. Is what you're watching actually in real time? Is that actually the human being that's thinking on the spot in that moment? I mean, those are the things that we won't know as consumers. That then you kind of end up feeling duped somehow. And I think the people that don't touch AI, exactly as you say, will get left behind. But it's an element of fear. It's an element of touching it and it all falling apart. You know, certainly my parents' generation took ages to get into the computer world because they suddenly thought, well, if they press a button, they'll lose everything. And I think it's similar with AI, because people aren't going in and just experimenting and exploring and seeing what it can do, that actually they're frightened of breaking it, so they don't try.
Do you think there's also kind of this is the way I've worked for years, this is the way I am, this is the way I've done it? You know, I've been hired as a camera op for years, I've been hired as an editor for years, so no, that couldn't, you know, I mean, is it a level of pride, I think, or level of like, oh no, this couldn't be replacing me, you know?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there is a level of that as well, but I think people are frightened of change. You know, and especially if there are people out there that have been in the same doing the same job day in, day out for years, and it's kept them safe and it's kept them in their comfort zone and, you know, family fed and all of that. If suddenly something is threatening that, then that's when people kind of there's a fear around it, and then they would rather fight it than actually understand it.
You work with, I would say, a lot of thought experts, a lot of people who have maybe experience or a story to tell, perhaps. I mean, why do you think so many people struggle to A, tell their story, or B, actually help that story connect to an audience, would you say?
Because people don't value their own stories. The number of people that say to me, but I don't have a story, who'd be interested in my story? But the part of my job that I absolutely love is going, okay, well, let's see. Let's start unpicking what it is that makes you you. And once you start getting underneath what they think they should be, that you suddenly then find these amazing stories. And then one of the very first questions I always ask when I'm working with clients, no matter who they are, what experience they've had, you know, the age, gender, whatever, you know, culture, whatever, it's, you know, what were you playing when you were 9 years old? What were you doing when you were a child? What lit you up then? And usually I find that whatever that is that they were playing in the playground, you know, whatever they, you know, for me it was grabbing everybody, right, we're going to put on a play, let's, you know, and I'd write it and direct it and star in it, obviously. And then we'd play it, perform it to the class at the end of the week. So that was what I was doing, and that I can see that progression in me from that moment. And I think everybody has an element of that, no matter what they're doing, even if it is a sort of a day in, day out kind of job that they've done forever. There's a reason that they get up in the morning. And usually, especially with thought leaders, thought experts, subject experts, they are expert in that area because there's something in there that lights them up. There's something in there that they're passionate about. And you can follow that story. But they don't value it until they speak it out loud to someone like me, that I can then go, now that's interesting, and I can see that I can then join the dots, and you know and then I start drawing out the stories, and so then when they get in front of an audience and start sharing their story, they can relate it back directly to what it is that they're doing, and why it's important to the people that they're speaking to.
Do you think? Because a lot of the conversation I have, especially with like accountants, lawyers, etc., right, quite dry businesses perhaps, they go, well, yeah, but my day-to-day and my story is really boring. Yeah, but what I do is actually really boring and really dry and really just, I look at spreadsheets, I look at law, I look at etc. Is their story boring, or is there elements maybe they're not seeing?
Do they feel that other people find their jobs boring, so therefore they're, you know, but I would say nobody works in a business like that for 20 years. Nobody spends all those years getting qualified to do something that they're bored with. And so I think that's a cover. I think they say to other people, "No, I have a boring job. You know,
don't talk about
listen
me
to me.
because
Yeah,
it's
don't listen to me.
boring,
It's boring.
you know,
I just look at spreadsheets." But inside, there's going, "I look at spreadsheets. So, you know, I'm so excited. I look at spreadsheets. That's what lights me up." And so there's a reason for that. And I always love to get to, you know, what is that? What is it that makes you get up and do that every day? And there's always a story. Always a story.
Do you think we sometimes, does it come from that I don't want people to look at me like, I've never really personally struggled with this, but I know many people do, which is the like self-promotion, especially as a business owner or an entrepreneur. You know, we try and put ourselves out there a lot and say, well, that's what we should be doing in my view. But, you know, it's the reason why I get the opportunities that I get. It's the reason why, quote, I'm as successful as I am, etc. But like, is there a hurdle there? Do people just like, oh no, it's a very British thing, right? It's very, oh no, I couldn't possibly put myself out there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why?
Yeah,
that's why we have a deflection of like, oh no, I just have a boring job and I look at spreadsheets. You know, is that because maybe it's deflection to say, well, that's why I'm not doing it?
Yeah, a lot of people don't like blowing their own trumpet, do they? I certainly don't. But there's something in people's. People, you know, you can be an introvert, and there are obviously, you know, we're introverts and extroverts, and people that are somewhere in between. But generally, the introverts are the people that don't necessarily socially want to sort of get out there and connect and be in loud spaces and all of that. But actually, they still have a story to tell, and they still have a reason for promoting their business and promoting what it is that they do. So I think it's not so much about them sort of getting out of their comfort zone, but just taking baby steps. What is it that they can do that will just take them a little bit further forward, and find a story or something that they can tell, even if they just start with a camera and just talking to a camera, just in little, you know, and talking to family and friends and just starting to explain what it is that they do to other people. I mean, I have so many people say to me, my sister, constantly, I don't really know what you do. It's like, well, let me explain. And everybody has that opportunity to explain what they do to somebody else. Just get used to doing it, you know, and you will discover it's not until you start speaking your story out loud that you get feedback from other people. And that's really useful. Back when I started Power to Speak 4 years ago, I made the conscious decision to get feedback on what were my superpowers, what other people thought were the great things, that, you know, what was I really good at, but also what am I really bad at, where could I improve? And I thought, well, I'm going to bite the bullet. And so I asked, I think, 4 or 5 friends, 4 or 5 former clients, and 4 or 5 networking buddies, say people that I knew through networks. And so I had about 15 different versions come back to me. What do I do really well? What do I, you know, where can I improve? And I was amazed at that. And I don't think it is quite a brave and vulnerable thing to do, because you don't know what you're going to get back. But I wanted them to be as honest as possible. And actually, the good certainly outweighed the bad. And the bad I could improve on. I knew where that was that I could then improve. So I always recommend people do that. Because sharing your story is a vulnerable thing to do. And that's why people don't want to do it, because they're frightened of being laughed at or being told they're stupid or they're not good enough, or whatever that imposter voice is saying to them. But actually, once you start speaking out loud and actually asking for feedback, you'd be surprised. And a lot of the words, there was a theme of sort of different words that were being used by different people that I could then hold on to for social media and for my blogs, and it just built my confidence around sort of stepping into different, whether it was a networking event or, you know, meeting people or approaching potential clients. You know, I had then the confidence because I'd had that feedback.
It reminds me, and I forget where this story originated, so if it's a bit fluffy, I apologise, but I remember someone said to me, I think it was in a networking room or it was a business friend or etc., it doesn't matter, and they said, well, ask around people who your network is and ask, when you think of me or when you think of my brand or my business, what do you think of, right? So we'll do the exercise here really quickly. I mean, when you think of me and my brand and what I'm doing, what do you think of?
I always think of that hat. You always
It's gone.
The hat's gone. But no, I suppose that and the waistcoats. So, I mean, you had that kind of the personality that came through the way you dressed, which you're still a very dapper dresser. I'm not saying that, but actually, when I think of your brand, that makes me think of a brand that's creative and curious, which I think is good.
And I think the reason why I asked you is I didn't necessarily want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's a key example of like how I've positioned a lot of what I do and how I do it to imply what I am, right, and what I feel like, and hopefully it will then, if you did choose to work with us, you did choose to trust us to do some marketing or trust us to do some filmmaking or etc., then you would understand that it would be to a level, to a standard, etc. In the same way, if we flip the table, if I come to you, I'm going to think, okay, well, Jackie's going to go deeper into my story than maybe I would have done, because she isn't going to have the hookups that maybe someone would have, right? Speaking personally, or anyone listening, they might have, but I can't talk about that because maybe that's a bit too raw, or that's a bit too much, or maybe I'm oversharing. I mean, how do you ride that line? Because I think sometimes we should share certain things that have happened. My view on it quickly is like, if you've healed from it, happy days, use it as a story. If you're healing from it, no.
No, absolutely. And that's absolutely right. Those stories may well come out in a session with me, but I will always say to people, that's not something that I'm going to say to you, well, you need to tell people that. That absolutely not. No. If you're not ready to tell everything, then when you're telling your story, it's not about you. If you are sharing something that you've been through or you're going through, it's self-indulgent unless you're doing it for the people you're speaking to. If you're just wanting sympathy or wanting people to know what a terrible life you've had or whatever,
things are really hard.
It's all about you then. And actually,
really business, things really hard.
And but what you need to, that's fine and relevant if it's relevant to your audience, because if it's not relevant to your audience, they'll switch off.
Well, you could tell the same story. So, well, this is how I overcame being, I've discussed it in podcasts before. I've discussed it saying, well, 24 was really challenging and really difficult. Okay, but here's actually what I was doing wrong with marketing. Here's actually what I was doing wrong with networking. Here's exactly what I was doing wrong. And this is how I've done it better this year. And this is what funnily enough, this year is a lot better than 24, right? So I think it's within that context, right? But it was wrong of me not to, hint at your story a bit, right? You began in fashion. You then moved into acting. And then you help people, shape their voice, understand their voice. Would that be fair to say? Did you always want to? Have you, the question that comes from that is, in your current career path, is it where you expected it to be when you were maybe acting or in fashion specifically? Is that like, you go, okay, well, this is the path I'm going to go on and this is where I'm going to end up? And if so, how did you sort of get to where you are now?
Yeah, does anybody actually end up where they think they're going to end up? When as I said, when I was 9 years old in the playground, I was writing, directing, acting, literally producing. I was doing all of that. And then when I got through my teenage years and went through grammar school and O-levels, as they were back then, and I went to my careers teacher and she said to me, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to be an actor. And she sort of head tilted to one side and went, I don't think so. She said, do you go to the theatre? And I was like, well, no, not very often. I lived in North London. I wasn't anywhere sort of near that sort of places, those sort of places. And I wasn't doing a lot of drama. I was doing sort of bits and pieces at school. And she said, no, you don't want to be an actor. She said, if you wanted to be an actor, you'd live, die and breathe the theatre. What else can you do? And I'd said, oh, well, I'm not bad at art. So I ended up, and I loved fashion, I always loved dressing up. So I ended up going to fashion college because, for better or for worse, the woman had just literally crushed all of my dreams in that one meeting. It was like, well, obviously I can't do it. That's me done. I can't do that. So I became a fashion designer, which was fun at college. Once I actually got into the business and I was I was in the sort of rag trade end, so I was literally churning out stuff for Topshop and Miss Selfridge and H&M and all of those sort of places, and just they would fly me out to Paris and to copy the stuff on the catwalk to then come back and reproduce for our high street. And I thought, this is no fun, this is not creative at all. And a friend of mine was working at the Royal Shakespeare Company in costume. So I kind of moved sideways into costume and I worked there. But obviously, I was at the Royal Shakespeare Company. So I sort of was literally looking through the curtain, watching the actors on the stage going, oh my God, that's where I need to be. So I went to drama school when I was 28, actually. Well, actually, no, I was closer to 30. So I went off to drama school then, came out and did the Fringe. I did Edinburgh Fringe and all of those things, London Fringe. Did a couple of bits and pieces, went off to auditions, did some acting, but actually to subsidise that, I got into teaching. And so I was then teaching kids drama and doing Lambda exams and all of this stuff. So I never taught drama in a school, but I was acting coaching, basically. I was running little clubs and things like that. And I think I found I am a natural teacher. There's something in me that wants to actually put my hands under people and kind of guide them.
Guide and teach.
Yeah. And not so much in that kind of curriculum, this is what you need to learn and this is how you need to learn. But everything that I learnt at drama school, over the years, I've seen how fundamental the training is to everybody. Whether it's the breathing, the voice, you know, when you're taking on a character, you need to find out their motivation. What's the intention of everything that they're doing? What's the story you're telling? Who's the audience? And everything now comes back to what I do now. So in lockdown, right up until lockdown, I was still running. I was working more with adults then. I was acting coaching with adults. Also going into schools with adult theatre companies and doing sort of work within schools. Lockdown happened, all that work finished. And I then thought, no, I don't want to go back to that. I want to do something different. And so I took a coaching course, because I knew, as I say, there was something of the coach in me. And it was during that course I was in a breakout room and we had to explain. By then I was working with people, thinking, you know, how do I work with people with their voices? Because I'd been in lots of Zoom calls with business owners. You know, I think we met on one of those, you know, in one of those sort of networking spaces, and everybody was like, "Oh no, we have to make video now. We have to put ourselves in front of a camera. We're on Zoom all the time. People want to know what my 60-second elevator pitch is." And I could see that there was a fear there. Yeah. And so when I did the coaching course, I knew by then that that's kind of where I was going. And the exercise within this room, there was only 3 of us in this breakout room, and we had to explain to each other what it was we did for work, or what we were planning on coaching. Mm-hmm. And so I explained what I did with people, and I said, okay, that's my minute. I've told you what I do. Now explain back to me, what did you get from that? What did you understand from that? And one woman said, you help people market themselves effectively. And I thought, I hadn't even considered that I was helping people actually market themselves. And the other woman said, you help people show up powerfully in the world. And I thought, I like that. and so power to speak. It was then all around, you know, the fact that it is empowering when you give somebody that voice. And certainly in the 4 years that I've been doing it, it's just the transformation that I see in people when that kind of penny drops and they go, actually, I can just be me. Yeah. They take ownership of all of those stories and all of those experiences. And when they show up with that courage, then the confidence and the excitement of actually sharing that comes from there.
It jumped to mind while you were speaking, so I think I'll mention it, but I remember watching a YouTube video a while ago that said, like, during COVID, when there was a lot of money floating around, working in the arts seemed to be like just the thing, right? There was a lot of filmmakers, there were a lot of marketers, a lot of speaking engagements, etc. But like, I think the thing that sometimes people misunderstand or misthink about sometimes is actually being in the arts, whatever your definition of that is a privilege, right? Working for yourself is a privilege. And I think for me, having the work-life balance is a privilege, right? Like, and I can go a bit deeper into like privilege, right? We live in this a part of the world where I don't have to worry about a bomb landing on my house. I have clean drinking water, etc., etc. I can go down that road as well, of course. But I think for me, it's really important to establish when you are in a privileged position to be able to upgrade your kit, to be able to invest in the business, to be able to first come at it from a point of view of saying, I am in a privileged position and I am grateful for the privileged position I'm in. I guess the question that comes from that, though, is in marketing, in when people speak, in when they come across, maybe they don't mean to do it, but do they sometimes come over, not maybe at the start or maybe in their own way, but maybe they don't come over with that level of understanding, that level of privilege first, or maybe they should someone lead with that level of understanding that level of privilege first, or being grateful for the opportunities that they have?
Oh, that is deep.
Because I think sometimes I use the word entitled. I paused because I didn't know what word to use, but I think the best way to describe it is some people can be very entitled. I'm entitled to people watching this. I'm not entitled to anyone watching anything I do. I hope they do, and I hope they take value from it. But that's actually down to the quality and the value that I add, which is subjective upon the audience, not me. My job is to do the best I possibly can in the grateful opportunities I have to hopefully add value to someone else.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people creating content in a privileged environment really understand that that's the case. I don't know how many people are actually. I think maybe with what's going on in the world at the moment, people are now kind of thinking, well, actually,
my life isn't actually that bad,
exactly. You know, I'd much rather be here than there, kind of thing. So yeah, maybe we are becoming more aware of that. I often get people say, if we're going through a talk or there's speaking to an audience, I mean, generally their audiences are potential clients, potential customers. That's the reason they get up and they speak to people. But they don't want to be seen as arrogant. But what I say is, it's more as long as you're confident, you're doing it. What you're speaking about is, like you were saying earlier, people don't like to blow their own trumpets. They don't like to sort of say, look at this. But actually, in some cases, you need to have that. I don't want to say arrogance. Arrogance isn't the right word.
I think it's belief.
But it is a belief, yeah. But it's arrogance with humility. Has this kind of it's the confidence to know that what you're sharing is of benefit, is of value. To know that the experiences that you've had and the accolades, awards, whatever it is that you're sharing, you're not showing off. You're actually saying, look, this makes me credible. This means,
and hey, I worked for it.
Yes, yeah. You can trust me. I have the discipline to get myself to the. I am running a 5-day. I have done for the last 2 or 3 years now, a 5-day acting course for stunt performers.
Okay.
So stunt trainees, people that want to get onto the British Stunt Register, and actually. On day one, they come in and they're very, very nervous, as they would be, because they don't want to be actors. They want to throw themselves off buildings and get into fights with superheroes. That's kind of why they want to do it. But they have to act. They're on set. They have to be able to act. So on day one, on the Monday, they come in and they're very, very nervous. They're like, oh, but these guys are athletes. Guys and girls, they've been through the Olympics. They've done, these are like proper gold medalists. Some of them in all sorts, gymnastics, horse riding, all of that stuff. But ask them to speak and tell you what they've done, they don't want to do it. So on the Monday morning, it's like, it's like, hold on a minute. On Friday, I'm going to get in a stunt coordinator to talk to you on a Friday afternoon. By Friday, you need to have your 60-second elevator pitch. If you got a lift with Steven Spielberg, what are you going to tell him that's going to make him want to work with you? So through the week, so by the Wednesday, they have to do it again. By the Wednesday, they're now speaking their stories out loud. So we're now finding out that they are, gold medal. One guy had been training with Tom Daley for the last 7 years. Got to got to the Olympics, gold medal, parkour, European champions, all of this. And as soon as they speak that out loud, they get the reaction from the rest of the group going, wow, that's amazing. Didn't know that on Monday. Yeah. And so by Friday, they've now taken on all of this feedback, and they've seen people kind of go, lean in and listen. They want, the people want to know more, and so it's not arrogance. We always say to them, name drop. Don't name. If you've just worked on Tom Cruise's film, don't go into a pub and start mouthing off about how great you are and you've worked with Tom Cruise. That's not the right place to do it. But if you're on a lift with Steven Spielberg and you've just worked with Tom Cruise, that's going to impress him. Not like, oh, aren't you great? But actually, I can trust you, because if you've worked
I think they'll
with that,
see them as a colleague. Then it's that quick.
Yeah.
Can I see you as a colleague, or are you just a person?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. But it also is that credibility. If you've worked on a certain amount of films, and it goes any business, if you can prove or if you can mention a name that somebody else knows, then they can ask that person how you are to work with. They know that you've turned up for that job on time, whatever, all of that reliability. So don't be frightened to blow your own trumpet, because it really does aid your credibility and your trust and all of those things that you need to build with your potential customers and clients.
You obviously work with people, I guess, in a more public setting, right? When they tell their stories, they're more, I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine they're mostly in front of rooms. They're maybe having it filmed, or they're doing a virtual equivalent, right? So they're speaking to a group of people. Is there crossover between like speaking in front of a room and delivery and creating content?
It's all content, isn't it? I mean, it whatever you write. I mean, this is the other thing with the process that I go through with my clients, is that it might be that they'll come to me because they've got a 15-minute talk that they're giving in a room somewhere, or on a conference stage or whatever, and it might be about personal branding. It might be about software design. Whatever it might be. But we'll still go through that process. I'll still ask them what they do when they were 9 years old, and every story that comes out is relevant. And even if it sort of gets thrown over the shoulder and like, we won't use that yet, they've owned it. Once it's they've said it out loud to me and I've written it down on a piece of paper. It's there in black and white. You've owned this story now. This is yours. And so by the end of the process, they might only have 15 minutes for that particular presentation, but they've done all of that work. That means that they can then create content from it. Yeah. So then they've got a blog, they've got a story to tell, they can get on video and make some videos, they can do a Zoom webinar or whatever. They now have all of that content. So there is a crossover. I think there's a way of using both.
Because the reason why I asked that question is because when I started doing public speaking, whether that was through a Zoom or as part of a conference or as part of like my own events, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna ace this, right? Been on video 10 years, piss, right? Like been on podcasting forever, etc., etc. Then I had this moment, I was like, shit, hold on, this is different, right? This is not the same. This is like real people, and they have real reactions, and they like, if a joke doesn't land, I will have the feedback instantly. And I think that's why I think sometimes there's this, like, I think they're more adjacent skills, but I think for me, I think you should develop both, right? Because I think there's obviously byproducts of what happens across, but when does it go wrong? Do people focus too much on perfectionism, would you say? Because I'm speaking as a content person who helps people with content a lot. Everyone's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to overthink it. Can't do that. I don't have the podcast. Don't have this because it's not perfect, right? I don't have the perfect live stream. I don't have the perfect camera setup. I don't have the perfect microphone. So should I still do it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, done is better than perfect, isn't it? And there's no such thing as perfect at all. But having said that, I am the world's worst. I should be making more video. And I do make video, but they're still all on my phone. So I'll do it and then look at it and go, oh no, that didn't come out right, or my hair doesn't look right, or it's a bad day, bad hair day, or whatever. And so a lot of those things still sit on my camera. So it's a very vulnerable thing, but I think you do need to just do it. As I said earlier, just a little bit at a time, just get feedback. I used to hate seeing myself on screen. Most of the acting stuff I did was on stage, so I never saw myself on, it wasn't until Zoom, it wasn't until lockdown when we were all confronted with our own image on on a screen.
Oh my God, is that how I look like? Oh my God.
Exactly, is that what I sound like? All of those things. But over that year on and off of lockdown, I saw myself a lot on the screen, and you get used to yourself, and actually now, I don't look too bad. I can get away with that. But going back to what you were saying about how you started out in that sort of space of suddenly standing in front of an audience, having done video for so long, I'd been on stage as a character for so long that when I then had to stand in front of people as me, then that was like, when I used to introduce the kids shows or the adult shows or whatever, we'd put on a performance at the end of the term or whatever, I'd have to stand up and introduce everybody, and I'd got that. My heart would be going, I'd be the sweaty palms, it's like, I don't know what to say, I'd have to read it all. But over the years, and especially now, when I started Power to Speak, I thought, well, now I'm going to have to walk the walk. I'm going to have to talk the talk. So I have now pushed myself to do as many podcasts as I can and get onto stage if I can, put together talks for myself, just so that I can say to people, look, I've been there, I've done it. Yeah. And so it just takes practice. It just means that you see, so many people I think end up procrastinating over what it is that they're going to say because they don't think they're going to be good enough. They think they're going to be judged. That they're going to bore people with their story, and so they don't practice. They're worried about actually saying it out loud, or they put off for so long what they're going to write is that they'll do it all the day before with their visuals and all of that stuff, and then suddenly wonder why on the day it goes down a bomb because they just haven't given themselves enough time to really work out what it is that they're saying.
I think, for me personally, anyway, I think the only reason, so there's a couple of things. One is focus on that 1%, right? For me, I would rather have imperfect action that then leads to a 1% rather than I'm actually comfortable, I'm actually good, because then I'm not moving forward, then I'm not doing something unique, I'm not positioning, or even if you just look like marketing positioning, I'm not then marketing myself or positioning myself as the go-to expert of what's missing. That's why the podcast is called What's Missing in Marketing Today, because I want to talk about what's missing, not what everyone knows, right? And I think for me, it probably will be the same 5 chunks throughout the next series, but it will be the nuance of each guest's input or my input on the day, etc., that will be the reason why someone will potentially then go, okay, we should what we got. But I think the reason why I think some people stop is, I guess the way to think about it, and this will be in your position as well, they want to do it perfectly and they want to be consistent because maybe they hear, for me, you had to be consistent for it to work. But I would rather someone started, got some feedback, stopped, then carried on, then rinse and repeat, rather than they just don't do it. And the way I would maybe rewire having stuff on someone's phone, because I'm sure you're not the only person, right? And I'm sure there's lots and lots of people. For me, this is going to sound really weird, but I don't even think about the concept of posting it, because by the time I thought about the concept of posting it, I could have already posted it and I could be moving on to the next thing. And I use market data to tell me what's good and what's bad. So something I'm doing right now, because I've got a hub strategy with the podcast, is I'll put all the podcast clips out before the episode is actually live to test which of the clips is actually the best in regards to an audience reaction, and then the best 1 or 2 will go on the main account. Because of the nature of having 2 accounts, you can sort of test bed it. So I'll give you a quick example. At the time of filming, Sarah's episode came out at the start of this week, and a couple of the clips did really well. So there was 2 outlier clips. When I put it on the main account, it got 4 times what it did on the other account. Now, the other account's new, and it's deliberately designed in such a way where it's just for podcast clips. It's also a test bed, etc. But the thing I found really interesting is when I did that, I think it was 500 on the test account, and then it got 2,000 on the main account, right? But it was because I didn't need to question whether the creative or the clip was any good, because I already knew, because I knew it had already overperformed. So it was like, okay, cool. So now I'm going to serve it to my audience as kind of a test bed already. But also I experiment a huge amount. So I think the reasons why I'm quite a good marketer is because I experiment. Because when I get something that works, I run with it, but then simultaneously I'll experiment with another 4 things. I guess the question in your space is, if someone's listening to this and maybe they have a talk coming out and they have maybe an instinct during their talk performance. So they have their prep, because they have that preparation, they know that they should be preparing, but they have an idea, right? They have, maybe the audience, this would be really valuable, this idea would be really valuable, but I haven't prepped it. Should they use it?
No. I'm thinking you've done that, haven't you?
I have.
and it
so I'm partly asking selfishly, because
exactly.
I have done that.
Yeah. And lots of people have. It really depends on your audience and what you need your outcome to be. Because what happens in that moment is that if, for example, you've been given 15 minutes and you're on a whole raft of other speakers, you've got 15 minutes, you've honed your talk, you've prepped it, you've practiced it, you're there, you're doing it, and then suddenly something pops into your head, you speak it out loud, and then you've got to find your way back to where you were to finish in that 15 minutes. Because time is really important. Yeah. And people don't seem to understand that actually, either they'll think, right, I've got 15 minutes, I need to cram in as much as I possibly can in that 15. I need to tell everybody everything. Now, give yourself space. Is make sure that if you've got 15 minutes, you've only got maybe 12 minutes worth of content, so that you can really speak in a measured way. If you then come out of that because something else has popped into your head, then you've kind of messed up all of the work that you've done, really. Because what it also does is it takes you out of the moment. And the whole point of putting together a talk that is structured is the whole thing is a story, from beginning to end. It's not necessarily a series of stories, but if you've prepped correctly, you should have the hook at the beginning. It's that whole journey that you take them on. If you suddenly come out of that, it would be it would be like if you were watching a film and then suddenly the lead actor stopped and turned to the camera and sort of said, actually, I was just thinking about this. Sorry, where were we? Let's go. But it kind of takes the audience out of that journey that you're taking them on. It can work, and if you are a seasoned professional, there may be, but actually if it's not something you're used to, then don't do it. Because what you want at the end of that 15 minutes is people asking you questions. You don't want to fit everything into that 15 minutes. You need to put in enough teasers, and you need to be interesting and entertaining enough that actually they want to come up to you afterwards and find out more. So you don't need to put everything in there anyway.
I agree. I think it's the context, right? Like anything, it's context, right? I think for me, every time I've done it, it's been, okay, I had a plan to do, let's say, camera confidence, for example, right? And then I find that the audience I actually have in front of me isn't actually that fussed about camera confidence, or maybe they're already quite confident. Okay, cool. So let me go back into the stuff I already really know and go, right, okay, would they actually more care about the stuff that's now working on social media, right? So I think in my stage where I'm at, I can do that because I have a set of stuff that I know really, really well. And I don't really need to prep that much because I have it passively in my head. So I know what's going on with Instagram. I know what's going on LinkedIn. Algorithmically, I know what's going on. So if I'm ever asked a question randomly out of the blue, what's currently hot on social media right now? Okay, well, short form is normally the answer that most people would give. I would say actually live streaming is probably actually the thing that's hot right now. And the reason is it's counter AI, right? So bridging back to the start of our conversation about AI, it's actually anti-AI, because for AI to be live, it's nearly impossible as of today, right? I'm not saying it's not going to be, it might become da-da-da, but from my understanding of the technology, from what I've played with, it's nearly impossible for a live stream with people on it to be AI'd, from what I know. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's the unique thing to do, because also it takes a lot of confidence, it takes a lot of planning, it takes a lot of prep, but also it could be the reason why you're found, because it's a different algorithm than the video, than the shorts, than the reels, etc. But do people come to you confidently when they look to speak? Or if they don't, how would you recommend they become confident? Is it just simply that prep? You just do it over and over and over again?
I mean, just coming back quickly onto your point about you in that space. Like me, if you are running a sort of an interactive workshop presentation type of thing, then read the room. Always read the room. The number of times I've been into a class with with everything, a workshop with everything noted out. This is like 5 minutes for this, 5 minutes for that. To throw it out the window every time, because you are interactive and you're feeding back. You're getting that feedback. So then yes, and we have that knowledge. We can answer those questions. If you're in a Q&A, then obviously you're talking off the top of your head. You're improvising. Absolutely. And that's fine in those situations, absolutely. But if you have a structure, if you are a keynote or part of a speaking presentation, you've got a certain amount of minutes, you want to make an impression, stick to what you've planned.
Is that style, though? Do you think people, because I really love improv.
Improv is a big
I personally prefer to do improv. If I ever can, I'll do improv.
I will always say, memorize to improvise. Yeah. And improv is I'm an actor. It's one of it's one of my favourite things. And the number of business people that I get improving in one of my sessions, because I run a monthly speaker club, and it's a big part of that. And people are uncomfortable with it, and I understand that. But actually, it is a big part of just getting people to understand that it's not about reading a script. It's not about learning a script. It's about telling stories. It's about, if you've got data even to put in there, nobody's going to remember your data, but they will remember how you made them feel with that story. That Maya Angelou quote, which is fabulous. So improv is great, and if you have been doing speaking as long as you obviously have, then maybe yes, but that's because all of that is memorized. Yeah. It's second nature to you. And so people don't come to me confident. No, they don't ever come to me confident. That's the whole point. And I think even the most confident, outwardly confident people, when they get into a room and we start sort of digging down, it's like they everybody has those voices in their head that tell them they're not good enough, nobody's going to listen to them. So it is all about, I like to say that I get people comfortable and confident with what they're about to say. And that comes from really it's a self-awareness. Confidence comes from within. And in fact, the word confidence comes from the Latin confidere, con being with, fidere being trust. So confidence actually means with trust. And that trust has to come from you.
As I say, it's that. So that we trusting. I trust in my ability to be able to do the thing, whatever the thing may be. In this case, it's speaking, but it could be driving, it could be backflipping, it could be etc.
So it's a self-awareness. It's an inner confidence because you are self-aware of your own being, your own stories. Once you've taken ownership of everything, all of those experiences, then it's easy to share them with other people. Because you've dealt with them yourself.
Fab. For those who've enjoyed this conversation, who maybe want to see what you're doing and see some of your content, see some of your older content perhaps, where's best for people to reach out to you?
Well, saying that, because as we had a conversation earlier, I podcast myself for a good few years. So I have a YouTube channel, which is Power to Speak, on YouTube, and there's all my older conversations that I've had with lots of wonderful people, such as yourself. And I did a speaking about speaking live for a while, so they're all on there. They were the half-hour live streams. So I'd love people to go back and have a look. They can find those also on Podbean and Apple and wherever they want to find them. Otherwise, the website, powertospeak.co.uk, all my stuff is on there. You can sign up to my newsletter, which goes out every couple of weeks, with lots of tips, techniques and stories of my life. And otherwise I'm on LinkedIn. Come and find me on LinkedIn. It's kind of where I live.
Fab. If you were going to speak to yourself 10 years ago, and if you were going to give advice to that person, what advice would you give them?
Oh God, what was I doing 10 years ago?
Somewhere in the middle of action and
Somewhere in
fashion, I'm sure.
Well, no, that was a bit longer ago than that. But thank you for that, Carlton. No, I don't think. I think 10 years ago I was working as an arts. I was working in arts development, so I was running workshops. I was teaching drama. So what would I have said to myself? You can do this. You can actually become your own boss. You can build a business around helping other people. And I do. That sounds really cheesy, but actually, what I do, I love what I do, and it's because I actually can see people taking that next step. And I think I don't think I ever envisaged myself 10 years ago with that ability. And maybe that goes back to that breakout room and just having somebody say to me, you get people to show up powerfully in the world. And I would never have known that 10 years ago, but that's not advice I would give to myself, but I'm very glad it's happened.
Fab. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed to the channel. YouTube thinks you enjoyed this episode, so why not check that out? And I'll see you very, very soon.
The only reason why it's consistent is because I'm being consistent with the output. I'm constantly looking at, okay, how can I up the quality? How can I do something different?
I often just encourage people to use what they've got and start showing up and start posting video content with that strategy in mind and continue to, test and change and see what works.
What do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think there's a lot of distractions from different things that come up. So I think sticking to a strategy and being consistent in that regard, rather than jumping on this latest craze and hype and all that kind of thing, is definitely a trend I see happening.
I'm focused on a very few set of pillars to get work now, right? From a marketing point of view. Paid ads, content creation, and testing my creative to then using paid ads. That's basically roughly what I'm doing. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of This Week in Marketing Today. And what is missing in marketing today, more specifically, today I'm going to be talking to Andy. He is someone who does a lot of video strategy. He's a filmmaker and also, of course, an agency owner. Andy, thank you so much for coming onto the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. And before we start off, before we get into your story a little bit, I mean, what do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think there's a lot of distractions from different things that come up. So I think sticking to a strategy and being consistent in that regard, rather than jumping on this latest craze and hype and all that kind of thing, is definitely a trend I see happening. There's obviously lots of good people doing things there as well online, but I think there's still that hype that's been going on for a long time online, in the online marketing space, where it's like the latest craze, AI or whatever else. And lots of businesses obviously popping up recently with AI and stuff. And it's, some of it's free, obviously, some AI, but there's lots of, you see more and more people now like trying to monetize it and stuff and create their own AI, products and services and things. And so I think that can often distract marketers and actually do them a disservice rather than actually enabling them, because they actually might be, instead of being empowered to use that and have a strategy attached to it, they might not actually have the strategy side planned out enough. And I often just encourage people to use what they've got and start showing up and start posting video content with that strategy in mind, and continue to, test and change and see what works. Find out more about your audience, do that market research, and just test what you think people will want and see. And then obviously also ask questions and start conversations. Is like, what do you want? And those kind of things, that's the fundamentals of marketing. So I think if we just come back to the fundamentals of marketing, then that's just obviously a great place to start. It's the foundation, and then those other things can come into it and be useful. But I think a lot of time it's just people jumping straight into the.
Yeah. Do you think, I guess my next question would kind of come along, I guess, like, should we trend jack? Because I think some people within context and within like bandwidth, like my view on it very quickly is like, if you can do it whilst doing the stuff I'm sure that we'll touch on in respect to like the traditional marketing pillars, I think you should look for opportunities to get yourself out there a little bit more, and you should always try and be more visible, etc. But like, just building off your initial kind of answer, do you think people, they jump to trends maybe because it's easier?
I think it's exciting, and it's obviously shiny, and it's like it does get you more of your attention, and a lot of people talk about attention and like, oh, you have to do short form now. Yes, you have to grab people's attention, and it's like people don't watch for more than like 30 seconds or things like this, and it's people not understanding that if you understand the person that you're talking to, you can get them to consume long form content. And I think there's just different things like that that are going around, and it's been going on for years, obviously, like people talking about their perspectives of what they see working, and it's like, yeah, that does work, but it don't mean that you have to always do short form. And it's like other audiences will want to watch that long form content, especially when they're like really interested in that one topic. So I think sometimes those different things that come into it, they're like different advice from different people. It just distracts you and gets you off the path of actually doing the most fundamental stuff, really. And it's not necessarily, to me it's not about traditional versus modern advertising or anything like that, because everything's kind of combined now anyway. So yeah, outdoor advertising is digital, radio is digital, and all this stuff. And like these are the things that I've learned from Mark Ritson. So it's like I'm kind of just really talking back what he talks about here, but I just really resonated with the stuff that I learned from him. And I did his mini MBA back in 2021. And that's what helped me to understand marketing and understand the importance of strategy. And also it's like it goes from diagnosis to strategy to tactics. But then, some of these content he talks about how it's just oftentimes jumping straight into tactics and things. So yeah.
I think the tactics side, right, is like this new shiny. It's like that. Oh, we're gonna do video. We're gonna do live stream. We're gonna do etc. I'm sure, like, because we're both video creators and etc. I'm sure we'll get on to like the reasons behind why video, but and then maybe even why you should do live, etc. But like, I think for me, the reason why some people don't do like the strategic stuff is, I hate to say it, but it's like it's the boring stuff, right? It's the stuff at the top, which sometimes will actually mean you don't do the live stream, don't do the video. It's the reasons actually sometimes about why you won't do something rather than why you would do something, right? Because I think it's very easy for me to say, or you to say, who are quote seasoned professionals, to say, oh, well, you should do video, oh, you should do live streaming, oh, you should do this, you should do that, etc., right? Because we can naturally go towards that. We can naturally do it quite quickly because we have a skill set in it. But if you're looking at it from a very basic level, I guess the question that comes from that is like, well, firstly, how would someone get started, like from a strategic point of view? Like, why you market, like in a really nutshell, really basic way? Like, why does someone, and what does that actually mean? Like for maybe someone who's maybe on the fence and like, okay, well, what does marketing actually mean, like at a basic level from your perspective?
Yeah, well, the thing about marketing, it's such a broad category. So it's there's many different things inside that. But the thing that most people think about is the communication side. And when it comes to video marketing, for example, it is the communication side that is kind of the main thing. But there's obviously things around still behind that, because even if it is video marketing you're doing, it's like before that there still needs to be the market strategy underneath it. That's like just marketing in general. So there's different parts of marketing. One part of it is pricing. You got to figure out what's the correct price for my target audience. What's the most relevant, and based on like testing and saying your prices to people, and then also like market research of asking questions about, is it just price or is there something else going on? And that's kind of sales as well, but it's like sales and marketing kind of go back and forth from each other, really. But then the price and the objection handling and different things like that's stuff that's fundamental marketing again, but going back to that, which then once you understand that and you're doing your pitches or you're doing your call to action and your video content, then you've done that work. I'd say it might be more boring work, but it's actually the most impactful and powerful work. So if you can recontextualize it in your mind rather than it being boring, think about how it's impactful, because we all want our businesses to thrive. So then if you're passionate about building a business, remember that is a thing that you do actually enjoy, because you'll get something out of it, and you want to be in the process of building the company and growing it. So like if you just remember yourself that you're growing and building that company, I think that's the passion and the excitement that'll remind you that it's not actually a boring task I'm doing, because there's context to it and motivation to do it. So the task itself don't matter if it's boring so much if you know that what you're doing it for. I think that especially helps for people like me, myself, neurodivergent and stuff. So when we've got a meaning behind things, it helps us to motivate us to do tasks. And because I've got ADHD, task initiation is another struggle for me oftentimes.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I've found it, like in the past anyway, like very, I guess in some ways frustrating when there isn't, and the reason why I bring it up is because I think there is a strong correlation, and this might be a commonality, where there's not necessarily a, I do this live stream, I do this video, I do this marketing effort, whatever it may be, right? I do this pamphlet, I do this print ad, etc. And then I instantly get a return, right? So the phone rings instantaneously saying, oh, hey, Andy, I love that video you did, etc. I mean, for me, like if you're doing something now, in 3 months to 6 months, you might see a return, right? And the key there, and the reason why I say might, is because it depends on, as we've already alluded to, the strategy, how you're doing it, what you're doing it, etc. But what would you say are like I guess just focusing a little bit on video then, why should, I guess there's kind of a two-pronged question here, like what, number one, like why should, in your view, someone do video as a whole, right? Why, as a medium to create content, put themselves out there? But then number two, what would be the reasons behind A, why they shouldn't do it, or B, what are the hurdles they might run into when it comes to their fears, their worries, their concerns in respect to actually like doing this thing that we call a video, right? Because I think so many people don't do it because they're worried about it or because they're concerned about it. I mean, from your perspective, just to reiterate the question, why should someone do video? And then secondly, like what kind of are the fears and the worries that they might run into?
I think because something stood out to before what you said, I think I could tie it into what you said before, because obviously what you talk about before is ROI. So any marketing thing we're doing, obviously ROI is often a motivator to do marketing, but then that's usually a short-term thing, return on investment. But then it's like something like a sales activation, or where you do a discount, or you just got like a campaign that's like short-term and you're trying to like get people to buy that particular product. And then there's also a long term, which is the brand building. So there's those two sort of objectives, like categories of like, we've got objectives in building that brand and long term value, and then we've got the short term of like just getting this product sold. If we've got loads of a particular product to sell, for example, it's like a physical thing that we want to get that sold, then we can, obviously one strategy is to do discount, but that's kind of like the last option you should really consider, because you want to think about what's relevant to the audience. Like we were saying before with pricing, if you set the pricing originally, then you'll know that it's the right price and you can just keep it at that price and keep just pushing it. And then this brand building side is more emotional and more what it feels like of the brand and what you stand for, values and all that stuff. And that needs to be a message that's communicated over time, and a story that people understand who you are and what it feels like to experience that brand, either in the marketing or in the product itself. So I think those things are important, whatever marketing you're doing. But then if you were using video, there's some of the benefits are that if you're a person like talking on camera like we're doing, it's like it can humanize the content rather than just text on a screen. Personality can obviously come through text as well, but it's like, I feel like it feels obviously more real. It's like a simulation almost of like real life. So I think that's one of the benefits of video content, and aligning that with the marketing stuff, with either focus on sales activation or brand building.
Yeah.
Usually a combination of the two is the best approach. And then just to tie.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I think for me, whenever you look at maybe doing like a short-term campaign, as you like alluded to as well, like the video strategy or the ads or like the specific creative, so the thing you're going to be showing that audience, is going to be completely different in how it's designed, in my view at least, of like how we would create it if the objective is actually short-term sales. Like we're recording this and it's going out live at the start of October, and you know, a lot of people are thinking about Christmas, right? Like now, to be honest, I'm pretty much booked for Christmas, right? In respect to the campaigns I'm doing and the stuff I'm doing, etc. And the reason why that's kind of happened is because I did a lot of the Christmas marketing beforehand, right? So to give the audience some more context, I mean, for me, like I start talking about Christmas, and there's kind of this joke in marketing. I'm sure you've heard of it as well, and others would have heard of it, where like you're starting to talk about Christmas towards the middle of the summer, because by the time you've done the prep and etc., and like maybe the actual production isn't until October, November, but all of the planning and everything else that goes into it will be
towards that summer transition. But I think for me, like the point that I really wanted to, I guess, echo but also add to is, what is your objective? Are you in a position where, for whatever reason, you're trying to develop cash flow quickly, you don't have a strong pipeline, etc., then actually maybe marketing isn't the solution. And that, for that specific case, I think for me, in that case, it should be more cold outreach. It should be reaching out to your, creating an ideal offer, creating a glance time offer, that kind of thing, and more looking at that, because that will have a shorter return window in respect to the amount of cash that can be generated and collected by a business for work done. So let's say, for example, I'm in a cash flow crunch, and I'll go, okay, so I'm going to do a video, promotional video deal, for example, for X price. Cool. And then I'm going to go to like 150 people within my network and say, hey, would you like this thing? Right. And if it's kind of more a binary yes or no. But for me, the role, and this is why I think sometimes people get things wrong when it comes to marketing, is because like they don't see them as separate tasks, right? You've got to do marketing to get people to the point of sale. And I think for me, like, the overarching perspective when it comes to video itself is it humanizes, as you say, of course, but it also allows people to get to know you and build that parasocial relationship faster than like us. Like, there's kind of two, obviously there's two ways, and it's about the depth of connection, right? So you meet the person, you have meetings with the person, you go to networking, etc., which will lead into my next question, or you consume their content and you build that parasocial relationship. But a way of building a parasocial relationship is by having one-to-many, e.g. a video, e.g. piece of marketing that can help nurture, can help build trust, know, like, and trust through your audience to allow you to then, so I'm going to spend time with you talking today, but actually this is going to sit online and it's going to potentially be a multiple set of touch points or multiple sets of clients. And then that's not even before you then start pulling out the, the smaller chunks, etc. But for people who are maybe listening to this who are like, okay, cool, I'm going to start doing video. How should we start? Should we just jump in? Should we just record a quick video on our phone and post it? Like, what do you think?
It all starts with diagnosis, basically. So, like I mentioned before, so you can diagnose where you're at, where the business is at, like what are the challenges you're facing currently and all that kind of stuff, and like get a bit of a map. You can also then think about what you want to get to, and then map that out, and have, use different tools. So like project management tools, I think, can be useful, like diagrams and different things like that. And once you've had that, then you can sort of think about like what could be the quickest thing we could do if we wanted to do that. Like if we wanted to, we want to get like good at creating videos, so maybe we could like do something really simple that moves in the right direction, but it's not so specific at the moment to actually get into that vision. But it's us practicing the skill of it. You could do something like that, for example, and you could just keep it really, really simple of like, let's just get on a video and just say, hey, we're thinking about doing more video content, and just like, we want to hear from you what your struggles are right now, like challenges and things. Like, let us know in the comments, or like give us your experiences of what it's like been like in the past with other content we've done, or other interactions we've had, or whatever, and just see how people react. Because I know that sometimes some people actually get like a really good response from that, and other people don't get anything. So it's worth testing things like that and seeing where your strengths are and stuff. Because sometimes people have got a massive network and they've just never created content, or maybe a few written posts every now and again, but they're not really put video content out or other content like that. And then just one thing like that can often get a lot of different people commenting and things, and often you can share it around and things. So that's one way of getting started. And then going back to your vision and your diagnosis of like, where are our challenges and where are our strengths, and like, how do we go and lean into the strengths and sort of make up for the challenges that we're facing at the moment.
Do you think, I mean, my next question was going to be around consistency, but like for me, when someone's looking at what they're doing, the key to whether someone's going to be successful for me is that element of consistency, right? Like, so I'll give you a very quick example. One of the reasons why I would argue that the podcast, or like what I'm doing with the YouTube channel, what I'm doing with the business, etc., like the only reason why it's consistent the only reason why it's consistently working is because I'm being consistent with the output. I'm constantly looking at, okay, how can I up the quality? How can I do something different? How can I, how do I attract someone in that first 4 seconds or 5 seconds or 10 seconds, depending on where you look at your hooks, etc., depending on what platform we're on, etc. But from your perspective, I mean, is it just about having those consistent reminders going out and having that consistent content to show up for your ideal audience? Or is there actually more to being consistent? And then if so, how would you recommend from your experience people actually are consistent when it comes to video or when it comes to marketing as a whole?
One thing I was thinking about when you were talking about something else earlier was like about, you mentioned about like getting your personality across. And I think that's a big benefit of video. And if you've been to like a networking event, which I've been going to quite a lot recently, and like connecting with people, connect with somebody and then they see your content after they've met you in real life, I think it's a powerful combination. And it's and just having that going out there, even if it's nothing to do with your business, I think it's still a powerful tool to use so people get used to you and feel comfortable with you. It's like building that trust, but it's I think, even though I've talked about strategy and things like that, I've also recently been thinking less about it as well. And I think partly it might be to do with my being neurodivergent, because I always like seem to find it natural to break rules and to test new things that people don't expect. So like for me, I've been more like less strict about strategy and less strict about certain ways I show up to sort of say I do video content and all that, because I know that just showing up and being myself will like I say, will build trust, and people will go into my page and they'll see my other content I've done about video content anyways, and they'll see, like, read my headline, read my bio, whatever, or on my website, whatever, and then they'll find out more about me naturally. So it's like having that faith a little bit that I don't always have to be showing up like a maniac talking about video content all the time. It's like I can just like be myself, and I can talk about the things I care about, which more of the stuff I'm planning on doing more content around is accessibility, inclusion, and leadership. So like these topics are the ones I'm interested in, I'm passionate about. So then me talking about that is just an extension of my personality, and it all motivates me to create more content. And then there's also going to be those moments when I go back to the expected thing that I talk about, which is about video again. But then because I always use a lot of video content anyways, and I'm filming myself, people will see the video content. So they'll see the quality of the content that I'm filming. And that's already showcasing my skills at the same time as me showing my personality. And I think for me as a video person, that's one thing I often remind myself about. So I don't need to stress myself out to think I need to be giving these video tips like everyone else does, or I need to do this, or like showing up in a certain way and like strategically positioning myself in a certain way. Like I'm still working on that, and that comes with time, I think, a little bit to refine things. But it's like I don't have to be too obsessed with that. And like I say, I like to break the rules and just test new things.
I think, the things I'll just pull out of that I completely agree with. I think sometimes when we look to either do video, we look to do content, it has to be in this model of like loads of people online, Gary Vaynerchuk, etc., like people who I follow a lot, like they constantly talk about add value, right? But I get where they're coming from, and yes, you should, right? Is the answer, but the caveat is, actually, if you're looking for long-term sustainability and long-term growth, and it's kind of a cliche now, but people do buy from people, right? So when I'm looking for a supplier, when I'm looking for whatever it may be, I'm looking for a position where I can get to know the person behind the brand, right? Yes, I need to know that you're a good, like in your case or my case, yes, I need to know you're a good videographer. Yes, I need to understand that you're good at X, Y, Z. Sure. So personally, yes, you should have some of that content out there. Yes, you should be sharing your knowledge. Yes, you should be sharing. But I think for me, it comes back to, and this is something I touched on last week with Chris, it's just about bandwidth, right? We discussed at the beginning a little bit about trend jacking, and this is where I think you can really have that kind of creative spark and kind of that creative element. But we did mention at the beginning about, like, everyone wants to talk about AI, everyone's looking to use AI. I mean, are you personally using AI? If so, like, how? But also, should we? Like, why do you think it's such a big talking point online at the moment?
Yeah, like initially I was thinking to myself, I don't use it much, and now I'm thinking I do, because it's integrated now into a lot of things we use. So I think everyone uses it now to some extent, without realizing. Like AI is obviously built into search engines now. It's built into video editing software like DaVinci Resolve that I use. So it's like I do use it, but I don't really use it in a like in much of an intentional way of like using one specific tool and like in that kind of way. But yeah, it's become a part of my workflow. Like definitely some useful features in DaVinci Resolve, like move background removal of noise and things like that.
Do you think it can go too far? Do you think people can use it too much?
A tool that's used for this, for like I say, go back to the strategy and really, because I think you mentioned earlier, like sometimes it's about what you don't do in your strategy, and you just think of like, as long as I'm clear of what I'm not doing, it'll become clearer what I will do, because it's like I have less options and the choice overload is reduced, and you become more clear, you have more clarity, and you're like, I'm not going to do that or that or that or that. Yeah. And especially if you're thinking like as a default perspective, not to jump on hypes and just think about your strategy, then you're going to be like more grounded and be like, what's going to be best for the strategy? Yeah. And then you make that decision. And then if it is one of the hype things, you can go, okay, I can use that and test that out as part of it. But it's not like a crutch.
Mm. I think you have to experiment in marketing. Like that's the first thing I would say, and then the second thing though would be everything I put through that I'm thinking of doing, spending money on a trip, whatever it is, a piece of gear, so on, right? Or even nowadays, to be honest, looking at some client jobs and looking at some projects that I'm like maybe asked to consult on, or asked to help with, or asked to produce, or whatever. And I think, is this gonna make my boat go faster? Is this money worth the time, energy, resources? A. B. Is the client the right fit? Right? A, B, or C. Like, how is their attitude? Like, how do they work? What is the value exchange good in respect to either how much you're making or potentially the benefits that client could potentially work with you, etc. Like, but also, do you like them as people or person, depending on how you're working as well? Because I think sometimes something that I definitely struggled with in the early days was doing a load of things, like all the things that we say we should be doing as business owners, right? I need to be super, super visible. Okay, so that means I'm going to go to 100 networking meetings. I'm going to go and do 15 one-to-ones a week. I'm also going to do content. I'm also going to do this. I'm also going to, put some banner ads out. I'm also going to do paid ads. I'm also going to do this. I'm also going to like put letters through or leaflets through people's doors, etc. But the issue is, actually what ends up happening in my experience is you end up doing nearly all of those things badly. Instead, what you should do is you should say, okay, well, firstly, how do I want to spend my time? What's a good use of me as a founder, me as a leader, etc., spending my time? Okay, so for me personally, me being in content, I will never be able to outsource. Everything else about the content I can outsource. How it's edited, how it's SEO'd, when it's posted, all those things I can outsource. Me personally being in the content, talking to you today, I cannot outsource. I never will be able to outsource that unless we get to a position where, of course, AI can generate my content for me. But again, I would argue those who already have an established brand will be the ones who win from that, because actually it's me AIing myself, if that makes any sense, but it would only be used in a context to allow me to accelerate what I'm doing. So it would still have my nuance, it would still have me, but that only matters because of the years of work I put into building brand, right? But I guess the question that comes from that is there an opportunity with AI to potentially, like, I guess, infinitely scale? Or is it something which you're looking at as, okay, I can look for efficiencies, but actually, because I'm seeing kind of two camps. One is, yeah, let's use it, let's optimize it, and then let's use it to go out in volume and use it, etc. But also people are going, actually, no, we're not going to use it, and we're going to stand and say, I mean, I was on a very marketing websites, an old marketing person who I used to know a long time ago, their website today, and they have an AI policy. I didn't go into it, but I assume what that says is either this is how we use AI, or we don't use AI at all, right? I mean, looking forward into 26, 27, 28, do you think that more companies are going to do that?
It's about adaptability, really. Like we're saying with marketing, you do have to see what's going on and adapt. And whenever something makes sense, like I say, if it fits with your strategy and you think that could work to help us, that's a good thing, as long as you're not scrambling around and don't know what you're doing in the first place. Like with the overall strategy, you're all right to test and adapt. And I'm trying to think, what was the other topics? AI and
It's specifically, I think, for me, like about, do you need to be doing everything, right? Like I gave that story of, I was doing loads and loads of things, and then I was doing them really badly. So for me, I'm focused on a very few set of pillars to get work now, right? From a marketing point of view, paid ads, content creation, and testing my creative to then use in paid ads. That's basically roughly what I'm doing. I'm dabbling in a bit of blog writing, etc., etc. Like that's one of my unique kind of like testing things, and then I'm building out the YouTube channel potentially as another revenue stream, but also as another marketing source. So that's personally what I'm doing. Do you see people going down that route and just doing a small set of things very, very well, or do we think does one think that we need to be a bit more diversified as a whole when it comes to our marketing?
I think it's more the first version, but also thinking about with your company, Brunton Media, it's your name, but at the same time, I think your content could be still not featuring you because it's a business. And I think that's the way I look at my content is in the future, I want to get other people involved and it be a team effort. And I do enjoy doing it, but I don't feel like it has to be always me on camera. And as I go forward, I want to do more collaborations with different people. I'm going to be like putting more events together and things like that. That's definitely a part of my like journey going forwards in the vision of what I've been putting together. And different communities I want to target and create those movements together in a way that gives back, and then also to where to get my name out there and promote myself. I think it's a good thing when you can find ways to do both those things together. You're having a positive impact and you feel satisfied by the interactions with people, networking and being creative together and things, collaborating. But then you're also obviously putting your name out in the brand building side of things. And that's what I'm thinking about is like things like podcast episodes, but also like creative sketches, like comedy sketches is something I want to do more of. And I'm going to be working more actors and things like that. And it kind of goes into the filmmaking path, which something I've always found tricky to actually execute on, because you kind of need like a bit of a team generally to make that work, especially obviously you're working with actors or whatever to really bring a story together. And it's something I want to experiment more with, and at the same time like be building my brand and stuff like that. So yeah, excited to do that.
I think for me, this is something that I've heard a lot commonalities through episodes and etc. before, which is I guess the founder weakness, which is clients get to know, like, and trust you, right? So they get to know Colton rather than they get to know Brunton Media, right? Now, I was having a conversation with a client yesterday, and he was talking about the image perception of a Gmail account, right? Now, this is the first conversation I've ever had with a client where it's been actually like had a conversation or etc. with me about kind of, is there a level of perception? But for me, I can see it as when it's like Colton is the company, the Brunton Media, right? Like that's the main face. When you're starting out or when you're building it as a family business, then you should lean into your personal, I guess, nuances or who you are as a person, right? Because the likelihood is that when someone rings you, they're going to still ring you. When they connect with you on shoot, etc., or like when they hire you, they're going to work with you, right? The interesting step will be what potentially I do or you do or one does when they step beyond that, right? So first employee, second employee, third employee, etc., and getting to a position where, yes, Colton is the quote managing director or the person who is the top of the company, but actually it's how you, I guess, manage that risk from a, like, if they're speaking about on behalf of Brunton Media in videos, for example, like how would one, because I know there would be a side of my head from like a comms manager point of view, which would be like, can I trust this person to represent the company, right? And I guess, would it be as powerful as me saying it in a video, like just building off your point, or is there a risk for that? So I guess the question that kind of, is that something you're thinking about? Is that like a risk that you can see other companies potentially run into? And if so, how do we maybe eliminate that risk or maybe bring that risk lower? Would you say?
So the risk, what's the risk again? The risk.
So I guess the risk, I guess, like in crux is me as a founder. I have to be in the content. I have to be on the shoot. I have to be on the sales call, right?
Which then can be, and also as a founder, I was just thinking when you're talking, as a founder, you create the kind of blueprint of the company and brand and everything because of your personality. So all your values become the company values, which then, and you're the leader. So then what you stand for and what you care about is how you create a culture. And then that's something that I've become more interested in, the idea of creating cultures, and become more passionate about. I wanted to step into that and be a leader and stuff. And like in my past, I never saw myself as a leader. And over time, I've seen like what leadership really is and understood it more. And now I see how I already am a leader, because we all are a leader in some way. In like a leader of yourself is one part of it. A leader in your family, because you influence everybody, whoever you interact with, friends and family. Like you are leading situations, or sometimes avoiding leadership decisions, and you know that you can look out for the opportunities and to step into that. So I think if you have that blueprint of your business and brand and stuff, and the values, it just ends up coming across in your content if you speak. But then if you clearly communicate with the people that you work with in the business, and they're already in the business and understand the culture and everything, then when you point a camera at them, hopefully it's going to come through. And if not, you can.
I think it's a new skill set. That's something that I've found as I've got to work with new people, and whether it's freelancers or whether it's internal staff, etc. And this is also true when you work with clients as well, right? Like you'll become, to an extension, especially if you're handling their marketing, handling their socials, etc. You'll become an extension, and you need to at minimum understand their tone of voice, how they come across, what their maybe prestige is, what their understanding, like how they want to be perceived in the world or in the market. And I think, for me, that's maybe where that deep work, like building off what we discussed earlier, like that strategic side, where sometimes people get stuff wrong, right? We don't go into depth enough into understanding who's my ideal profile, who's my ideal customer, but also what market, quote, sectors are we looking to target, are we looking to talk to? But for maybe, those who are maybe watching this and listening and saying, well, okay, I'm a small business, right? And I don't have like 100K or £1,000 or £10,000 or whatever it may be, right? They don't have that nominal, what they would perceive as a large figure or a large budget to get ahead. I mean, how would you recommend they either start or, quote, get ahead without necessarily just throwing money at it?
Yeah, there's always something you can do, like I mentioned before, with that idea of starting with, you've got a strategy and you've got a bit of a plan and a map and everything, but then you just find like a simple thing out of that and think, is there something in there that we could move towards the vision, or something that's, I don't know, just anything really that you think in a way we could just start, and it can just be simplified and not overthink it, just to be like, let's just make a video about, even just a video about making a video, because it's the actual process that matters, not the actual results so much, because that'll happen eventually over time. And I think a lot of people too obsessed with the idea of being professional and stuff, and it's like sometimes people's content feels like AI, even if it's not AI, because it's trying to be overly professional all the time, because AI thinks in a structured way of like, very specific structured way of like, this is the way it has to be. So then it's like, it seems like people have that as well, like locked into it, these ideas rationally, rather than something beyond that that could be more emotional or could be more authentic and intuition going on and things like that. We step out of the fear and we just take action, and we just see how it goes, and showing up in a way that's not that you're not scared, and you're just empowered to take action. People will resonate with that, and they'll respect you for it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think what I was thinking while you were talking, I mean, I think for me, it's about what do you want to optimize for, right? Are you trying to optimize for the algorithm, right? So getting that click-through rate, getting that high watch time, etc. Or are you actually trying to, quote, optimize for the human, right? For the connection, for the person who you're likely to connect with, even if it's one or two or three. And I think sometimes we don't feel great, right? We don't start the podcast, we don't do the video, because the nature of it is going to be, when we start, it's only going to be 5 views, it's only going to be 3 views, it's only going to be, my mum and my friend and Andy who likes my content, right? But actually, in reality, if I kept going for 2 years, I kept going for 3 years, number one, I'm going to get better every single time, I would hope, through time. But also,
is going to slowly build momentum, right? Those 3s will become 5, those 5s will become 10s, those 10s will become 100, then thousands, and so on, right? If you're consistent, in my view, right? And I think it's consistent in how much you're posting and what you're posting, but also like how you come across. And this is why being authentic to yourself is really important. I'm aware of times, I think, let's wrap up soon, but for those people who, have really enjoyed this conversation, who, really want to connect with you, where's best for them to do that?
So LinkedIn, it's the place where I'm the most active. So yeah, just connect with me on LinkedIn.
Fair. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, if you were going to give advice to that person, what advice would you give them?
Well, I think the biggest advice would be to get diagnosed for ADHD. Because I didn't know that back then, that I had ADHD. So that's the biggest impact that's been on my life, is to understand my ADHD. Yeah. And then in terms of business and things like that, I think learning about the fundamentals of marketing earlier on would have been a big help. And then also like about the time things you talk about, like put your energy into things that are specific about, what your strengths are, putting time into that, and then finding like support systems around other things to get help with. Like I'm working with the VA now, so like if I'd have started working with the VA earlier on, I know I would have, been able to accelerate growth, eat quicker, and become more effective with my time and energy. And I also don't think of time, and I don't think of it as time anymore. I think of it as just energy. So I just think like, what energy do I have in this moment, this present moment, and use that based on what I want to get, what I want to achieve and stuff like that, and what are the priorities and different things like that. So I'm like sometimes I'm just thinking of like, even like when I'm out and I'm at a networking event, I'm thinking, should I take longer and get a bus? Or should I just get a taxi and get back? And recently I've just been getting taxis because I'm thinking energetically, I'm thinking, let me just get the taxi and get back into stuff. And I've still got the momentum to finish work I'm doing or whatever, rather than saving money and getting the bus or whatever. It's like different things like that. Like time is on one hand and then the other is energy. And I've been sort of like noticing the difference when I'm making decisions based on what feels good in the energy.
Well,
and that's also like my personality too.
Yeah, it's just as a final thought. I mean, for those who've got this far, I mean, thank you obviously for listening. But like something that really stood out to me from what you were saying, that also agrees with like someone else who I really respect business wise. He said, well, you need to specifically understand it's about fit efficiency, right? But also about how you set your mindset up when it comes to like what you're going to do. So there's kind of like two modes, the way I see it in business. A, we're trying to cut costs, we're trying to limit our risk, right? We're trying to bring down that overall cost. Or B, we're trying to push forward. How can we make more sales? How can we bring in more revenue? And I think once you're in that growth stage, now this isn't to say don't have cash discipline. This isn't to say don't have a cash cushion, don't do good money management, etc. But I think it's a different shift in your mind, and that kind of builds off like what you were talking about, the bus versus taxi thing. For me, the taxi thing is obviously a more efficient thing when it comes to time, but also it's about flow state, right? If you've got, say, this really great networking meeting, or you come off this live and you're like, actually, hey, this was a really cool takeaway, etc. Like, then you should potentially put yourself in a position where you can like get back to the studio, get back home, so you can then film that video while that energy is there, rather than I'm gonna have a downtime, chill, go on the bike. So, but also you might want that decompression, and I think they're the two differences. But
Come and relax straight away, and it's relaxing to have a taxi. It's more convenient. I get in it, go straight there. It's less complications going on or risks of things going wrong or whatever. And then I can actually decide to rest or work when I get back. So I like having that because it's flexible, and it's like for me to figure out how to work flexibly. That's been a big part this year for me, knowing that I'm neurodivergent and realizing I need more time to process things and I need more space and flexibility and that kind of stuff. So that's like a massive learning this year, which I would have told myself 10 years ago. Definitely those kind of things.
Fab. Anything else you want to mention before we part ways, Andy?
I guess going back to just reiterating the part about energy versus time, and like thinking about what the energy and how it feels like, and following that can be a powerful place to sort of leap into, rather than us thinking about time all the time. Because sometimes I'll be pressuring myself through the day thinking like wanting to do things all the way through the day, like because I'm thinking of it based on time, like I should be working from this time to that time and this time to that time, you know. And it's like but then I don't need to think of it that way. That's just a structural way I think. I can actually change that and flip it on its head and be like, what energy do I have in this moment? And then flip into that. And then do I need to rest? Maybe rest. And then when I come back into things, I've got more energy again now. So then each task I'm doing I can be more effective at doing it. And yeah, and then having other support systems around me, I can ask people to do things for me that I don't really want to spend my time doing, or I have resistance. Like some things that are like reading documents or things where I've got to think like that stuff, and it's very serious stuff. Whatever. Some people are a lot better than me at doing that, and for me, I'll just get overwhelmed, and I'm like, I want to avoid it, and it's hard for me to actually face it. And they can do it really quickly, and it always surprises me because I'm used to doing it myself, and how much of a pain it is for me to do. When I see them doing it, I'm like, whoa. And they finished it and sent it back to me, and I'm like, that was crazy. So yeah.
Magic. Well, thank you so much, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from this episode. If you did, well, be subscribed. YouTube thinks that you'll enjoy this video right here, so why not click on that, and I'll see you very, very soon. Take care.
If you're not getting much back, you're learning something. So the more you put out, the more you're learning. It may be a slow process. Don't take the negativity too seriously.
What do you think's missing in marketing today?
I've really doubled down on social media. I've been posting every day. So if I look around at similar sized places, you find that they are not dedicated to social media, which I can totally understand.
How do you personally either deal with or look at hate comments or trolls, or is it, because we post stuff on the internet. The internet can be anonymized, can be keyboard warrior, can be trolly, etc. How should someone deal with a hate comment or a hate, etc.?
Some of the stuff is disgusting, what they say. But I embrace it with love. Unless they have said something, racist or used extreme foul language, I'm not going to delete it.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode in What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, we're on location, obviously, and we're here at the New Inn in Amesbury, and we're going to be interviewing Nathan or Nat, which would you...
Nate is good.
Okay.
Nathan is good.
And we're going to be talking about his marketing. It was, I think, I wasn't necessarily going to start here, but I think the main reason why I reached out to you about doing this is because you've clearly been doing something, because I think 5 conversations with me, but these guys are really shit on marketing. Mm-hmm. But before we get into that, what do you think's missing in marketing today?
If we take the New Inn, for example, I've really doubled down on social media. I've been posting every day. So if I look around at similar sized places in the area or even further afield, you find that they are not dedicated to social media, which I can totally understand because it's time consuming. If you're going to do videos, you need a bit of self-confidence. It's scary putting stuff out because there's so much negativity in social media. So I totally get it. But I just think so many more places could benefit from concentrating on social media, being consistent, and not worrying if it's not perfect, because it's never going to be perfect. You just have to get something out and it will develop, it will snowball. So I think that is the main thing that is missing from similar businesses in our field, in the area.
Do you think, I guess it's a commonality, like people say to me, like, it's a lot of work, and maybe it's the ROI question or return on investment question around, like, I'm going to put all this work into social, I'm going to put all this work into posting, and then what's it going to, return me back? Do you think that's why people maybe don't?
Probably, because in the short term, you might be posting and posting and posting, not getting anything back, not getting any traction. So I can understand that's why people may not do it as much. But people just got to realise if you keep on, then it will happen. And just by the very fact that you're putting stuff out, if you're not getting much back, you're learning something. So the more you put out, the more you're learning. It may be a slow process, and don't take the negativity too seriously. The negativity I see now as it's gold, because if someone's a negative troll person posting on your content, well, they found it. It means it's getting out there, and also
the good people, which is I'd say 99% of people are good, they would come back and reply underneath why they think that they are wrong, and they'd stick up for you. They might come back, but every time someone's commenting, more people are seeing it for what it is. So we're just honest, and people interpret it how they want.
I think, for me anyway, I think you're, especially in the way you approach or have approached your marketing as a more document rather than create methodology, I think that's really unique as an overall, not even necessarily in your sector, but as a whole, from what I've seen. I mean, did you always look at that? I mean, like, how did you sort of think about it when you were taking on this space and going, well, okay, well, you know, this is why we're going to be successful because we need to do that? Or was it actually just sort of naturally happened, I guess? I guess the question becomes is like, has your success been, quote, lucky, or was it more planned and predicted because you knew you were going to market and then the result would have been that you're building that community?
A bit of both. So I'll go back to the methodology that I want to post every day. And from the moment we get the keys, I mean, you could have thought we got the keys, but there's nothing, you know, to film about yet. The pub's not open. But every day something's going on. We're painting, we're doing the floor. I mean, it might be boring to some people, but for me and other people, they want to enjoy the journey. So many people have come into me since the pub's opened and said we've enjoyed the journey and how it's developed. And some people have even said, well, we missed that part of the process. So that it comes from that. It's just posting every day and just things happen. We film it. I've got 5-6 things probably lined up in my mind that I want to do, because just make sure you got something lined up. But then things just spontaneously happen. I'm looking around and seeing someone's doing something interesting, like discovering the cellar, for example, was the big one, or even simple things like putting up lights or laying a new floor. There is a satisfaction to seeing something that isn't right, it's tired, strip it back, and then see the end process in a short video. People find that satisfying. I find that satisfying.
Why do you think people don't do that? And then you can either target this at your sector or in general, I think, because I think there's so many opportunities to document rather than create necessarily.
Because you're in it and it's every day, it might be boring. People thinking, who's going to be interested that I'm painting this wall? Who's going to be interested that I'm laying this floor? But when you frame it and you look at it, and even the wall in the car park, a tired old wall, but to see it gone from a tired old wall to being brilliantly whitewashed, I mean, that's satisfying. And then the hanging basket's going up. And then that's just a small piece. And all these small pieces make up from a pub that had been closed for a little while. So it's tired, it needed a bit of work, it needed some love. So every one of these pieces of jigsaw, which is interesting in itself, slot together, and then you can see the whole picture. And people have said that they've followed the whole journey at every video. So that is nice feedback and motivation. And also it feeds into itself, because people are coming back, making nice comments, and then that gives you motivation to keep going. So there's a synergy that is feeding off each other, which leads into the fact, like, the community is what has made this happen. Me sharing a journey and a community coming together, understanding what we're doing and getting behind it. To the fact that people brought in gifts, beautiful gifts that they've made, stuff that's up on the wall. Even people have brought back stuff that they've stolen from the New Inn from 15, 20 years ago, saying, oh, we really buy into your story. Like, it reminded me that I took this when I was younger and I want to bring it back. So all around the walls and shelves, it's going to be gradually full of old stories and histories from the local community and the people in there.
I think for me anyway, that's what will stand you apart from, you know, the corporate pub, right? Mm-hmm. But I think as well, like, maybe people who are watching this who are maybe not in the hospitality industry but are in maybe other industries. I mean, what you're talking about there and touching on there is the storytelling aspects of our daily life, right? Yeah. I think especially now in a, quote, harder climate, people want to connect to stories. They want to connect to people who, I guess, are building community around their businesses. Yeah. Did you, I mean, I guess the question that comes from that is, what advice would you have for either your sector or general for people who are looking to build a level of community, a level, because it can be quite buzzwordy, right, in that respect, and the concept of building story and something that maybe we both understand because we've been doing it a while, but for those who maybe haven't and maybe are starting on their journey, what would you say to those people?
I'd say the advice I'd give people, I did it myself, is especially at the start, I don't so much now, is like look at people that are telling the story well in your industry, in your sector, and look at it from the outside, because a lot of things that you think might be mundane are actually interesting. If you're not confident on video yourself, there's plenty of people around you, the bar supervisors or even customers, that there is people that will go on video, and that is part of your pub as well. That's part of your story. So try and find those people. There will be someone around.
I think you just have to sometimes put out that intention, right? You said very early that I'm going to post every single day, right? That's, for me, that's something which I've done for many years, but I think that's rarer, right? I think people sometimes struggle, like the keys that I hear from people I work with or etc. is like, we don't know what to post, we don't know how to post it, or we don't have the confidence to post it.
Yeah, they're the key things.
How would you, I guess, fix those problems from your experience? So maybe either pick one or three, and I'd be curious to hear how you would personally recommend people try and fix that if they are looking to maybe daily post, or is it actually, go to weekly posting, get that done for a couple of months, then go to 2-3 times a week, and so on, and build it up from there?
I'd say go into posting daily and commit to it. I mean, you can write a list of stuff that you think's interesting. You can ask people, and you can work through that list. The thing is, if you're going to post something, if you've got nothing to post that day and you just randomly think of something, you may not think it's that good, but post it anyway, because that's happened to me before, and it's been like one of the most biggest posts. Just because I've put something out, I think, well, I don't know if it's that good or people are interested, but I've just posted anyway. And occasionally they can be your best post. And conversely, you might have a really good idea and think, I've got this story and I want to put it out there. You put a lot of time into it, and for some reason it doesn't take off. So I think you should commit to doing every day. I mean, everyone's different, but I think that forces you into actually posting and learning.
And being in that, I guess, in unconfident action, rather than, oh, this post has to be perfect. This post has to be, the thing which is going to get loads of views, right? Yeah.
Don't worry about it, because you're going to be posting the next day. And if it's not perfect, it's going to be buried within a week if you're posting every day. And you're learning every time. That's the beauty of it.
No, I agree. Looking a little bit more towards the pub, then. When you reopened it, was this the vision you had for it originally? Or has there been, I mean, you mentioned the cellar, right?
Yeah.
I think it's one of your highest performing videos, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is.
Yeah, I think it's over 700,000 views on that one, and subsequent ones, which
I mean,
fantastic.
Was when you took it on, was like, okay, I've got this vision, I've got this plan.
Yeah.
Did that stay true, or has things changed and adapt since we sit here today?
Yeah, I think it stays true, and it's been our vision. At which point I want to say that's my partner Gemma, who's the driving force of it, great business mind and organiser and manager. And then there's Kirsty, our other co-owner, who has a background in catering, and she's a chef, so she's been brilliant, like getting the kitchen organised. And her partner Adam, who's been doing some maintenance and some DIY stuff. So as we talk forward, I want just to acknowledge that it's like a massive team effort, especially Gemma being the driving force. But that being said, we have me and Gemma and the others. We have had a similar vision, and it has come together as we expected. And on the opening night, I knew it was going to be say the soft launch, I think it was on the soft launch, I knew we were going to be busy. So I made it in my mind to take a moment and just like step outside and see it, which I'm glad I did, because I quietly snuck out the door. I went over the road and the pub was lit up for the first time, and you could see people in the windows mingling, enjoying, and you could hear the quiet sound of people laughing and talking come across the road. So that was like a special moment. I just sat on the steps opposite the outside the church on the steps and just took a moment to watch it, because that's what it was about. So that was our vision right there.
How did that make you feel?
Satisfied. Yeah, it's a nice.
Because I think that's kind of like a plastic. You put all this work in, and there's no guarantee. Like with a lot of projects, especially like with like in your example with the pub, you put all this work in beforehand, and then it's pretty piss. It's either going to work or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great warm feeling, and I was confident it was going to work because we had so much positive feedback from the community, and that fed into the fact that we'd work harder and get it open quicker and do more. So that was a rolling effect, which was great. And while we're working on the building, I'll be working outside sometimes, inside, the amount of people that walked past and said, "We can't wait till you're open. We love what you're doing. We love the stuff you're doing on social media." It's, you know, same people walk past every day and ask how it's going, popping in and showing their support, which was great. It was really, really encouraging. And even walking around the road to get a coffee, you'd get stopped 2-3 times. How's it going? To the extent it felt like I was like mini famous in Amesbury, which was really nice, because it felt like people were getting the story, getting what we were doing, getting behind it and understanding it as a community and it's for them. We're just custodians of the place, and this place is for them to come and enjoy, even if it's having coffee and cake during the day, if they're playing crib or they're playing pool or darts or whatever, or starting a football team or supporting local groups. That's what it's there for.
I mean that's really nice for me to hear, because obviously traditionally, what like a pub was a communal hub, right? That was traditionally what it was meant to do. And I think with maybe the advent of the internet or with advent of like, again, like I don't like leaning on quite harder times, but it would be easier to say that, you know, pubs are maybe slipping away and out of the community. So I guess in some ways you're an example of, no, we can kind of, I guess in some ways is it more the community actually? Because then my next question was going to be around like, when you look at the marketing you've done, some would say maybe the uneducated percentage, but some would say, oh, you've been lucky. Right, but I personally believe you've made your own luck with execution and learning, rather than, oh, you're lucky. But do you count it as that?
I think there is bits of luck, but the thing is you need to capitalise on those bits of luck. I mean, for other people those things may have happened and they might not have seen the value of converting that into a story, into sharing it with the community and the public. I mean, even with the bad things that happened, I knew I was going to post, and I thought, I need to be honest. If we're going to have ups and downs, so in particular, I'm thinking about the day after Gemma fell down the cellar, and I was shaken up by it, and I was upset. But I thought, I want to force myself to do a video. I want to talk about it, see what happens. Because so many people said they enjoyed the journey, then I'm robbing people of the journey if I'm just saying the good bits that happened. I want to tell them everything so they can share with us the, you know, ups and downs.
Do you think that's, I guess, natural? Because I don't personally think, because I think social media especially is known for, here's the highlight reel.
Yeah.
Here's the holiday, here's the car, here's the new camera, here's the etc. Right?
Yeah.
Here's all the good stuff.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about when maybe business isn't booming or things unfortunately happen, etc. I mean, was that hard for you? Like to actually capture those elements and actually think actually, I guess in some ways, is there a moral question around like, yes, this is part of the story because it happened, but should we post it? Should we not? Because the thing is, like, obviously you can capture it and then choose whether you use it or not. How was that sort of for you? I mean, I'd be curious to hear. Sort of, was it always something that's like, no, actually, this is going to be just part of the story, and we'll choose the right time to share it?
Yeah, I had to step back and think about what my ethos was and what the ethos of the pub was, and that's honesty and transparency. So I thought we'd do it. I had to have the permission of Gemma. She doesn't like the limelight. That was the worst thing that could happen, her falling down the cellar. So the story is, we got a glass panel on the floor now, which looks beautiful and it's lit up. But there was a short time when there was a hole, it was exposed. We're still working in here, very conscious that it's there. Gemma was the person who was reminding people, watch out for the cellar, watch out for the cellar. And I just have this vision of her walking over towards to put something on the table, to decorate the table. And I can still see the image now of, I know what she's wearing, like black leggings and a black hoodie with the New Inn Amesbury written on the back. And just seeing her there 1 minute and just like disappear was like sickening, because I know it's like a big drop. It's probably 6.5, 7 foot, rough terrain down there. It's rocky, stony. So that, a real sinking feeling, and I can still, it's like an indelible image in my mind. So the moment she fell, I rushed across, and looking at that now, it makes me feel sick that like I actually jumped from there to the floor. I don't know how my back survived, but just jumped straight down there, and I was with her for the duration. And when I jumped down, I shouted for someone else on site, Tom the electrician, who called the emergency services. At the same time, I called a paramedic, a friend of mine who's retired on the Friday, and I'm calling him on Monday, and said, please get down there. And he was just down the road in Durrington, so he was here in about 10 minutes, which was reassuring, because I knew, the basics of what to do to keep her still. Her breathing was really shallow to start with, and she had a big concussion. So to have him there and to tell Gemma to stay still, which is a mission in itself, because she's saying, I've got a meeting in an hour, all this dead time. She said, I just need to get up. We've got a pub to get open. And we're saying that Des is brilliant. He's reassuring her to stay still. We need to get her out properly. So the ambulance crew arrived shortly after, and they said, we need the fire brigade to get her out that small hole. And the fire brigade arrived, and then they said, we need a technical rope rescue team. So over the next few hours, this pub was full of emergency services, and they were all fantastic. This road out here was just lined up with emergency vehicles. So of course the jungle drums on the local Facebook groups were going wild with speculation of bombs or fires. You know what it's like. So that's also why I had to shortly after say, this is what's happened, just to knock that on the head. And as soon as we knew Gemma was okay when she went to hospital, I could put that out, and we had a great response. People that we didn't even know said, is there anything can we do to help? We'll come and we'll bring you this, we'll bring you that, we'll sit with Gemma. It was fantastic. People we know, people we don't know. The amount of flowers she got was incredible, which was really heartwarming. Yeah, and it makes me feel a bit emotional now, because that's what it's about, community.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think, I don't know if the response, the initial response as a human is always, oh my God, this thing's happened. Is the person okay? Mm-hmm. Right? But then I guess it takes another level of, leaning into your values, your trust in your community to say, well, this has happened. Mm-hmm. She's okay, but, this was obviously an accident, etc. In that respect. And I think it takes a level of, I'll use the word trust, mm-hmm. to tell that to your community, because in another world, in another way, your response was very positive, but there could have been a world where the response could have been very negative.
Yeah.
Right, and it could have been very, oh, this, that, you know. I guess that bridges me on to a nice question, which is like, how do you personally either deal with or look at, quote, hate comments or trolls, or is it, you know, because we post stuff on the internet, we put our, maybe sometimes our vulnerability, especially in this case, out on the internet, and the internet can be anonymized, can be keyboard warrior, can be trolly, etc.
Can be, yeah.
You know, in that respect, and I think if people haven't been, quote, seasoned on the internet, then they maybe won't necessarily know. Like, everyone reacts differently, right? But I mean, if you were going to give advice to people, what would you, how should someone deal with a hate comment or a hate, you know, etc.?
I can understand why that would put someone off, because it is, some of the stuff is disgusting what they say, but I embrace it with love, unless they have said something, you know, racist or used extreme foul language. I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to leave it there, and I thank them for taking the time to watch the video, and thank you for taking the time to make a comment and put a heart at the end. Other people see it and that they would like it. I mean, your initial reaction is quite different, but over the years, that is the way to do it. Either they don't say anything more, or occasionally they say, sorry, that, you know, oh, I didn't mean that, or they twist it back round. Very rarely do they double down. I mean, they can, but I'd just like double down on the love. And it's all good. You have to understand that some people are not, have problems in their own lives, and maybe they're using that as an outlet.
Do you think that's a common reaction? To, quote, kill them with kindness?
I don't think so, but it's the only way to do it.
Because it'd be very easy from an emotional reaction point of view to go, well, I'm going to start having an argument in the conversation now.
It is counterintuitive, but it is 100% the best way to deal with it. Then don't give them the power to make you feel angry. Just accept some people like that. And the thing is, you just got to just know that 99% of people are good, and they're going to say positive things, or if they don't agree with it, they will say nothing. So just, I mean, you need to have trust, but I can totally understand why people would get angry about it. My partner Gemma and other people would, but I was saying, it's a good thing. Someone's seeing it, making a comment, that's fine.
Looking forward, what are you specifically looking forward to? I mean, we're recording this just before Halloween. Is it just Christmas? Is it going to be into the new year? Like, what's coming for those who may be watching this when this comes out, that it may actually have happened by the time this comes out?
Okay. So every single event we're going to look at, and we're going to keep driving forward. We haven't just opened the doors and that's it. We got the sports bar open now. Sky TV just went in yesterday. So we'll start advertising that now. We're confident that's up and running, because it's a nice games room with a pool table, dartboard up there. There's more work to do in there, pictures up and bits and pieces. I think that the amount of response that we've had from the games room, sports bar, is been fantastic. So we've got a bigger room that's a function room. So that'll be the next project. So potentially we'll start clearing that out. And I think that may be at the new sports bar, because it's bigger. We'll be able to get a lot more TVs in there, dartboards. The response for darts teams has been unbelievable. I think, you know, potentially we could have 2 or 3 darts teams and a pool team. So that's another thing to look forward to. And then over the summer, I showed you the garden, which we just made serviceable for now. It's all overgrown. That's a nice space. And by the time spring comes around, rocks around, then that'll be a beautiful beer garden. So that will always be stuff going on, and we're also led by, you know, what people want. So as people buy into it and spring comes around, we see what people want. You know, maybe a pizza oven out there, or do a barbecue, put the marquee out there, have an outside bar. All these stuff, you know, we got lined up in our mind. But if people are going to use it, then, you know, we'll do that.
Do you think people, I mean, you're clearly investing time, energy, resources, money, etc., consistently here. Do you think that's rare in the hospitality industry, especially at the moment? Because it would be very easy for you to go, well, I put in X, so now I'm going to start wanting to pull some profit back.
I think maybe. I don't look around too much what other people are doing, but there are some people that are doing what we're doing. Specifically in Amesbury, there's a new owner down at the Kings. He's investing some money in it, making it better. That brings me on to with the pubs, you need each other. Coming into this area, I thought I'd need to work on everyone to like work together. Because I know in previous years there's been a lot of backbiting and people competing each other in Amesbury. But the thing is, if you just have the new inn by itself and there's nowhere else, people want to come to a pub and have a meal and go to another place and come back or go to another bar. So you need the whole of Amesbury to be working together. And I want to make Amesbury busy again with the help of everybody around. Because we're not competing against each other, we're competing against people going further afield, out for a meal and a drink. We're competing about people staying in and buying cheap supermarket beer. We're competing with the cinema, we're competing with so many things, the internet, everything. But Amesbury needs to work together because we're not competing against each other. We need 4 or 5, nice venues, which we have got here. And everyone has been so helpful. When you open the doors and everything's brand new, no matter how much you plan, you forget something. On the first day we opened, someone asked for a bottle of wine, and we were like, oh, we haven't got a corkscrew. That's one basic thing that we've got. So I popped over to the George over the road, and they were like, no problem, here's some, have these. And same with the other venues. I'll try and list them all, like the Kings and the Dunkirk and the Anthropos and the Bell, and sorry if I've missed anyone, Piazza. They've all helped us with things that we might have forgot or change or support or sending people here, which is great. Even the offer of, we'd take some menus, and it's been fantastic. And that everyone buys into the same thing. It's been a great community amongst the bars,
As I say, do you
pubs
think
and
that's...
restaurants.
I personally think in some cases that's maybe more true now because things have got harder, because people need to band together a little bit more. But I think initially, the initial response, especially when people, I guess, first start, especially in like my industry, or the same would be true, I expect in yours, where they're very self-focused, right? I've got my business to run. I need to make sure I'm making a living, etc. And I guess in some ways they don't appreciate or understand the reciprocity of, hey, there's other options, and hey, you should go and check out these other options. I mean, did you always have that mindset? And if you did, do you think that's rare in your industry?
I think it's rare. I'm always trying to sell this point. Our background is security. Gemma runs our security company now from top to bottom, but I've done the security for 30 years on doors and bars and nightclubs. But I've seen so many bars open and close, and so many bars do well. And to see people trying to compete against each other like a club down the road, and like trying to undercut each other or go against each other on nights, you're thinking, this is crazy. If they just pull together, they're so much more powerful. If they work together on grouping together, putting on nights, working out who's doing what, they'd be so much more powerful and bring more people to that area rather than the next town or the next city, or doing something completely different. So that's something I've always believed in because I've seen it firsthand, and that goes for anything, community. Wider afield, like with anything, it's so much more powerful working with the people around you rather than going against it.
There's been a lot of talk, and you may have kind of already mentioned it, but there's been a lot of talk about, I alluded to it earlier, about pubs are dying, right? Community houses are dying. What's your view? Do you think they are?
Well, it sounds like it if you hear anything in news, which I tend not to listen to anyway. It would seem that way, but for me, I think that taking on a new inn, I just thought, you know, that's all background new, that's irrelevant. I know this pub is beautiful, it's historic. The community needs it. It's part of the British history and institution to have a pub, nice pubs in a town. It is unique, and it's part of the fabric of the place. It might go up and down, but it's in our DNA. So I just took this as like a separate thing. I mean, it may not have worked in other places. We live quite close to here, so we have people that we know in nearby villages and people in Amesbury we know. So we did have a head start in that way. So yeah, I think that's important.
What do you think traditional or other pubs potentially get wrong with either marketing or in general?
I find it difficult talking negatively of people or things, but
Or maybe what they could do better then.
in general, you think the big brands lose something. I mean, they've been successful and they've done fantastically well because they got to that status. But when you get bigger, then you do lose some of that independence, and you might go into a big chain and you may see different bar staff every time. That's the beauty of having an independent pub, when the landlord and landlady and you have consistent bar staff and owners, and they're actually there on site, because that is a big part of the pub, following that journey, getting to know them and the characters, and knowing even if you walk down the road and you're just going to pop in for a pint by yourself, you've met your friends or people you know may not be in there, but they know the person behind the bar, or they know the landlord, and you probably wouldn't get that in a big high street chain. Probably not. You may do, but less likely.
If people are interested to see more of your journey, where would you recommend they go?
The big one has been Facebook, but also we've got Instagram, YouTube and TikTok, and they are all the New Inn Amesbury. Under that should come up top if they search for that. It's all documented on all four of them, but Facebook is probably the most popular. So yeah, they can follow on any of those 4 channels, and that'd be much appreciated. We've had people following from all over the place. A lot of American people said they've seen it and they've liked the journey, but you know, it's a bit far. And some people even said, like, when we come to England, we really want to come and see the place. And over the road to George Hotel, they have a lot of foreign visitors stay there, and they've been coming over to look at the cellar and some of the history. The history's always been here, but no one, well, maybe that's unfair, but no one's sort of showcased it for a little while. I've started to put pictures up on the wall of old pictures of landlords, landladies, what Amesbury used to look like, so people can come in and enjoy that.
Fab. Thank you so much for coming on. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, because you think if you told yourself something, then you wouldn't be in the place that you are now. And I'm happy. I'm really happy where I am now with the pub and the people around me. How this has panned out. With Gemma, my partner, extremely happy and very much in love. So if I went back and changed something, then you know, I probably wouldn't.
Thank you so much. And if you did enjoy this video or this podcast and you'd like to see more, make sure to be subscribed. YouTube believes you enjoyed this one, and I'll see you very, very soon.
I've got my video goggles on as well, and I'm completely biased towards video because it is the most impactful content on social media. Full stop. End of.
Key question for you. What do you think is missing in marketing today?
What's missing in marketing today is emotion, authenticity, and consistency.
If you were going to talk to Chris 10 years ago and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give him?
The more that you are unashamedly you on social media, the more impact you will have in terms of reach, in terms of engagement, in terms of sales, everything.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, video night, wherever you are. Today, we're back with a brand new What's Missing in Marketing episode. Today, I'm going to be talking to Chris. I imagine all things about social media and all of those wonderful places to put our content. But first, Chris, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you so much for coming on, of course. But key question for you: what do you think is missing in marketing today?
Thanks for the invite. Really appreciate you hosting me today. What's missing in marketing today is emotion, particularly emotion, authenticity, oomph, and consistency.
When you say oomph, what do you mean? Because I think sometimes some people will take that as energy, right? Some people will take that as how we show up. Other people will take that as, I guess, like the amount or volume or energy. Like, that's why, if you don't mind just unpacking that briefly, I think it'd be really helpful for the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem at all, Carlton. I think by oomph, I do mean energy. I mean true commitment to the cause. I think for far too long on social, people have seen it as a tick box and not this kind of ongoing personal or business brand commitment. And if you are truly giving it your full oomph, your full energy, your full commitment, you will get so much more out of it. I'm so aware of the fact that might be perceived as fluffy, but I think, in fact, I don't think I know that people can see right through cold, corporate, boring, emotionless content. And so it's so important, and it's critical actually now that the content that you're sharing, you give it your all, you give it your full oomph. So that's what I mean.
Magic. I mean, you're very seasoned. You know, you've been on social media for over a decade, starting out as a side hustle, creating your own agency. What was the turning point that you thought, actually, hold on, this could actually legitimately be the career of my dreams, so to speak?
I became addicted. I became obsessed with the platforms, the algorithm, the opportunity, particularly because really with social media, you can honestly go anywhere and get into any audience and reach any person anywhere. Like how incredibly remarkable is that? And I think when I first started on social, I was gaining traction really quickly, and I was connecting with people in places that I could never dream of. And of course, most people that tune into this podcast will understand the 6 degrees of separation, right? And I think that process is sped up so much more because of the power of social. And so I am just obsessed by it, and I'm excited by it. And I just truly believe that anyone can create impact for themselves or their business through organic social media. And the opportunity of that is bigger and better than any opportunity in the history of the internet, in my humble opinion.
Do you think people don't do it because they're worried about what if someone sees me? What if Gary, Sally, my mum, my friends from high school, etc., etc.? Like, is that why people don't do it?
Definitely, Carlton. I think a huge amount of work needs to be done in terms of self-discovery and your why and your own self-psychology and having a coach. So many people come to me, Carlton, they say, yes, Chris, let's do social media. Let's get going. I want to do this. I want to go there. I want to achieve this. I want to achieve that for myself or my business. And on paper, that sounds amazing. But often comes the stumbling block of getting themselves out there, seeing themselves on camera, being okay with how they sound, understanding how to, have some confidence in your conviction, and being okay with people judging you. And that's something that is really, really tough for so many people. And I actually think is a great place to start this conversation with Carlton, because before you get into all of the technical, geeky social media strategy, tech, platform, algorithm stuff, content creation, how are you showing up? How confident in your conviction are you? Are you okay with people judging you? Are you not okay with people judging you? Are you way too tuned into the vanity metrics? Oh, this post only got 2 likes, therefore I'm never going to do it ever again. So there's a lot of mental work that has to go into it, Carlton, and also again, that's not a tick box. It's not a one and done. It's a continuous thing. And the unsexy truth about social, and certainly becoming successful on social media, whether that be for your business or your personal brand, you are going to get people that criticize you. You are going to get people that disagree with you. You are going to get people that leave you snidey comments. But with that growth comes huge opportunity, both financial and just general impact in whichever way you perceive that to be for yourself or your business.
No, I mean, I completely agree. And I mean, I think, but I'm also aware when saying that, though, that we come from a place of privilege because of the years we've been doing it for. If someone's listening to this and they're maybe concerned about, okay, I've got my first hate comment, what do I do?
First of all, pause. I think so many people just jump into it, Carlton. They'll get a bad comment and they'll react emotionally immediately. Hold the line, folks. Calm down, breathe. First step. Second step is linked to that is make sure it's okay to just sleep on it. If someone leaves you a comment like that, just sleep on it, come back to it the next day. Okay, this is all quite starter pack stuff. But where I think people then make the mistake is when they go back to that comment, they will react perhaps in a passive aggressive way, but perhaps they will hard disagree with that person. But the thing that's always worked for me, both personally and professionally, given what I do in the media world as well, is that I always respond with empathy, with kindness, and I understand that the reason why that person is leaving a comment on your business page, on your personal page, they're going through some stuff right now. Okay, so coming at it from a genuine place of empathy and killing them with kindness, and from a business side of things, it's an opportunity for you to show off your exceptional customer service skills by going back to that angry, frustrated customer or someone within your network or your audience with genuine kindness and empathy and care. And it can only help your brand, and understanding that actually, if you respond to that comment, it's going to help your post perform better and stay in the feed for longer anyway, right? So there's a whole lot of stuff on that, and I could go deeper into that, Carlton, but that's what I'd say to begin with is sleep on it. Kill that person with kindness, right? And don't make any harsh, strong statements and react emotionally. Just create some space, have some digital downtime.
I also I completely agree, but just to add to that for those who are listening, I think for me, it's about like whether you're willing to give that power back to them. I forget the initial quote, but it was something along the lines of, when someone drops a comment on your post, on your video, wherever it is, if you respond to them, you're giving that power back. So if you can see it as kind of a power exchange, when they comment, they're giving you that power to see how you react to it, etc. And if sometimes you don't need to comment back. Sometimes you don't need to necessarily engage in that conversation if you don't feel it will necessarily be, I guess, mutually beneficial for the conversation, or like you're not. Like, there's a balance, I think, between building community and building real relationships with people, and then also having people who are just there to maybe stoke the fire, maybe get a little bit controversial, etc. They're there for maybe rage bait, right? But you've had a lot of experience with, managing other accounts and working with other accounts, etc. And, in my notes here, I've got, you've managed over 250 accounts, which is across multiple industries, which is a big, big thing to say, right? Is there like a specific lesson or a specific like thing that you've noticed in that process that's like, this really works? Or is it very specifically industry based? Is it very specific timing based, would you say?
In terms of content, in terms of responding to criticism, what do you mean?
In terms of, I guess the question comes is like, what because then it's like, maybe someone's listening to this and go, well, why is everyone on social media, right? Like, we want it to work for our business, okay? But some people said to me, you need a niche, right? You need to niche down and do just content about X, okay? But at the moment, and this is a video I have up and coming, I'm going to talk about a hub strategy very quickly. You have a core Instagram, same is true in every platform, but core YouTube channel, core Instagram that you put your flagship content onto. Then you have spear
or supporting accounts. So I have one for this podcast, I have one for my aerial work, etc. And they all then get invited as collaborators whenever there's a main post principle. But for me, like, you can niche, but because we're an interest-based graph now rather than social-based graph, in 95% of the case, I think LinkedIn's the only exception. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd be interested in your thoughts on it. But like, for me, in most cases, we're interest-based, especially on short-form, infinitely scrolling feeds. In that respect, actually, followers become irrelevant. So actually spinning up these other brands, spinning up these other accounts, you could actually get some decent numbers. And even if it's just awareness traction to push to your main account, where you can then have more value-led content or, quote, conversion content, etc. And that's quite techy. But I think for me, that's like the key, I think, to understanding what content, like what this piece of content, what a piece of content serves. So I guess to like reframe it into a question, in your experience across all of those accounts and across all of your industry, do you find there is commonalities when it comes to strategic content pillars?
The unsexy answer and the truthful answer, and I would be waving a big red flag if someone said that there would be something that works for all 250 plus accounts, right? I think that's a little bit disingenuous. That's massively disingenuous. And the reason why, Carlton, is on social media, there are thousands of variables, thousands. And we're talking like the algorithm, we're talking about the type of content, the headline used, the question, the value, the audience, the timing, the media. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, right? And so I think what I always like to do with our clients is, to begin with, you have to understand who you're talking to, the audience, right? There's no point getting going and serving up content that's not going to convert because you don't understand who your audience are, right? So that's the first step. Who are your audience? Who are your people? And then the second thing, and maybe the thing that could apply to the majority of those, is having this kind of mindset and oversight and umbrella, if you like, of serving and not selling. I think that's really important. Of course, there's times in content where you would add in a call to action or, send someone somewhere to do something. We have to do that to make money, right? But having that mindset of serving, not selling, across a board of whether it's a business account, a personal account, small, medium, large organizations, that's something that I would say works for the majority of those accounts. Of course, execution of perfection, consistently turning up, not getting bogged down in this kind of perfectionism mindset. I think people have this misconception with social, Carlton, that the perfect social media post exists. And I'm holding my head because it happens all the time. And someone's like, oh, well, that wasn't that good, or that didn't work.
Yeah, but my feed looks beautiful, Chris.
And we're now away from that, right? And I think, and I'm so happy, Carlton, that you have the understanding around, interest-based content and followers being almost not applicable now. Like, they look good, they make you look more credible, but ultimately, if you are leaving a consistent digital footprint, I'll call it, across a variety of platforms where your audience are hanging out, using keywords within your copy that people can hang on to and find you via, that is where the impact comes with social. I think across the board, some other things in terms of actual, you've mentioned, I think they're content pillars, Carlton. I always like to add in storytelling, tell a story, because people can connect with that. Brands don't do that enough. Make sure that at some stage you are telling someone to do something. If not, they will not do anything. Okay. So that's important to add in. Social proof is always good. So adding in, again, like what's worked, why has it worked, someone else talking about how good you are rather than you. I call it weeing everywhere, which is quite creative. We do this, we're the best of that, we are number one, weeing everywhere. People are weeing everywhere all the time. Stop weeing everywhere, okay? And make it more your, and really address the reader. So that was quite rambly, Carlton, but I hope that answers that question. It's quite hard to give you a specific answer, but hopefully that.
No, absolutely, it definitely does. I mean, I'm going to be quite biased, right? Because I've done video for like coming on 15 years and commercially for like 8 and 9, but I have noticed a trend across like either people wanting to do it or the platforms wanting you to create video, right? And I think, is that just the natural, like, it's the closest thing we have to me meeting you, me watching a video with you, building that parasocial relationship?
or from your perspective, I mean, is there like other reasons or other things why someone should consider video as a format, and or why they maybe shouldn't?
Yeah, I think. I've got my video goggles on as well, Carlton. I'm completely biased towards video because it is the most impactful content on social media. Full stop. End of. We could finish this podcast on that note, right? If there's one thing that people do today, film a video, even if it's a selfie shot, iPhone style, that's fine. Do that over a static. You'll see more engagement, reach more people, have more impact. I come from a commercial sales background. Really, I've always done social, but I that's kind of like where I've really made a dent. And when you show up on camera, Carlton, it is so good for demonstrating expertise. It accelerates relevancy, relatability, trust, because it feels real. And in this AI bot, cold corporate fake world that we seem to be drifting into, it is more important and more impactful than ever before to jump on video. So this isn't just me saying do video because it gets you more engagement, it helps you reach more people. It's, well, actually, even if you only had a LinkedIn network of 4 people and you showed up on video, it would definitely be more impactful than just normal static stuff, right? Because of a sales piece versus an algorithm piece, if you like. So for sure, I'm a huge advocate of video of all shapes and sizes. I think there's a place for long form, definitely. I certainly think there's a place for short form. I think overall, though, Carlton, people are hugely overthinking it. They're getting bogged down in the tech, and then maybe they're not, working with someone like yourself in terms of the tech setup, so they can just get going and talk about the stuff that they're good at and that they know about. And I just want people to get into this mindset of execution over perfection, and relatability, being real, even if you're walking down the street. And I know it's brave and it makes you look a bit silly, but even if you're walking down the street and you're just sharing a few words about your day with your camera and you're posting that as your content, that's a good enough start. It really.
Yeah, no, I'd completely agree. And, very quick story. I've been a professional videographer for, as I say, like nearly 10 years. I do a couple of phone videos every now and again, and I'm almost willing to bet, I haven't checked yesterday's one, but nearly every single phone video, I think, it's really bad for me to say, but I think it over-indexes in respect to views for, like, on Instagram especially, but even on LinkedIn and other places as well. Like, I've noticed there is a algorithmic boost for phone content if it's executed well, right? Granted, right? And in the one that I'm specifically thinking about, I did tell a very cohesive story. I did give a very specific setup and then a very good resolution, but that was because I'm in the process of creating good content consistently and doing those reps. So whether I'm filming it on a camera, and the reason why I mention it here is because I think some people, they look at like what I'm doing with like the trailers and it looks good and it sounds good and I've got professional mics all the time and then I'm flying a drone and they're doing all this stuff, but it's like I don't have that, so I can't do it, right? I don't have the microphone. But you do have a phone, right? And I think if you just, it's more of a psychology thing. That's why I love to talk about the psychology behind video, because for me, it's the main barrier for someone not wanting to or not being willing to put themselves out there, because actually you find about some insecurities, and it's actually a really strong self-belief and self-esteem and self-growth perspective yourself doing video, which is a kind of a byproduct of actually all the business benefits that we've already kind of alluded to. But I think for me, I mean, if you were going to, and I know when I come on your show I went into depth on like the psychology, but from your perspective with your experience, I mean, what outside of doing it, what would you say to someone who's like either maybe looking to start doing their first post, tipping their toe in, or they maybe want to start on video? Like, what would you say to those people?
Talk about something that you're genuinely passionate about. Don't overscript. Don't write everything down. Be okay with buts, and maybes. You will stumble. You will stutter. You will. There will be a moment where you accidentally say something you shouldn't, and keep it in. Keep it in, because it's real and people want real. Again, back to my previous point, AI, robot, cold corporate world that we're drifting into. people are craving real more than ever before. And this is why influencers do incredibly well, because it's so real. It's so genuinely authentic most of the time. And so I think if I was to say to someone to start out, like of course, you know, press record in your office, whether it be, you know, in the workplace or at home or whatever, and just keep the camera on and record your day, and maybe record some of your meetings from an alternative angle, and see if there's a snippet from that you can take out. Maybe you're not looking at the camera. That's okay, because doing something is better than nothing. And I'm like so far on the other side of the fence with this. Like, some marketers are like, oh no, you know, it's got to be absolute quality, But the problem with that is it's too slow. It's a lack of speed. And just like a balanced diet, Carlton, like I'm a big advocate of doing professional stuff as we are right now, but then also for speed. If you are walking down the street, if you are, you know, out and about somewhere, if you've just walked out of a networking event, whatever, and you've got that moment, that spark, that energy, that inspiration to get on camera, don't wait, get going. I just think so many people are overthinking it, Carlton, which is quite basic starter pack advice, but they absolutely are. I'll tell you a quick story on this. One of my consultancy clients, I was going through this process with her. We were running through various static. We'd established our top line strategy. We had images, we had graphics, we had design, we had some polished video. And I was saying, hey, look, Cassandra, I think we should really shift more towards this kind of real, relatable portrait, selfie shot style content. And she sent me a couple of videos. One was her at home, and one was her at the beach. And the one of her at the beach, you could barely hear her, to be honest with you. Like, you could hear what she was saying, obviously, but it was quite hard to hear. However, when she shared that one, you use that word over-indexed, it was so real. The wind was in the background. You could hear the waves. And most people, they wouldn't have used it. They would have gone, it's too difficult to hear me, I won't share that. Whereas actually, I would say, if there's a car in the background beeping, if there's an animal, if there's a bird tweeting, if someone walks in, you know, like it's like the classic BBC Reader where the kid walks in, right? Like, use that, you know. I just think so many people are overthinking everything, and it's I mean, maybe it's a wider societal, deeper issue, right, around our own self-image. I think it's getting worse because of social. That's maybe like the dark side of it, but if you can just be okay with who you are and unashamedly sharing who you are with the world, then you will reach so many more people and be able to spread your message and create more impact.
Something that I understood a handful of years ago when I did a video talking about marketing funnels was actually the job of a marketing funnel is to basically repel or exclude a certain sector of people, right? The wrong certain people. Because I think when we look at marketing, we go, I'm trying to attract the right people, right? But we don't always look at the other side of it, which is that repulsion side. But something which I've found really interesting as I've grown and I've developed is like, I'm talking to more business owners who are getting busier and busier with the operations of a business and et cetera, et cetera. And that's probably one of the reasons why they, to be honest, they bring me in, because they want the professional content, they want the feel, they want the sound, but they don't want to have to worry about what lens are we shooting on, what light are we using, what microphone are we, so on, right? But for some business owners who say they don't have time for social media, they don't have time for content creation, what would you say to them?
I would say, like anything, it's whether you truly want to commit to it or not. I would say that it's more attainable than ever before to work with a genuine specialist that isn't going to charge you, you know, through the roof like a large generalist agency that doesn't specialize in. And you, as long as you go through an appropriate in-depth onboarding, consultancy, strategy, agreement process, if you like, and you're able to define exactly what you want to achieve, where you want to go, how you want to do it, your tone of voice, then you could outsource it. But I also truly believe, Carlton, with the tools and technology that are at our disposal today, I've got a lot of concerns around AI, right? But then also, I am an advocate of using AI in terms of ideation, in terms of building out content pillars, headlines. There's so many things that we can get from it. So it's easier than ever before to get consistent on social, whether you do it yourself through tools, through techniques, learn techniques, or you outsource it. You know, you don't. I think there is this kind of there's this real thought with most people that it's like this huge unattainable expense to work with a specialist on your social now, but that's certainly not the case in my humble opinion anyway. So again, not maybe a one and done answer there, but an honest answer, which is that you can absolutely commit to it, whether it's yourself or whether it's through a.
I think for me, my answer would be like leverage, right? Like, it's what are you leveraging? How are you leveraging your time, assets, resources, etc.? Like, you could, using like what I did for a long time, hire someone to follow you around with a video camera and document rather than create in a Gary Vaynerchuk style, and or actually, like as you've already mentioned to it earlier, record what you're saying in a meeting. And this does one of two things. A, it gives you infinite content opportunities, especially if you're going to use things like ops clips to do the editing for you, because you're only doing it for short form. But also, it actually means you're going to show up better for that person in the meeting, because you're not going to spend time talking about how's the weather, how is the dog, etc. You're going to go, okay, how tangibly can I add value to you? Right? How can I tangibly add value in that hour? Because A, you're creating content from it, so you want to add kind of generalized information, and you want to create the most valuable content you can. But also, I've found personally, people take more value from the meeting because you are kind of in that performance mode, I guess you could say, right? But this does kind of link in, I guess, and it'd be wrong of me not to ask you around. You know, you've been very fortunate to speak on stages. You've been fortunate to, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but like run your own radio show on the BBC and co-host it and etc. I mean, like, for people who are maybe listening to this and that's maybe like an avenue of their business, so maybe they have a speaking opportunity or they have been invited on the radio, but they're not sure, well, like, what's it going to do for my business? And like, why should I? And like, do you see that as important for you personally?
Brought that up, Carlton, because it links with your response to my last answer, right? Which is that if you're going to do public speaking, or you have a media appearance, or you're guest writing, or you're doing something like what we're doing now, okay, the reason why I'm committing to this is, of course, not just to share my expertise and my experience and help serve, not sell, really just help people reach new audiences. It's getting content as well. And you've mentioned Gary Vaynerchuk, huge advocate, very grateful to have met him a couple of times now, a really real massive inspiration for me. And one of the things that he talks about is content pyramids. And many people just, and it again links back to your having the time bit, Carlton, they don't realize that us doing this, what is it now, half an hour, 45 minutes, we'll do maybe an hour today together. This will give me content for weeks. I could pull out of it a long form video. I could pull out of it multiple blogs. I could pull out of it, I mean, with your help, especially Carlton, so many short form video snippets, right? That I could run evergreen on my personal or business account for maybe the rest of this year, for goodness sake, right? And it's a massive frustration of mine, actually, Carlton, as well, because when people get these opportunities, public speaking, media, podcast, etc., they don't maximize the opportunity and they don't use it to their advantage. So they do it, they reshare it, and that's it. And it just kind of dies or fizzles out. And they don't realize that actually by doing this today, I'm getting loads of content that I can use over and over and over again. And that is an incredibly useful trick that so many business people are well, not just business people, all people are missing out on the opportunity from. And of course, by me doing this appearance with you, it's going to highlight me as the expert, the person of expertise. Whereas if I'm doing this on my channel and it's just me and it's on, here you go, me, we, all of this again, people don't quite believe it. But the fact that I'm doing this on your show can actually create so much more trust, so much more respect, and really build you as the key person of influence. I think a book that I'd highly recommend to, and I'm sure loads of your community already know it, Carlton, but Key Person of Influence by Daniel Priestley is a brilliant book to read, to really understand and simplify personal brand. And it gets you in this thought process and concept and strategy of, using these opportunities to build you as a key person of influence so people trust you more. And if they trust you more, they buy more of your products and services. It's a simple mathematical equation, if you like. And so again, that's why I would hugely recommend that when you do these appearances, you really, really milk them for as much as you possibly can.
And also, I think, sometimes people see like filming a talk at the front of a room or filming a podcast as like just a cost. And until you break that framework down and you look at the visibility that you're potentially going to get, and I think at the moment we relaunched the podcast account, I think it's now like 24 or 22,000 or so within like 2 weeks or so, just under 2 weeks in regards to like monthly views. Now, yes, we're using a strategy which involves a level of volume to create that, right? Each reel is maybe only getting 300 or so views at the time of filming, sure, but the point is, how many people, even if we take 1%, okay, that's close to 2,000 people that potentially could convert in my business within the next 3 months, right? And that's just on Instagram alone. You then add the potential revenue opportunities that come from having a monetized YouTube channel and etc., and like building side revenue, especially if you're in what I would call a up down business, so like you're very project by project based. You could build yourself an opportunity, and I'm personally doing this with the brands I'm building and in the content I'm creating, where you could have infinite marketing content because you're going to put it out on all your social media, linking out to your YouTube, etc. But also, if you strategically think about it enough, and you can build a strong niche for that YouTube clarity, which is what YouTube specifically cares about in all the research, all the people I've spoken to right now, and that's why I have a different channel for the podcast rather than Brunton Media, etc., is because algorithmically YouTube wants to have clarity over who to serve those videos to, right? But the key there is once it gets to the point where the YouTube channels are big enough, they will become their own revenue stream. And it might be £100 a month or etc. Sure. But that what does that do to your business? That changes your baseline revenue. So if you are project by project based, that means you can potentially pay for another SD card, or you can pay for another microphone, or you can pay for a bit of lighting, or you can pay for a bit of consulting, etc. Or just hold on to the £100, right? And it's about, I think for me, how you think about that from a longer term. But do you think people sometimes underestimate like the other opportunities that could come from like either that or the lurkers that could come on social media from creating content, Chris, do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, though, something that you've brought up there, which is a huge gap for the majority of people. Unbelievably, they are not using and making the most of the second biggest search engine in the world, which is YouTube. And YouTube Shorts right now are so hot. They are absolutely flying. They are getting so much organic reach. And so even if you were to set up your own personal YouTube account under your name, right, and you just share all of these little videos that you do from various appearances, public speaking gigs, talks, meetings, whatever, wherever, however, getting your name on YouTube and giving these AI tools, hey, by the way, something to grab onto because then you're the expert, boom. And that is a massive gap for so many people. So again, link back to your previous question, Carlton, we're doing this in a funny order today. That will hugely help people. So definitely jump on YouTube and really, really capitalize on that opportunity by using that video content. And the great thing is with YouTube is by tweaking, tailoring, optimizing, making something, amending something, is that it can go viral like that. Okay. So with LinkedIn, with Facebook, with Instagram, if you edit something, if you edit a social post, it will penalize you, right? YouTube is phenomenal because by simply adding a new thumbnail, changing the headline, adding more to the description, all of a sudden your video can blow up and it could completely change your business forever. And that's not pie in the sky, blue sky thinking stuff, right? That's very real and it's happening for so many people. And so again, another takeaway for people listening to this is please jump on YouTube. Please start publishing to YouTube.
Yeah. And I mean, we've talked a lot about like the commercial benefit of doing content, the commercial benefit of like why I should be looking at marketing, how I should be consistently marketing, but you've done some incredible work through your Big C initiative about, specifically raising
I believe this is correct, do correct me if it's wrong, raising up to about £40,000 for the charity involvements and etc. I mean, how specifically is that kind of, I guess, purposely shaped your work, or like how did that kind of come about? Like, because I think that's really rare in the business landscape, but also in the social media landscape as a whole. I don't think we sometimes think, hey, I could actually do something really good and really meaningful here.
Love that, Carlton. And we're talking here about business and doing all this, but hey, actually, what charities are you passionate about? What do you want to change in society? What legacy do you want to leave? You can use social as a tool to support with that. I'm so proud to say that we've now got up to over 50,000. I think we're almost knocking on the door of 51,000, right? For a cancer charity that supported my mum before she sadly passed away in 2007. And my mission is I want to get to 100 grand before I retire, right? And I will get there. But the takeaway and the learning from that is all of that money was raised because of the power of social media, specifically the power of building a engaged community. And we jumped on YouTube lives. We were talking to our subscribers. We did a 24-hour watch along, which was phenomenal. And we raised, I think it was like annoyingly, it wasn't 24,000. It was 23,000 in 24 hours. And that was on YouTube, one platform. So again, like, if it's not enough to already jump on social media for your business, what about the stuff that you're passionate about? What about the charities that you want to help and support? It's definitely the right thing to do.
Do you think AI is going to change this?
Yeah, I do. I think AI has already changed a lot of social media. And I think that it's one of those things that you can either lean into, you can sink or swim. And I think that many people are already swimming with it, but then also some people are unintentionally sinking because they're using AI. They are they're really rubbish with their prompts, Carlton, and they're just kind of spewing up stuff and throwing it out there. And the algorithm is understanding and picking up, that's AI content. And there's certain things that you see and you're like, you've swallowed a thesaurus overnight. You're using the rocket emoji on every single post. You're using multiple line breaks in weird orders. It doesn't feel like you anymore. So I think AI has changed it, but not just for the good, but for the worse as well. And honestly, not even just saying this because I'm on your podcast. It's why video. I mean, I didn't think video could be any more I didn't think it could be any more valuable. AI coming in has made video work even more valuable for you and your business. Because of course, AI tools are developing all the time, right? And it's going to get scary really quickly at what it can do, even in video. But right now, there's this opportunity where doing video as you, for real, there's going to be this nice soft squidgy stage where you can get so much impact now before these tools and technologies catches up with it and are able to dupe you to a quality where you can't tell the difference. I don't think that's going to be long, by the way, and I'm quite scared by that, to be honest. For the world, not for me or my business, everyone. But for the next year and a half, 2 years, I think there's a real moment where you can jump on video, make loads of money, create loads of impact, help support causes that you care about. I think AI has made things really good in terms of getting people going, ideation. But I actually also think it's really showing people up, and it's making jumping on video even better for showing off your expertise, your knowledge, your wisdom, your skills, because that's something that AI can't do.
Yeah. How shouldn't we be using AI?
How shouldn't we be using it? Putting a I'm not going to try not to swear just in case you're monetizing this. By putting a rubbish prompt into ChatGPT, copying and pasting any old nonsense, right? If you put rubbish in to ChatGPT, you will get rubbish out of it. And people aren't even proofing it, Carlton. It's so scary how lazy humans are. It's so scary. They're literally putting a rubbish prompt in, getting a rubbish answer response out of it, copying it, whacking it in LinkedIn and sending it.
Yeah, that'll do.
Fact checking it. And some of the stuff I've seen, it's like the worst thing to do for your personal brand. It can literally destroy your personal brand in an instant because the facts are wrong. The stats are wrong. They're not right. And it's because partly of the prompt, but also what AI is currently still latching onto. So as I say, I'm not an AI denier by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that's where people are getting it massively wrong. They are not understanding how it works and they are shortcutting it. They're thinking it's accurate and it's not. It's actually, you spoke earlier, Carlton, about, video / social attracting or detracting for your personal or business brand. And my goodness gracious me, is it detracting from some people's businesses right now?
Algorithms change constantly, right? There's constantly a new thing. There's a new trend. There's a new, Reels have just launched, Stories have just launched, Snap Spotlight has just launched, etc. Right? It's a full-time job on its own, right? That I'm sure we both spend quite a lot of our time because of the nature of our business. But to the person who's maybe not in the space every day, what advice could you give them as we go into 2026 and say, okay, well, this format, this trend, this idea, this concept, this thing is underrepresented and is the quote opportunity right now on social?
Well, I think what's always going to be safe, is educational content, serving, not selling, especially when the content that you're creating is non-time sensitive. That consistency is going to be more impactful and work over and above trends. I'm really cautious with trends. Trends are fantastic at creating virality and going big, getting loads of vanity metrics. I'm not sure jumping on trends is something that a business should be leaning into too much, because actually I think it detracts away almost from your commercial objectives. Heck, I saw a competitor the other day post something on their social, which was so detracting away from what good customer service, client service looks like. And I was like, oh dear. And it's because they jumped on a trend that other people are doing, but you don't have to jump on every trend. So I think video works. I think doing lives works and will work very, very well. If someone is able to do content where they are getting connected, exposed, and accelerated into another network of people that they want to reach, is also good. So Instagram collaborations, live broadcasts like this, very, very good thing to do. But Carlton, I do fear that question will almost strike fear into people, and they will go, "Oh no, I'm overthinking it again. I can't do the right thing." So again, I just want to go back to basics: execution of perfection, give value. I'm creating now, as we speak, 52 videos, and I'm going to do one per week for the rest of next year. I'm practicing what I preach on that, and I'm not worried about the trend at the time, because I want to leave a digital footprint. I want to leave little magnets, branches for my audience to hang on to with keywords of service areas that I want to sell more of. That's what I'm all about, right? Leaving this footprint that people can grab onto. So trends are great. You don't have to jump on all trends. And in terms of what's safe for 2026 and what is going to work still in 2026 is short form video content. Make it real, make it authentic, whether you do it professionally with someone as good as yourself, Carlton, or whether you selfie shoot it. But again, balanced diet point. Do both. Why not do both?
Yeah.
Work with you, Carlton, or another video provider. Won't be as good, obviously, to batch create loads of video content, evergreen, non-time sensitive, so you're talking at least once per week, and build it and build it and build it, and that's how you can grow your account.
No, I completely agree, and I want to build off just before we wrap up the trend thing, because I agree, but I also kind of disagree, and it's kind of a bandwidth question, right? So I'm going to caveat my answer with, if you have the bandwidth to do this and you have the systems in process to be creating all the polished stuff, all the value add, everything that me and Chris have been discussing for the last hour or so, then yes, do that first. That's always going to serve you. That's always going to be a good idea. However, if you want explosive growth from an awareness point of view, and you have the bandwidth to jump on a trend fast before it becomes saturated, then you can commoditize a load of attention that will then lead into your value-led content. And that's where it really comes down to, in my opinion, a yes and thing rather than a yes or thing, right? We've alluded to Gary a lot, and I will link some resources down below for those who are interested, but like, this is one of the things that Gary talks about a lot. It's like, yes and you should talk about your hobbies. Yes, and you should talk about, I think he had a video that got like silly views, like millions and millions, and it was like him talking about like a fruit, right? What ROI is that? Well, actually, probably quite high, because what happens is people, if you look at everything you do as a part of a marketing funnel, you need to ask what piece of your content is going to do. You can trend jack and get a strong piece of awareness content. No, it won't convert. No, it's not going to miraculously mean you get hundreds of millions of pounds in your bank because you've converted it. But what it will do is it could give you a boost in followers and or a boosted initial interaction. And if you have your leading to a book that's actually on Chris's bookcase behind him, where Gary talks about your profile hygiene, right? If you have your website, you have your email, you have your phone number easy accessible on those profiles, when you get something that gets 1 million, when you get something that gets 100k, there's going to be a percentage. Again, if you take 1%, you're going to be in a position where you're going to get some more work. You're going to get even 1 or 2 more people who potentially will become clients. So that's kind of my, I guess, counter argument to trend jack, and that's why I caveat it with the bandwidth thing. But Chris, for those people who, because I'm aware you've got to go very shortly, but for those people who want to connect with you, who want to see more content, who want to see some of this video you've already alluded to, where's best for people to reach out to you? And do you agree with what, that strategy as a whole?
Well, I was going to say, I just looked at the time and I went, oh, that's a shame, because I've got so much more to give. And for people that have kind of liked the cut of my jib today, I'm serving up a ton of value over on my REEVE social media YouTube channel. I'm doing live broadcasts, one of which is with this guy. Incredible value in terms of video psychology, which is the most important thing before you get going. We'll leave that alone for now. Connect with me on LinkedIn, Chris Reeve. I'm showing up there really consistently and just providing free value for people to use and jump on. And yeah, just back to your previous point, to, I guess, sort of somewhat finish on, Carlton, in a funny old order again, is we could have done an hour-long Gary V loving, couldn't we, right? But this attention thing, right? I think that's something else to tap into, is without attention, nothing else happens. And so I would just say, like, preach to your previous answer, Carlton, bang on the money. I'm saying yes, and I'm not saying only do proactive, non-time sensitive evergreen content. This is my tap, by the way, that I'm turning. But I'm also saying turn on the reactive tap, which is the trend tap, the reactive tap. Just don't do only one or the other. Do both, but it has to be attainable with you and your business, Carlton, which is where I think we're totally in the agreement of. I'm just so fearful that some trends that people are jumping on detract and they turn off your ideal customer profile rather than turn on. But I'm in total agreement with you. Do proactive, non-time sensitive evergreen video content. Do trend content as well. And hey, in that book, Attention by Gary Vee's latest one, it's full of geeky social video, psychology of social content that can work incredibly well for you and your business. Carlton, I just want to say thanks for your time today, but also I want to take the time to say, on behalf of your network and the audience and the community that you're building on your podcast, thank you, because this is really rare that someone is taking the time out of their day to genuinely share so much just purely because they're passionate and that they want to help. And I really wish that there were more experts in their field that committed the amount of time that you do to actually just helping people. So thank you, sir.
No, that's so kind of you. And thank you so much for the time. If you were going to talk to Chris 10 years ago, right, and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give him?
Be more you. You cannot be anyone else. Stop trying to be someone else online. Stop copying your competitors. Stop just doing what the other people in the industry are doing, because actually, if they go yin and you go yang, if they go black and you go white, that is really, really impactful. And the more that you are unashamedly you on social media, the more impact you will have in terms of reach, in terms of engagement, in terms of sales, everything. It all comes back to the more you that you are, the more impact you will have on social media.
Thank you so much for the time, Chris. And if you did enjoy this episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today, make sure to be subscribed and all that lovely YouTube stuff and etc. as well. But thank you so much for coming back and joining me. I'll see you very, very soon. Do you think that filmmaking either will continue to change and or has already changed with the advent of AI? If you're getting into filmmaking now, it's potentially quite challenging.
It's going to be very difficult for juniors coming in to know whether they can even trust AI. It is a big question mark at the moment for me. We'll get to a point where we truly won't know what's real and what's not.
Marketing is for a specific job to give you the permission to sell to someone. And then sales is the ability to add value at a monetary balanced cost to you.
And I do think as a creative, especially if it's a project you're not being paid for, you need to be brutally in line with what your voice is trying to say and not be swayed.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of today's podcast. Today we're going to be talking to Phil all about filmmaking, his journey in filmmaking. And I guess, Phil, I mean, I was going to ask you specifically like how you got started, but I think why should someone specifically care about filmmaking as a whole or video as a whole right now, would you say?
Well, I mean, it seems to be that video is everywhere. And it's a really powerful way to sell or to get a story across and just to generally get a message. And I think people are, well, I mean, the fact that we've just at our fingertips got video content that we can just scroll through and on tap, it seems. I just think it's probably the most effective way to get a message across.
Do you think that filmmaking either will continue to change and or has already changed with the advent of AI? And equivalent, like to give you some context, I was watching a video earlier today all about the fact that like junior editors and getting into filmmaking, like we're both like I would say probably more established, but if you're getting into filmmaking now, it's potentially quite challenging in respect to like those you don't necessarily have those junior roles because they are being commoditized or replaced by AI.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I was at an event the other day and they drew attention to the fact that, as you described, those junior level roles are being filled with AI. But what's interesting is that those at the latter parts of their careers, once they disappear, the experts that actually know and have the knowledge, it's going to be very difficult for juniors coming in to know whether they can even trust AI because they haven't got some old fogey next to them that they can vet it and check if it's correct. But in terms of AI, it is a big question mark at the moment for me. However, I'm starting to see whenever I speak to people about LinkedIn, they're frustrated at the fact that every post seems to be AI. And I do question whether we'll get to a point where we truly won't know what's real and what's not. And so people will need further proof on and evidence as to what's real. And I think what will happen in terms of marketing is that people will just start meeting up more. And so you might find that video loses its impact because we just won't believe it. Perhaps these kinds of conversations that we're having now will become a better way to market. But it's really hard to know. And it is a worry, I'll be honest. And I think it's important to embrace the technology and not get left behind. But I feel like it could go either way.
As I say, I mean, for me, I think it's kind of one of those things where you've got to kind of use it to like leverage what you're doing, but also be aware of where it's going. So then you can maybe pivot, change, adapt what you're then doing as a filmmaker, what you're doing as a marketer, etc., either for your clients or for you. I mean, I agree with your like the perspective or the analysis, I suppose, that people are more pushing towards in-person events and more community-based stuff, because I've noticed that with my own in-person event, but also in general, people really seem to, I guess, resonate more in some ways with in-person connection as AI becomes more dominant. But I guess maybe the longer-term thought process is
like, is there a marry? Like, can we marry the two in the respect to, like, actually a lot of the stuff and a lot of the grunt work will always be done by AI, and does it maybe cross out? Maybe the line is that maybe when it doesn't cross over into like the creative stuff, I guess, do you think, could it replace the creative thought process? Because I don't personally, I think it will struggle to do that, and if it can't, then we're actually fine as filmmakers. I think we'll be just kind of optimized by AI in some ways.
Yeah, there always has to be in some form some sort of director or operator, and I just think what will change the most is the location at which we're doing our job. So rather than like today going out and filming in person, it might be that we're sat behind a desk and we're the ones providing the prompts. But we can only really get our heads around what we know today. And if you consider how advanced it is already, give it 20 years, it's just going to be so radically different. And I do believe that it will be advanced enough to do all of the creative legwork, but it's just whether we as a race will choose to accept that or not. And I think that's where we are unique, is that we'll be emotionally driven, and I don't think, and morally driven as well. I don't think, and people will buy into it and will accept that we're not needed anymore, and it will be automated. And I think something will come through, and it will mean that AI doesn't have the same impact as it does. But at the moment, embracing it and helping and using it as a support mechanism is really useful. And I'm using it all the time. ChatGPT is just, every single day. Sometimes I'm using it for personal therapy. Sometimes I'm using it for my work, and I'm finding it's helping me to speed up the process, but it's not replacing me, because I still have to be the one to then decide, is this decision it's made or suggestion made, is it suitable?
Yeah, I agree. And I think, I don't know if it will ever, because the problem with like large language models, right, is if they start embedding mistakes and they have mistakes in them, then they'll learn from those mistakes and then repeat them, right? And I think to an extent that's kind of why I'm maybe slightly more skeptical of whether it will become this all-seeing power. Is it going to be in a world where we have it and we use it? Absolutely. But I don't think it will. I'm kind of, it might be famous last words, right? But I'm skeptical that it will get to the position where it can completely replace a human, right? Will there be elements of, like, I can see a world in 5-10 years where the camera we use for work or the camera we have in our webcams have AI features built in, right? They can, I mean, that's, we're already seeing that with iPhones and etc. when it comes to like beauty filters and etc. And I guess in some ways the vulnerability maybe, if you're already in the beauty industry, I can see as a specific industry that will potentially struggle with this, because they already try to beautify non-reality, if that makes sense. The thing that AI will struggle with, for example, is like the detail on my beard, for example, at the moment, right? And I think as we move forward, I guess the question comes is like, is that a regulatory thing, do you think, of like stopping it from just completely obliterating like the entire industry as a creative industry? Or is it actually just going to be people will eventually just say, yeah, it was kind of a gimmick and we kind of use it as grunt work, but actually we're going to draw a line and sort of say, well, we're not going to, it's not going to be used for this. Do you think?
I feel like we are in such a capitalist society that sadly I feel that the need to create revenue will be so strong that I don't even think, I think it will just happen and we won't even notice. And for people like you and I, we know a world before AI, whereas in 20-30 years the next generations coming through won't know any different, and so it will just be part of their life. So I think that's when we'll notice the biggest difference. But I do feel strongly that we will just require that real human interaction, and for as long as we don't know, we'll crave it. It's just hardwired into us as a species to want real connection. So I do think in some form we'll seek it out, and I reckon a new art form will come about from it. I don't know, or it might be, as we see quite commonly now, things that are retro coming back in. It's because even the younger generation are looking at simpler times. My daughter is 13 and she's taking a break from her mobile because she doesn't like what it represents in her life, and I think that's an incredibly mature choice that she's made. So it could go either way. It's so difficult to know, but what I do know is that we can't be those that turned our nose up at, back 100 years ago, the car versus the horse, because it's just inevitable. And you have to be, rather than just rolling with it, what I'm realizing is that I still feel like I'm behind the times. Whereas what we should be doing is being a pioneer. We should be the ones perhaps steering the direction of AI, making use of it. And rather than sitting back and waiting for it to dictate our life, we can be the ones to say, well, this is how I plan to use it. And we can make choices now that then steers the direction.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think for me, the key is whether you're in the driving seat, right? Or not, which is kind of what you're implying there. But I mean, I guess like getting it back to basics, I mean, a lot of what we do is tell stories, right? I mean, how did you get started in either filmmaking or like telling stories as a whole?
So I went to university, started in 2004, and I did a 3-year course, video production in Gloucestershire. And it wasn't until the last year that I really started to get a sense that I could direct. And so I did that in the final semester and really enjoyed it. And then I left university and spent 5 years working for a video and photography studio, worked my way up to producer level. So I wasn't really telling stories, but I was starting to get a sense as to what it meant to create content for clients, understanding budgets, their needs and things like that. And then I set up my own company in 2012. And that's when I started to get that itch and that need to want to make content for myself, or to prove that I was more than just a corporate video producer. So I made a music video in 2014, which was my first ever real creative, in inverted commas, personal project after university. And then I made a Christmas film called Love is a Gift in 2014, which went on and did very well, oddly, when I re-released it in 2018. And that's when I started to get a bit of a reputation for being a storyteller and a director. So since then, it's always been in my head, this sense that I want to tell impactful stories. When I'm doing my day-to-day job as a head of creative, it's a catch-22. So I've got this desire and need to tell impactful stories, but sometimes the projects don't need it, or they don't need the amount that I want to put into those projects. So I have to be careful not to overinvest and drain myself emotionally on every single project. But I do have a need to, at least once or twice a year, tell a story that I feel resonates with my viewers.
Do you think a lot of people struggle, like, I guess in some ways they're always in the rat race, especially as filmmakers, right? They're in that corporate kind of revolving wheel of I need to create something, I need to create something, I need to create something for a client. And maybe they don't step back and say, well, why should I create something for myself? I mean, is that something you've always done, or was that just to like sharpen your craft and lean into that more creative side that maybe didn't necessarily fit the client's vision, would you say?
When I started making...
Yeah, kind of the reasoning behind, I guess, why you still create, or why you did create your own stuff, rather than... Because I guess in some ways some people would say, well, you don't make direct money from it, so why would you invest the time, energy and resources in doing so, right?
Yeah, it was a twofold thing. So when I made the film, it was because I was, I guess, sick to death of doing interviews, and I wanted to demonstrate that I had more to give. So there was a personal need there, but it was a marketing piece. I truly believed that if I made this Christmas film, it was going to promote my company and push us into new territories. I wanted to create TV adverts and music videos, and I wanted to be paid to do them. So I thought, well, if I just make something that demonstrates my capabilities, well, then I'm doing that's the best thing I can do. And it's paid off. It took 4 years for that film to gain the traction that it did, but I've had some successes off the back of it. So I think it's really crucial that creatives don't just sit back and wait for the brief to come in from the client. They play their part in steering the direction of their careers, and then that influences who then approaches them and the briefs they receive. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. They'll receive the briefs that they want to receive because they're demonstrating what they can and can't do.
Do you think, I guess, I mean, that's always been an approach that I've had, which is like, if I want to make the step into a specific area of work, I need to kind of do spec ads or free ads or etc. around that thing, or a personal project to sort of prove, I guess, in some ways to that industry for me to have the right to then potentially pitch for stuff. Do you think business owners, creatives, I don't want to use the term they're lazy,
because I think that's it's kind of up your own arse kind of opinion of saying that. But I guess the approach could be like, if their back's against the wall, maybe they don't appreciate that marketing is the understanding, or maybe they don't have the runway financially to think about what are we doing in 3 months' time, right? Because a project like that, I haven't done one to that scale, but I expect it didn't exactly take a week, right? I mean, did you specifically plan like, oh, I've got this 3-week window and I know I'm going to be good for client work, etc., and then make the decision to do it? Or was it in a down period? Because I think sometimes we can go into this spiral of, oh, I'm just going to go get a job, or oh, I'm going to play video games and sort of wait around and wait for the phone to ring, right?
Yeah. For me, so Love is a Gift, the Christmas film, I was on a run and the idea came to me, and it was just before Christmas. I think it was early December, so I was quite late in the day to get something made, but I didn't hang around. So it was a Sunday, I ran home, literally sped up to get home to write it. And then I'm pretty sure it was the Tuesday that we just made it. So I'm very impulsive, which is a good and a bad thing. But I don't like to hang around. When I get excited about something, I just want to get it made. And I think that's the best way to be, especially as a creative, because the moment you pause, you start to second guess and you start to worry about, will it be successful, or will people like it? Is this right timing for me? And then you just end up talking yourself out of it. And there's a danger as well with the second guessing, is that you start to lose. When I was running, I wasn't thinking about who was watching it. I was thinking about the story I wanted to make, and it was all coming from a deeper level. It's dangerous to get into a place where you start thinking about how people will consume it, because you lose your identity a little bit. And I do think as a creative, especially if it's a project you're not being paid for, you need to be brutally in line with what it is, what your voice is trying to say, and not be swayed. And I think as creatives as well, we're all incredibly unique, and there's an opportunity there to do something brand new rather than recycling what might have been successful by others. So in terms of fitting things in, I have to be really mindful, because I've got a job that's full-time and I need to squeeze things in there. But if I really believe in it, I'll make it happen. I think if you're so passionate about something, you make it happen, don't you? And I guess, yeah, brutally, if you don't, you've only got yourself to blame.
Would you have done it if there was absolutely no guarantee, or absolutely like the likelihood actually in general was that you probably wouldn't make any money off it or get any more projects off it? Will you still made it? Do you think, in hindsight now?
It's a really interesting question, because at the time I didn't know, but I still made it. But yeah, there was always that hope that something good would have come of it. So if someone said to me this would be a waste of time, truthfully, I probably wouldn't have made it. And I'm aware of that. That's something that it's a drawback, in a sense that you could argue I should be making stuff just for me. But let's not forget that I'm doing this for a career. I want progression, but also there has to be a viewer at the end of it. We're broadcasters. We're creators of content that has to be consumed. If no one's watching it, then you're purposeless. So I am mindful of that, but I try not to let that be the driver. It's a strong part of it, and I'm aware of it, and I've actually had to work through that, because external validation is something I do seek. But I'm better these days. And actually, the film I made last year was the first one I truthfully made it for myself. I wasn't conscious of whether people would enjoy it or not. I truly felt this story was strong, and I was working with an actress who I knew would be able to help me tell that story, and I just wanted to make it. But I would be lying to suggest that if no one had watched it, would I have been disappointed? Of course I would have.
I think there's a difference, in my view, between whether you'd be disappointed and whether you would have still done it. Because I think in the act of doing it, you develop your own skill in being able to create a piece like that. So there's benefit there. Number two, maybe you haven't given it the timeline yet. Maybe you haven't actually marketed the film, right? Because I think sometimes when we look at filmmaking as a whole, the short film genre is maybe something that I would say is probably kind of prone to this. filmmakers look into, I want to make this perfect piece, I want to make this amazing short film or amazing feature film or amazing music video, whatever it ends up the product ends up being. But you don't necessarily, in my experience at least, on average, until you specifically think about it and you really plan it properly, I think you should personally plan the marketing of how to get the right people, or people in general, to see the thing you're going to create first. And I'll give you an example. So I'm doing an event on probably by the time this comes out, it would have already happened, but on the 11th of September. And my plan wasn't, let's film or plan out everything I'm going to do in the event, like piece by piece by piece. My plan was, let's build the marketing. How do I want to market it? How do I want to get the word out that I'm doing it? And then I'll sort of figure out what I do in the event after the fact. Do you think, to phrase it into a question, do you think filmmakers, people in general, especially like solo operators, video production companies, maybe less so, but especially solo operators or people who are starting to get into the space, maybe they don't look at that marketing piece enough? Do you think?
Massively, yeah. And I do think it's a missed opportunity as well. I've worked with many production companies. I've had my own, and there's a lack of strategy behind the content that's being suggested, and thought as to who's watching it and why, and how does that fit amongst a much broader marketing plan. And so thankfully now I'm in a broader creative role, and that's exactly what we have to do. And video is just part of the puzzle. And that's been a real eye-opener for me, because video was always my world. But now I've realized it's not the be all and end all. There's so much more that surrounds it. And so I do feel that production companies should be way more vocal, or should be understanding of that broader marketing plan, so that when they're pitching ideas, it's not just, this sounds nice, let's hope for the best, because the client deserves more than that. So that is a trap that solo shooters, and actually lots of production companies that are well established, fall into. They focus in on just that one particular project they've been asked to produce, but they're not thinking broader than that. And I do think clients should demand that as well. It's really important.
Do you think that would be a way for us to protect us from like the future of our income, the future of our business, the future of our career from AI to an extent, if we focus on that strategic side? Potentially.
However, ChatGPT is incredibly strong at coming up with marketing plans and content strategies. But again, there has to be somebody, I suppose, that controls it. That I question whether a business owner would have the time, I suppose, to be thinking, well, what is my marketing plan? What strategy am I going to be putting into this campaign, especially if there's lots of campaigns? So yeah, that's a really good argument there. If video producers can get on board with that and bridge the gap, so that perhaps you don't want to get rid of marketing agencies altogether, but for those smaller projects where they just need a video or a suite of videos, yeah, that's a really good way to add value. And whether they charge for it or not, I don't know. But then a client or a customer would come to them seeking that value. Because for me, when I saw, and I've been very honest in content before, I'll be very honest with you and everyone listening. I mean, I saw what AI was doing, and I saw what AI was becoming capable of, and I'm seeing some of the stuff coming out of Google VO and etc. And I was like, shit. All right, was the honest truth. And then I was like, actually, hold on. There is, and that's kind of why I focus on that middle ground, because with the strategic side, because I think everyone wants to chase the golden goose, right? Everyone wants the large projects. Everyone wants the big paychecks, etc., etc. In the years of experience I have personally, they only happen if you can be ROI focused. And for those who don't know, ROI means return on investment, and it's basically just focusing on, because at that point, if you can, no one can ever guarantee like a strong ROI, right? You can't. But what you can do is you can stack the odds in your favor, right? So something that I'm trying to do a lot of at the moment is be very omnipresent in my marketing, right? Like, this is the first one that was streamed, right? I'll be curious to see where the podcast is in a year when it comes to the quality of streams, how I stream, how I record it, etc. But the key for me is to either utilize strategies from either older content to distribute on other discoverability platforms to give me the opportunity to potentially reach a larger audience, for me personally, and or potentially everything I'm experimenting with, everything I'm trying to move forward with, I can then, when I work with a client, I can say, well, actually, this is working for me. Have you considered doing this, this, and this? I mean,
is that also, I guess, part of the argument or part of the thing you would personally say about why someone should make a music video, should make a short film, should make, you know, their personal documentary, their personal project, etc.? Not necessarily about them, but they should make that personal thing that they're not necessarily getting paid for, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, arguably, then you're kind of looking at yourself like a client, I suppose, aren't you? Rather than, that one big shiny video or whatever it is, asset that you think will win everybody over and go viral. Like, that's the term that everyone seems to sway towards. Like, will it go viral? It's like, well, it's impossible to gauge that. But yeah, if you can demonstrate how you can add value across multiple platforms, or if you've created content to then repurpose it and recycle, then that's definitely going to help you. But I've never really thought about that, to be honest, because I'm guilty of just coming up with ideas and making it and then moving on. It's a real short attention span that I have for my own content, but drawing up your own marketing plan sounds like a great show. I feel like we should be having a conversation offline.
I don't know whether I'm just unique in the way I think, right? But I've always treated and continue to treat Brunton Media as the highest paying client, right? Now, the reason why I do that is because it allows me to be what I believe and where I am as the cutting edge of what I know is working in marketing, and then using video as a vehicle to do that. And I think for me, that's maybe one of the reasons why maybe I'll win a project over someone else, for example, right? But you've been very fortunate to work with some quite well-known names, right? One of which being Lewis Capaldi. I mean, how did that kind of come about? Because I think, especially maybe starting out people, they look at that and go, "Oh my God, wow, that's such a great opportunity." I mean, could you, if you don't mind, just how did you sort of get that gig? Did you like put it into tender? Like, did someone reach out? Like, how did that all work?
It's going to annoy you because I was just very lucky. I didn't have to do much. Well, so my Christmas film re-released in 2018. It went viral and I got a lot of press coverage. Then I was asked by Good Morning Britain to make some content for them. And I went on TV again, and that was broadcast live, which was incredible. And then I was approached by a director agent, and she started to toy with the idea of representing me as a director. But at the same time, what I didn't realize was behind the scenes, she was putting me forward for music videos. And one of them was Lewis Capaldi. And so from my perspective, I didn't know this. So all I had was an email from Lewis's manager saying, "We've seen your work. We love what you do. Would you be up for a conversation with Lewis to talk about creating a video together?" So I actually then had a phone call with Lewis himself. And this was all before any of his songs had gone to #1. So he was quite an unknown name. And we chatted about a concept. And then over Christmas, I didn't hear anything. And we're talking 3 weeks where I just heard nothing. So I just thought, well, that's not happening now, is it? And then they reached out again. And so I did have to put a treatment forward, which is a document that details how I'm going to approach the music video as a director. And they loved it and bought into it. So very quickly, I'm pretty sure it was like mid-January, we got the green light. And then we were filming early February. So it was crazy turnaround. So I want to say I was very fortunate because I didn't have to do much legwork. But at the same time, I went out there and made stuff for myself. And even though it was 4 years later, it did exactly what I hoped it would do, which is to demonstrate my capability.
I think that's a very key example of you make your own luck, right? Like, there could be an approach that someone comes to you and says, well, actually, you got lucky by getting on TV and then you got seen and then da-da-da-da, right? Or you could look at it from the other perspective and say, well, actually, you had an idea on your run, you executed upon the idea, and you took the risk of, to be honest, correct me if I'm wrong, but it could have got like 5 views and you could have, in theory, been a laughing stock. Oh, look, you put all this time and ever, haha, right? But in reality, what actually happened was it took a while, from my understanding, it took a while, but then it went quite viral, and then that got you the right attention of the right people, which is exactly what we want in marketing, right? In a nutshell. And I think sometimes, especially maybe people who listen to this, hopefully will take that as an example to say and have permission to actually do those projects that you're like, yeah, but this is a massive time sink. Yeah, but this is actually So for me, I think you make your own luck, and that's always what I believed. And it sounds quite egotistical to say, but the reason is because you can do work now that can then showcase and highlight. And that's why I treat my marketing in the way I treat my marketing, because every single time I'm live, every single time I'm moving forward, yeah, my video or my live stream might only get 2 views, but you don't know who those 2 people are, right? And then in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, they might actually be the next big client. They might actually be, because they might have watched your progression and watched you tinker and watched you try and watched you fail, and then actually, hold on, he got back up and he did that, and then etc. I mean, how have you dealt with failure?
I'm trying to, I don't mean this to sound weird, but I'm trying to reflect on when I can consider myself having failed. And I don't know whether that suggests to me that I'm continually growing, or I've just been very lucky and had a great experience in my career. The film Love is a Gift, I released it in 2014, and it got a few likes and watches on the Facebook notice board in Tewkesbury. And you could argue that that could have been considered a failure. But I think because the position I was in was that anything was better than nothing, I had no expectations. But I also wanted to relate to what you were saying about the waiting game. It's the same for brand. With brand messaging, it takes a long time, I think, to build a brand. And my example is a really good. I've built my own brand, haven't I? It took 4 years for the right people to see it, and it then took a further 2 years for me to get an incredible opportunity to work with an Australian company called Memories, and they'd been having conversations about me for 2 years, where they would talk about video, and they were mentioning my name in the meeting rooms. I didn't obviously know this, and then 2 years down the line, so that's 6 years on from the film being made in the first place, I then got reached out. They reached out to me and offered me a 2-year role. So it is really important to just be patient, I think, but not chase the quick wins. It's very common, as you probably know this yourself, that you've got the financial directors thinking, well, what's the return that I'm going to see next week? And it's really hard to be able to say to them, well, I can't promise you a return, but as experts in marketing, we are very confident that this will gain the traction that you're looking for. But this is where data comes in really handy, because if you can demonstrate that you've done it before, then they're much more willing to take a leap of faith. And I think, again, as video production companies, which they don't tend to do, they need to be desperately clawing any form of data that they can get to show that what they've created actually had an impact. And without that, it's just pointless. And I've been in those rooms where I'm saying, yeah, I feel so great about this idea, but truthfully in my head I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work. I hope it does, but I didn't feel confident in that. So now we're really hungry for data, because it just gives us that extra bit of confidence to be able to say, well, check this out. We've done it before. I reckon we're going to do it again.
Yeah. And I guess in some ways, it sounds really weird to say, but sometimes the litmus test is turn off stuff, right? Like, let's say, for example, you've got a client, and maybe you're not in the position to say this or do this, but like, I've had it previously with clients. I'm sure I'll have it again with clients where they're like, well, what's the ROI? We're paying you all this money, etc. Like, we haven't made any direct sales from it. And I'm like, okay, right, let's break that down. So you haven't got a trackable outcome necessarily. Okay, we can add something trackable into the video to see QR code, discount code, etc. Right? B, we can also look at it as a top of funnel understanding of, if you're consistent and you're consistently having a load of visibility, actually it's then not actually going to directly actually give you the ROI as in the sale, because it's not designed to do that. What it's designed to do is get you seen by a load of new customers that then take 3, 6, 12, 18 months to then convert. But then actually, and I guess the issue or the thing that marketing and sales always has is sales always gets the credit for the sale, even though arguably 70% of the work was done by the marketing, right? And I think as video creators, that's why we need to specifically structure our proposals, structure like how we work with clients to be
I guess in some ways for them to understand, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to 100% like keep the client forever, or you're going to keep the retainer, or people are going to understand the content, because there is a window of time, unfortunately or fortunately, depending how you look at it, where you will just, like, you've added the value you can, right? Like when they've got the story videos, they've got this, they've got that. Maybe they don't need the ongoing support. Maybe they don't see it as valuable as they did, say, a year ago. And actually maybe you've grown as well. And I think, just building off what we were discussing about like the failure thing, I've always been in the view you either succeed or you learn. You don't technically failure. Yes, it exists. Yes, the word exists, but it's not something to focus on, because for me, if you fail, it's because you did something wrong. You should take self-accountability. To phrase it into a question though, in your career, in your experience, do you think people, either you personally, should have taken more self-accountability in the past, or do you think more people should do as a whole? And do you think they would have a better outcome when it comes to what they're looking to do with their business, potentially?
Yeah, 100%. And I think it goes back to what I said about seeking external validation. I think if you're constantly measuring your success of other people's metrics that come from your external viewer, then you aren't taking any accountability. It just becomes a bit of a blame game. But it's totally agree with what you've said about failure being learnings as opposed to actually deemed a failure. And it's quite empowering to hear you say that, and for me to reflect on the fact that I cannot pinpoint a time in my 20-year career where I consider myself having failed. And that's actually the first time I've reflected on that. So that's a big win for me today, to be able to feel quite proud of that. But yes, we're all in charge of our destiny, and I think we should be taking accountability. And if there are moments where things don't quite go the way that we planned, well, we just reflect and move forward, don't we? And it's the same with all aspects of life, relationships, and just personal stuff. It's every obstacle is just it's something you can look back on in later life and almost be grateful that it happened, because it just gave you some further clarity. That's how I.
No, I completely agree. And I think, we talked a little bit before we jumped on the actual show, and I said that 2024 was really difficult. And I look in hindsight now, and I blame myself for why it was difficult. Right? Now, some people would say, well, that's a bit harsh. That's a bit mean. But it allowed me to understand what I was doing wrong. And now I can look in hindsight, and I can look back 6 months and go, okay, well, the reason why I'm where I am today is because of the work I did 3 to 6 months ago, right? In regards to marketing and output. So the thing that people struggle with, clients and like me and potentially you as well, is we do a load of actions. The analogy that's always used here is like the gym analogy, right? You show up, you do a good workout. Cool, sick. But I look the same. Okay, we'll go again tomorrow. Right, cool, sick. Do a good workout, cool, feels great. I still look the same. Repeat. There is a day, though, where that compounding effect will get to the point where you actually see results, right? And that's then a motivator, of course. But I guess in some ways, is it the same, would you say, in filmmaking, in marketing, in output, in outreach, in any skill set that we're trying to build when it comes to business? Like, do we just have to keep going for long enough for them to reap those rewards across time with consistency, would you say?
100%. And I think being present and for a long period of time is, you're establishing yourself as any good brand should and does. But I do think you're being hard on yourself, because you're just one aspect of what might steer you in the direction of success, whatever that looks like for you. You can't control other people's behaviors. You can only control your own. And I think there of course is going to be projects that you've created that might not have necessarily gone where you'd hoped, but there's going to be all these other people that will influence that direction. So I think as long as you're proud of the values that you have and the behaviors that you put into your work, I think that should release you slightly from, let's say it doesn't work out the way that it did. You can always stand back and say, well, I gave it my best shot, and I used the tools that I had to my disposal, and I put my best attitude into that. It's like kids. We say that if they got an E or an ungraded on an exam, if they tried their hardest, that's the important bit. So I do think you should release yourself from some of that stress and blaming yourself for whatever it is that happened last year, because you're just one of billions of people in this world. And I do think we get lost in that a little bit, which is that we, as perfectionists, which a lot of creatives tend to be, imposter syndrome, we come down on ourselves like a ton of bricks, but that's not fair. And it's not, yes, there's many aspects that feed into why something might go the right way or not. And sometimes it is just bloody luck. My Christmas film in 2018 did very well because I was lucky in the way that I worded it, which was the Elton John Lewis Christmas advert. People didn't like it. And so what I said was, off the back of the John Lewis Christmas advert, here's one I made 4 years earlier. So the reason my video, I personally think, went viral is because they didn't like the John Lewis one and they were more receptive to something else. So the whole narrative was John Lewis, this guy creates a film for 50 quid that rivals John Lewis. There was that story there. I couldn't have dictated and controlled that. And I probably would have put the same type of post out had the video been successful. I wasn't deliberately writing it in that way to say, well, I know it's shit, therefore they're going to love mine. It was just good fortune. So I don't think I could have truly controlled that.
No, and there is market, like to an extent, there is market conditions that do have a perfect storm, right? But the reason why I say luck is in our own control is because we prepare for an opportunity and then we can execute upon the opportunity. So, like flipping it the other way, if you're going to take maybe my point of view on it, I would argue by the fact you had the film and by the fact that you saw the way I actually remember I wanted the John Lewis advert that you actually questioned or that you're talking about. You maybe, I don't know whether you saw it and that's why you made the post, or whether it was because I don't know timing, but like in a world you could make the argument to say, well, actually you saw the market's reaction and then you went, actually, let's put this post out and see what it does. I would say actually that's your preparation towards you so that's your preparation related to the opportunity. So we can't control necessarily the opportunity, sure, and that's the element that is lucky. But to give you some more context, and maybe the audience who don't know, in 2024 I was marketing mostly wildlife stuff and etc., which is still a passion and still a good thing, but I wasn't truly focused on who I was serving, right, as a whole, in respect to how I can help you with marketing, how I can help you with video, what's the ROI on video, all these things and these key things. And I think for me, in hindsight, of course it's in hindsight, right, then of course that would then have a knock-on effect to potentially the work I got. But actually, arguably, with that hindsight, I picked up a couple of clients who were in the more nature realm space that I'm still working with today. So actually, I don't regret it in that respect. So I think you have to look back to see what lessons you can learn, but don't hold yourself to this perfectionized constant. I mean, in business we're like constantly known for it. It's like, I turned over X amount this year and I'm going to try and do better next year and I'm going to continue to move forward and forward. And I guess it's at what point would you say then there's more to life, right? Is it just covering your expenses? Is it actually developing a emergency fund or having some investments in building for the future, etc.? Or is it actually down to the person, would you say? Talking about like actually the focus on where we go.
I think it stems back to purpose and having a sense of purpose and feeling that you're adding value back to society. I do feel that we're in an interesting time at the moment where even back at school, we're being fed this idea that we can all be exceptional, and it narrows it down to that one individual. Whereas we are a successful species because we were built on communities, and so what I want to feel in my life is that I contribute. And I get a real sense of purpose from this idea that it's not just about me, it's about how I contribute to society. But going back to what you said about preparation, you nailed it. I was thinking that word preparation and then you said it, because that's all you can do. And it's the same I'm well into my fitness. I used to be a pretty established runner, and training is all about just preparing for that race. I can't necessarily control what the weather conditions are going to be, how I'm going to feel that day. And there's lots of factors I can't control, but I can be very prepared. And again, using that as an analogy, every time I suffered in a race, it meant that the next race, I literally would be able to say to myself, I felt this pain before and I survived. And so I think we can use that in business and all walks of life, which is to say, well, that didn't work out how I thought, but I feel.
Yeah, and I think when you change your mindset around failing, right, and that is your mindset when it comes to potential failure, I think it frees you. For me, like in that scenario with the running scenario.
Yeah. But I also think failure is often dictated by other people, and I think if there was no one around to tell you that it failed or to give you any sense that it failed, I think we wouldn't feel so bad. And so that's why it's important not to measure your success of other people's drivers or what other people are doing in their lives. It should be based on what's relative to you.
Yeah. Do you think that comes from a self-belief, self-esteem, like in here thing? Like, this is more general, this is like not necessarily filmmakers, but do you think that the reason why we look for external validation constantly is that, or maybe like we want a film to go viral, right? But putting it back into our industry, do you think that's why, like, we there's something we're trying to fix in us?
Potentially, but I think it's because we're taught the wrong lessons. We're taught that success comes in the form of finances and how many likes and subscribes we get and popularity. Whereas if we were fueled this idea that success came from making someone smile, it's just a whole different vibe, isn't it? And that's raw human nature. And I do think we all have it in there, but we're just being fed this dopamine hit constantly, and the need to want to be popular, which is just that again is a human natural thing, an instinct to want to be popular. We want to survive in our community. So I do believe that from an early period in our life, we're taught the wrong lessons. Yeah,
I think that's true, and I think it takes some rewiring sometimes to, and also from speaking personally, like some internal work on why do I look for X or Y from that perspective. And I think you have to take it into two, just maybe lean a little bit back into business. You have to take it from two sides. One is I'll use your example. I'm actually completely cool if this video gets 3 views. I've spent tons of time in it. I'm really proud of it, and I'm not going to tie what I believe to be a successful project on what the internet or the output or etc. actually deems it. So if it gets 3 views, still great project. If it gets 50 million views, still great project. Fabulous, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is like I'm doing it for a client or I'm doing it for myself, which is like, cool, I need it to push a needle somewhere, okay? So I'll give you, I've just picked up live streaming in the last handful of weeks, and I've weaved into what I was already doing into live streaming. So I'll give you an example. A handful of weeks ago, I knew that I got a couple of private texts from a couple of clients that I would call maybe on the fence, right? We don't have any open projects. We've done some projects previously. We're in between projects, etc. Cool. And the part of the text that really stand out to me was like, oh, your videos are really connecting with me, right? And I was like, okay, hold on. So I don't know what he watched. I don't know where he saw it. I don't have any context at all outside of he watched a video, at least one, and it meant something to him. It connected with him, right? Now, if I'm looking at purely transactionally, that probably means they're more likely to use me in the future, or they're more likely to do a project with me sooner rather than later. Sure. But actually, on a nice level, actually, cool, I just made that guy's day. I made that person's day. I added some value to them. I helped them move forward, or help them pre-context or re-understand something related to the video. And I think for me, when I started really focusing on that bit, the how much can I help, how much input can I give without not necessarily expecting anything. Now, it comes from a place of financial planning and financial health, sure. But actually, once you can get there, you can then actually probably make more money. If you're just looking tangibly and that's your objective of success, you can probably make more money by continuing to do that, because you don't have to constantly ask for business, right? I mean, just as I'm aware of time, so I think let's wrap up soon, but for people who are maybe listening to this and thinking, okay, I'm going to start creating my own projects, I'm going to start creating my own content, where should someone start, would you say?
well, I mean, we've all got smartphones that are very capable now. We've seen it with 28 years later. Obviously, they had some pretty sexy lenses on it, but it was shot on an iPhone. So we can all be going out and making our own content. But I think in terms of learning, it's important to surround yourself by other creatives who are perhaps further ahead, and go in really hungry with a positive attitude to want to learn, but just to watch and see what's going on. And I think being broad with that as well, and getting a different spread, allows you to understand, well, what is it that I want to be doing and what do I enjoy? But I truly think the best, if you want to be a content creator, you have to create, and you can't sit back and wait. It's on your terms. And I think especially younger people, they've got less ties, perhaps, financial restraints. I think it's a great opportunity to use that time to explore. But it's also being mindful of the fact that you might not figure it out for a long time. But if you imagine there's an infinite number of doors in front of you, all of those doors could be open, but it's up to you to open those doors. You don't have to walk through every door, because that could be careless. But if you're just stood looking at the doors, then that's the bit you can control, is to open those doors and see which is the one that you want to walk through. So, and I know it's a cliche, but I do believe that those, you can have an incredible skill set, but if you're an actual arsehole, people aren't going to want to work with you. But if somebody who knows nothing but has an incredible attitude, I'll remember them. I'll get them back on board. I've done it before. There was somebody who had an incredible attitude, and I put them in front of the right people, and now they're living in London, having an incredible time working on TV commercials. And that was her attitude. That's what mattered to me. So that goes back to what we said before. It's about behaviors and how you feel you can contribute back to other people and make people feel something. And those people as well, they're the ones that are best at selling, because they can sit in a room and it's not about them. It's about, well, how can I want to add value to your life, to your business. And they truly, truly believe it. And the best brands in the world are positioned in that way, which is that they truly add value, and it's on the customer's terms. So that can definitely be taken into, for any young filmmaker or creative, try to see how you can add value to the person that you're working with or speaking to, and get a mentor as well. That's really helpful. I have a mentor, and he's brilliant. It just helps me to stay fresh, I think, because it's easy to get stuck in your old ways.
No, I completely agree. And I think also, like, giving without expecting a return, and just, I'm going to use the term like showing up repeatedly in a good manner. It comes from understanding where you are in your career, A. B, financial planning, right? Like, there's something that I didn't get right in 24 that I am getting right in 25, and that's why I'm in a stronger position, and that's why I can act the way I am. But also understanding the building it off the marketing and sales thing. Marketing is for a specific job to give you the permission to sell to someone, and then sales is the ability to add value at a monetary balanced cost to you. So you're adding value to someone, and someone is then rewarding you with a monetary gain. Sure. Right, but what people sometimes get wrong, in my view, is they don't understand what camp they need to stand in most of the time. Because if you're really strong at marketing, you actually can be less strong at sales, or have an easier time selling, because you'll A, have more qualified leads, e.g. people who actually want what you sell, and B, they'll have less questions or less objections, right? And this is where you should know how to objection handle to an extent, but I find it a bit corny where there's a lot of content online going, this is how you objection handle, because that's just about, in my experience at least, pressure selling people, which in turn means they're probably not really going to get the value, and you're going to, like, the fuse on that client is going to be a lot shorter than someone who's consumed your content for say 6 months or 12 months and then understands completely what value you could add to their business, and they'll be like, actually no, we're going to give this person like 6 months to before we actually, like, they'll always look at ROI, they'll always look and judge it, sure, but they're going to maybe give them a little bit, like me or you, a longer window to actually add that value, because that's how long it took them to potentially convert, if you want to go down into the business road. But for those people who've enjoyed this conversation, for those people who want to connect with you, want to reach out to you, want to talk to you, want to maybe hire you to do stuff, etc., where's best for people to reach out to you?
Probably the best starting point is to go to my website, which is philbeastall.co.uk. Phil with one L, Beastall's BEASTALL.co.uk.
Magic. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 to 15 years ago, what advice would you give to that person now?
Chill the F out. I don't want to swear on this. That's the big F bomb. Yeah, just enjoy the ride and stop overthinking. Stop worrying about what other people are going to say. Do what feels good for you, but continue to work hard and show up.
And thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. If you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed, follow, all those lovely things, and I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon. I think that's a really interesting observation, because a lot of people, I think, are maybe subscribing to the fact that things are maybe hard. A lot of people are finding or saying that the creative industry is hard, right? Or it's challenging. Have you found it challenging?
Rejection is a fundamental within business. Then that's going to serve you within sales scenarios. That's going to serve you just generally in your life, right? I think it's a very fundamental just within life, just rejection in general.
Do you think that many people struggle with that emotional side of video, like having it in there and or thinking about how to add it in? Because that's, for me, that's the key sales metric.
Ultimately, how do you capture that moment? It's impossible because you don't know when that moment's going to happen. So it's very important to have as much coverage as possible, basically. It's what we always say to people is like, yes, one videographer or one camera operator can come and cover your event, but you are limited in terms of the moments that you can capture and the things that we don't know are going to happen, but will happen. We know they're going to happen. We just don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know how.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of this week's podcast. Today, I'm going to be with Oliver, talking about all things video and also starting off with niching, because it's something that we actually both kind of do opposites, I would say. For those who don't know, Oliver, like, firstly, I guess, like, what niche do you operate in? And then secondly, why did you choose to go into that niche?
Yeah, it's a great question, man. So first off, happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me on. Excited to chat to you for the next kind of hour or so about everything events and video and marketing and all of that sort of stuff. So ultimately, the question around niching, we've been doing this for nearly 5 years. We've dotted around a lot of different service offerings and niches and markets, if you want to call it that, and stuff. Really, the decision ultimately came because of the ambition that I have for the company long term. I want to scale. I want to grow. I want to specialize within particular areas and stuff like that. And I think ultimately, if you're looking to do that, it's much easier to do that when you decide on a niche or a market or an industry that you can really kind of get your teeth into and become an expert in. I know that it's cliche, but it's kind of that classic saying of like GP versus brain surgeon, you know, who gets paid more. And it's the person that is a specialist. I think if you had a problem with your brain, you would much rather go to a brain surgeon than a GP, and you would probably pay the money because you know that that person is going to be able to solve your problems, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I guess the critical part of my head is like, so how was, obviously we didn't predict COVID, no one could predict COVID, right, in the respect to like how drastic it was in respect to maybe how it changed the event industry, etc. But like, I know that the event industry as a whole was maybe one of the ones that was hit harder. I mean, how was that from a, because that would be like the counter argument to like, well, you kind of got a risk in that respect. Like there is an argument to be made about the specialist, absolutely. And I'm sure we'll get into that a bit more, but did you in some ways, I don't really use the term regret, but did you regret that during COVID?
Well, COVID was kind of the birth of the business, right? So we were still playing around in the very early days when COVID first hit. But yeah, I do know that obviously the events industry was hit really hard. From a video perspective and a video production perspective, I do know that a lot of the agencies or production companies, shall we say, who made the pivot to hybrid production and live streaming and that sort of stuff, when they kind of had that as a string in their bow, let's say, they did really well because it was kind of a select few companies that were doing it and doing it immediately. So yes, I think you can make that argument. There is the other side of the argument that
is that the events industry came back stronger probably than most industries, I would say, as well. I think that a lot of industries, let's say like high street and product and e-commerce and that sort of stuff, that was hit really hard after COVID, just because it was very much like a paradigm shift in people's minds, like they didn't need to go to the high street anymore. Whereas the events industry is ultimately built on human to human connection. And we hadn't had that for so long that I think it really bounced back quite strong. But I just wasn't involved in the industry at that point, so I couldn't really comment on kind of what I saw from a business perspective.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a fair assumption. I mean, I guess I was going to bring in AI later, but I think now's a really great time. Do you see maybe an increase in demand? Because I think people are kind of going two ways with AI. Like, a lot of people are utilizing it, a lot of people are using it for efficiency, sure, but maybe they're, I guess, in some ways wanting that emotional connection, wanting that human to human connection, whether that's in person or equivalent, maybe more, because things are becoming, I mean, maybe this is just a byproduct of what happened with COVID, right? Because we were all locked in our houses and talking through Zoom and this kind of thing. But for me, it was really interesting watching and relaunching this series of the podcast as a hybrid kind of approach, right? Some episodes will be like this, other episodes will be in person, etc. And I think for me, it's been very interesting to see the difference in reaction when it comes to, I guess, some people wanting to have that more human-to-human connection. And I'm starting to feel that there is a different energy that does actually happen when you're in person. I mean, do you think that's kind of, I guess, one of the unique selling propositions of events going stronger to stronger in respect to, like, maybe in the next couple of years, as a lot of people would say potentially the economy maybe continue to be challenging, right? I think it's something you can overcome, of course, but just to reiterate the question, do you think that more people are going to be driven towards in-person stuff, even with the advent of AI and etc.?
I think so. I think that ultimately when you have a strong trend heading in one direction, there's always a counterculture group of people that ultimately reject it. Like, think about when the internet came in. I'm sure that those people that loved reading books and kind of going to libraries and stuff like that, that had a massive boom. Ultimately, with the conversation around AI, I don't think it's worth rejecting, because it's here and it's here to stay and it's going to revolutionize so many different industries. But ultimately, the events industry as a whole is pretty well hedged against AI because of that human to human connection, right? I think that it will do a lot with regards to, let's say, the ticketing process, the operational, the logistics, all of that sort of stuff. I think that will really help because there's probably a lot of human error that's made as a result of just having to check so many names and so much data and all of that sort of stuff. However, I think that what it will do is it will weed out the events that don't really have a strong selling proposition. And I think that the events that do have a strong selling proposition, i.e. festivals or really solid business conferences and stuff that people get a lot of value from, I think that those will be held in an even higher regard than they already are, because of the fact that it's so different to what people are used to experiencing on a day-to-day basis.
I think that's a really interesting observation, because a lot of people, I think, are probably maybe subscribing to the fact that things are maybe harder, right? Like, I've been filming a handful of podcasts across the last couple of days, and a lot of the conversations I'm having in them is about a lot of people are finding or saying that the creative industry is hard, right? Or it's challenging. Have you found it challenging? And if so, how did you change, like, when it was maybe challenging? Maybe it isn't right now, but if it isn't, how have you pushed through that? And is it just because you niche specifically, do you think?
I think that that's probably part of it, for sure. I wouldn't lie to myself in the sense that, well, we didn't pick events purely because it was hedged well against AI. It's just worked out really well. I think that if I was a production company, let's say, who niched into like animation or explainer videos or something that could quite easily be done by AI, I would probably have a plan B in terms of like pivoting. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting question. A couple of things that I'll say is that I think that your mindset and your perception around things can entirely dictate how hard things are for you. So if you believe it is hard, then you will unconsciously do things that affirm that belief. So I think that's something that people have to look out for. Ultimately, there is going to be, and there already is, a gap in the market for people that do things not with AI. Like some of the YouTube series and stuff that I watch, at the start of the video, they have a disclaimer that says like proudly produced by humans and stuff like that. And for somebody that values that and values the human input into creativity, for me, that's an even stronger reason to continue backing and watching that channel, right? So that's kind of just like a micro abstraction just there. What it's definitely done and what I've seen is on the post-production side of things, we're certainly less involved than we used to be. So I feel like internal marketing teams are utilizing, let's say, like AI short form editors. But in terms of being on the ground and actually filming the events, I think until it gets to the point where there's like robots and, you know, Elon Musk Tesla bots and stuff that can kind of run around with cameras and stuff like that, I think we're pretty safe for now, to be honest.
No, I agree. And I think, of course, we don't know where AI is going to go, right? So it would be wrong of me to say, oh, that's never going to happen. But I think that actually when we get to that stage, I don't believe, personally, we'll see what happens, of course, but I don't personally believe that that will be the thing that's replaced. In warehouses, yeah, absolutely. In, like, repair jobs where it's dangerous or equivalent, yeah. Soldiers, if you're going to have to fight a war, yeah, etc. Things like that, I can absolutely see. But just quickly on the event side, I mean, do you see people maybe underutilizing the concept of, like, a hybrid event still? Because it's not, I guess, as cool, I was going to use the term, but like not as maybe ROI positive if you want to like lean into it business wise, because we're not in COVID anymore.
I don't know. I think that there's still a massive use case for hybrid events. Ultimately, the main benefit being that you can attract a global audience, not just a local audience or a national audience, let's say. If you look at some of the people that are top of their game, Alex Hormozy, Tony Robbins, they always do virtual or hybrid events to a really high-end production standard, with the huge Zoom screens in the background, and you can see how many people are on the call and stuff like that. I think that ultimately, if you're going to produce a hybrid event, it can't just be 7 people sat on a Zoom call talking about stuff. I think you really have to go the extra mile with regards to like all of the energy that you would have put into the logistics and the in-person experience. If you take that energy and you put it into, okay, how can we make the hybrid experience better? I feel like you will definitely have a better event and a more engaging and valuable event for your delegates as well, for sure.
I think that, yeah, I think that's the key. I think it's about like actually branching out a new audience and maybe having, from a strategic side, maybe looking at like, here's a online ticket versus here how you can be in the room, right? And having a different tier in that respect. But when we look at marketing, right, now obviously maybe we're going to talk directly at events, but like it could also, I believe, be used more generalized. What do you think I'll ask it in an event way, but it will probably branch out outside of that as well. What do you think people are missing in event marketing right now?
What do I think they're missing?
Like, what should they be doing, in your opinion, that they're maybe not doing?
Well, ultimately, it's totally dependent on where the bottleneck is within your marketing system, right? This is what we say on every single discovery call with a potential client or a prospect, if you want to call them that. Like, are you getting enough eyes? I.e., is there a ton of people filling the funnel, but you have a conversion issue? Like there's not enough people converting into actual ticket sales or sponsor conversations or whatever that might be, or have you got fantastic conversion metrics, but you haven't got enough volume? Like I think ultimately, what a lot of people struggle with event marketing is that they try and produce stuff efficiently that is going to appeal to everybody. But at the end of the day, what a sponsor wants to see versus what a visitor wants to see versus what an exhibitor wants to see versus what a speaker wants to see, they're kind of your main 4 stakeholders, right? They're totally different pieces of content. And I think that events and event marketing teams specifically should take a lot more time to consider where is the bottleneck and really what are we trying to do over the next 12 months in the lead up to our events. And produce content purely for that. I feel like they're trying to solve 4 problems, whereas if you just dial down and solve 1 problem, and then you'll have another problem off the back of it, but you can continue to do that, right? And it will just work in this cyclical cycle. I think also one of the biggest impact factors when it comes to video specifically for events is speed to market. People are used to waiting 2 to 4 weeks to get their video back from kind of a standard videographer, but ultimately you have to, like, just as quick as possible, like ideally minus 10 hours, right? You need to be getting the videos out. We kind of say 48 hours is the max. If you want to capitalize on the traffic and the buzz and the selfies and the tags and everything that's happening on social media after an event, you need to be publishing that video and putting it out to your list and kind of engaging with as many people as possible to get those rebooks, because ultimately it's like somebody is so likely to rebook pretty much there and then, or like just after. If you wait like a week, the emotions have died down, the memories have faded, and you're just not going to get as good conversion, basically.
Yeah. Do you think that many people struggle with that emotional side of video? Like having it in there and or thinking about how to add it in? Because that's, for me, that's the key sales metric to an extent of when you have a video. It's can you showcase, highlight, show in a form that will then have an emotional either reaction or showing the actual emotion that took place at the event, for example. Do you think that's something that maybe some people lose, either because of the self-confidence of like, how do I capture this moment? Or actually we missed the moment because we didn't predict it, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's both. Ultimately, how do you capture that moment? It's impossible because you don't know when that moment's going to happen. So it's very important to have as much coverage as possible, basically. It's what we always say to people is like, yes, one videographer or one camera operator can come and cover your event, but you are limited in terms of the moments that you can capture and the things that we don't know are going to happen, but will happen. We know they're going to happen. We just don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know how, right? And then your second question was...
That maybe it's a struggle, like a struggling confidence, right? Because I think, like, so I'll give you an example. First time I ever filmed someone crying in an interview, I had this emotional, like, care reaction to them to be like, I should cut the camera. Now, in this context, it wasn't my set and that wasn't my call to make. So I was very, like, I need to be disciplined and not press the button. But my reaction was, this person, like, the human side of it was like, this person's clearly upset. Do you push through that? Like, do you, like, when it's more like emotionally charged or emotionally feel? But because I think for a content point of view, there's maybe a moral question, because yes, that footage is like really powerful to tell the story and really like useful from a marketing context. But also I think we have an obligation, maybe as videographers or directors or, whatever role you sit in production, to say, well, okay, but at what point do we say, actually, we should give this person 5 minutes?
I'm a big advocate of forgiveness, not permission. Like, obviously, you have to ask somebody's permission in order to use a very vulnerable and emotional clip within there. I think that it's also important to explain to that person the reasons why, beyond just more ticket sales or something like that, right? If you've got like a particularly inspiring event or a particularly inspiring moment, that their vulnerability and emotion could inspire, motivate somebody else in that position who comes from a similar background and that sort of thing. But if you cut the camera, then you never have the opportunity to use that clip should you want to. So I would always say, like, I think push through it is probably the wrong term. It's more of a case of just let the moment unfold. Let whatever is going to happen, and then decide how you're going to use it later. I would much rather have it and then not use it than not be able to use it because I didn't have it.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, I know we discussed briefly when we were setting this up as well, and I'm going to get a little bit into mindset to give you some clarity, but for me, I think I've always been a very disciplined person, and I think it bridges quite nicely onto what we were discussing there about like the emotional stuff, but like I agree with you in respect to like if it's not, because you can get retroactive permission and with the context you're potentially going to use it for, and actually that's probably a nicer way of saying how you're potentially going to use it, but is in more generalized term, when you're looking at business or when you're looking at maybe touching back to when things are harder, perhaps, and you need to do the extra hours, you need to do that one more rep on the sales call or do one more sales call, one more discovery call, one more piece of content, etc. Is that just a discipline thing in your experience?
What, in terms of pushing through?
Yeah, just doing
when
it.
You don't want to do something.
Yeah, like doing it. So like sometimes, because for me, I have the evidence that is what will be
pushing me to the point where I will be able to get the result I'm looking for, especially if my back's against the wall. And when I was like, oh, I'm motivated, that would have potentially meant I didn't do it because it's uncomfortable, right? So what in Crux, what we're talking about here is uncomfortability. And I guess, when is it appropriate to push through uncomfortability? And how does someone, if they are looking to build it, how do they build it?
I think that, discipline is definitely something I can speak on because it's something that I've had to learn massively. I definitely come from a type B, go with the flow type background. And that's not particularly conducive to somebody that can sit down and work and focus for an extended period of time on things that aren't particularly exciting and aren't particularly engaging to work on. I think that what's really important if somebody's kind of getting started is to find out where your limits are. So I think we've kind of gone through this like hustle culture. And then on the back of that, we've kind of got this like, for want of a better word, like snowflake culture now at the moment, which is very much like, if you don't feel like doing it, don't do it. If you're, nervous, that's okay. You don't have to do things, et cetera, et cetera. There's definitely that kind of energy around at the moment. And I think that it's really useful to know where your limits are and push yourself to the edge so that then when something like that comes up, you can ultimately kind of just look with a bit of foresight and say, okay, yes, like today I might need to work 12 hours, but that might mean that tomorrow I can only work 6. So would it be better for me to just do 8 and 8 and feel better on the back of it, right? I think that you ultimately have to go through a process of kind of understanding yourself and your energy. One thing that's been really helpful for me to do that is kind of tracking energy versus hours versus focus on a day-to-day basis. Now, obviously, this is kind of qualitative data, right? There's no like whoop or something that's going to tell you kind of like how you're feeling that day. But I think if you learn to see patterns in your behavior and you learn to see patterns within the way that you go about doing things, you can kind of predict that, okay, maybe today I need to take it a bit lighter, right? Like events, to bring it back to kind of what we do, are so intense. The hours are insane. I'm lucky that I'm an extroverted person, but even I get kind of burnt out, speaking to so many, like running so many interviews in the day, asking the same questions and all of that sort of stuff. So when I come back from, let's say, like a 3 or 4 day event, I know that I need to take a couple of days, right? Just to kind of recalibrate. And I know that I need to fall back into a routine that is healthy and sustainable for me in the long run, So I think it's that push and pull, it's that balance. Ultimately, it's just a case of knowing yourself and kind of knowing where your limits are, but constantly reassessing those limits so that you are getting the most out of every hour that you put in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, there's different stages in your life, right? There might be, I'll use your example, like you've just come off an event, you're absolutely like, this is my 4th interview out of 5 this week, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm aware that like my performance may start to like pull or start to be not as sharp as I was in the first one, so I may pull back after this 5, right? And that's a key understanding. But also, like, what else is going on around those interviews? Well, actually, all I've got is editing time, so doing the editing things that I need to do, and then the general working out or other, social activities, etc. So actually, in reality, my focus can be given to this hour, and my prep can be given to this hour, and etc. So the key is, for me, is actually like, it's about working hard and working smart, sure, but it's also about understanding. I work in sprints personally. So I will sprint to the point where I'm like, fucking hell, I'm about to burn out. Then I'll stop, look at the data, and now analyze what I did, analyze how well the interviews did, watch them back, etc. Make a debrief report, and then I'll go again, right? And rinse. And what ends up, I think, personally happening, from my perspective at least, is you end up getting more 1% wins. And something I wanted to touch on as well that I think your niching approach really, really focuses on and allows you to become very efficient at what you do is, and I've noticed this since I've really focused on like 2 main pillars of content for like a chunk of time. So previously, before I did this, I was very, I've got some podcasts, cool, we're going to post them, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this, and then I do this. And of course, in hindsight, I could say, well, of course I didn't get traction because I wasn't looking at the micro improvements upon each interview. I wasn't looking at how far ahead can I get, for example. We're filming this towards the end of the summer. It won't be released until back end of October. And for me, it's about then saying, okay, well, in that window of time when I have the buffer, it's not that I'm not interviewing. I can then like do the stuff in the business to keep the business alive, right? And I don't have to necessarily worry about where the podcast is. But just like looking forward specifically on ROI, because I think people will look at a podcast and maybe like think about, well, what's the ROI? And it bridges into how do you look at it from a perspective of why should a sponsor or a event provider or etc. Like, is it just a marketing budget that someone has for the event in your case normally, that's how they do the video work with you? And then if so, like, what's your ROI metrics on those?
Well, it's always about value. So whenever we're in if you want to call it a sales situation, like it would be sales, right? But I'm always very keen to constantly bring the conversation back to the value that we're providing rather than the day rate, let's say, or how much or what our prices are, for example. Really, it's about understanding, okay, cool, how many sponsors are you looking to bring on if that is your objective? What's the standard ticket price? What's the tiers? Okay, so reasonably we can expect that if we did bring on, let's say, 3 new sponsors over the next 12 months, that contributes to X amount of revenue for you in the long run, right? So then you compare it against the value. And ultimately then the marketing budget might expand a little bit because of the potential that can come off the back of it, if that makes sense. Now, in terms of ROI, I've always found it, and it always will be, I think, relatively difficult without the advent of kind of paid ads and stuff like that to track the ROI on video content. Like, how do you do that? You just can't really, and it's always been a struggle that we've kind of faced, because ultimately there's a lot of inference that's kind of involved in those conversations. But yeah, a sponsor could want lots of different things from an event. They could want straight ROI, let's say, like if it's a bank and they just want people to come and bank with them and they're going to put all of their money in and they're going to generate the interest, off of the fact of that being there. It could be brand alignment, right? It could be the fact that a sponsor is looking to tap into a different market, a younger market, an older market, and aligning themselves with a particular brand that carries that audience is going to do that. And then in the long run, they can expect XYZ returns for that and stuff like that as well. It could be general brand awareness as well. There's a lot of different angles, but I think that ultimately, if the event sales team dug into the sponsor conversations in the same way that we do and actually kind of helps that sponsor understand the value that they can expect over the next kind of 12 months or 18 months if they did commit to a sponsorship package, I think that they'd have a lot more success, basically. And then you've got the video content to back it all up, right? The video content from an event is proof, ultimately, that the thing happened and it was fantastic and that it got the audience that the sales team is telling the sponsor that they got, basically.
Do you think people are hesitant to pay more than, like, let's just say, for example, like, a standard videographer can do it for a price, right? And you or I might be like B price or C price, right? And we're looking at the value, we're looking at the value we're going to add to a client rather than necessarily the time that we're going to spend doing that, right? There is obviously time involved, sure, but we don't focus on, in my belief, we share that in that respect. We don't focus on the time, we focus on the value or the transformation that we're adding to that client. Do you think people would struggle, or sometimes clients would just go, oh, they're cheaper, so we'll take them?
They do sometimes. I think it depends on who you're speaking to. Ultimately, the person that I'm really looking to work with and attract into my business is not that type of person who price is the deciding factor. So I don't really concern myself with those sorts of people. If I do find myself on a conversation with that type of person where they're basically playing like a race to the bottom is essentially what we're talking about here, I will confidently sit there and say, look, we can be beaten on price, and the reason is X. If you don't understand that, that's fine. You're just not in the right position for us at the moment. That, come back to us when you, like, without sounding cocky, just come back to us when you understand that didn't get you the result that you're looking for. So you're actually wasting money. You've wasted money now. Like, and then we're going to have a different conversation in 12 months time. This is the great thing about events, is that, like, there is always 12 months, right? There's always going to be another event. Hopefully, if you've got a good event, you're going to put it on time and time and time again. So there's always opportunity to have another conversation, basically.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think, I guess, does that say more about, like, you then? Like, having the ability to say no to a client, or saying, actually, maybe we're not the right fit? Because
I was having a conversation a handful of weeks ago with a new client, and he said, well, one of the reasons why he went with me, even though I was more expensive, was because I don't work with everyone, which I found really unique. But I've been just like, I'm protecting my time constantly because I want to be able to run the podcast. I want to be able to put a lot of time into our marketing and our sales and such, and our scalability and our growth. So for me, I'm like, actually, I only have a finite amount of like availability for clients. And I think for me, that's always been the case. But I didn't always, I sort of had to grow into the confidence, I guess, of saying, well, actually, I can say no to this client if they're not the right fit. Did you personally always have that, or was that a skill that you've developed through, however many years?
I don't think it's a skill that we've developed. I think it's a confidence that I've grown purely just because we've got good systems. Like we've got systems that book calls on repeat. We've got systems like we know the metrics. We know if we speak to 20 people that then roughly 30% of them will convert over time at a lifetime value of X, whatever, right? So like I know my numbers, and it's okay if it's okay that 70% of those people don't go ahead at that time, right? Because we know how the business operates and we know kind of where that comes from. I think that ultimately what you're talking about is, again, the power of niche, right? Because you might not have a particular industry that you work with, but you have particular types of people that you work with. And that's kind of the power of it, is that, you're not saying yes to everybody. And I think that makes the people that you are saying yes to feel even more included in your service because they know it's for them. There is value in paying more, right? From a client's perspective, there's an assurance behind it. There's confidence behind it. There's there's just power behind saying no.
Yeah, I think it also goes into that perspective of it comes with a level of prestige if you want to look at branding or marketing as well. Like, why do we perceive Rolex in the way we perceive it? Why do we perceive Audi, BMW, so on, in the way we perceive it? Do you, either for clients or yourself, look to trend jack or look at what is, quote, trending when you look to do your own marketing?
My marketing?
Yeah, personally for you.
No, I don't.
Okay, and why don't you?
I don't. Because the type of people that I will attract through following trends are not the type of people that want me for me. I would much rather a video that I produce get 50 views, but all of those 50 people love that video and get invested in the things that I'm saying and be the types of people that I made that video for, than 100,000 people when like really none of them actually wanted to watch it. They wanted to watch the trend. That's what they're trying to watch the trends. They're not interested in the actual content itself, right? Now, there definitely is a place for trends. It's just such the fact that we don't have the resources, i.e. time or money, to jump on particular things. My available resource for marketing my own business is extremely limited. So I'm going to do activities that I know are going to get the biggest return. And ultimately with a trend, I don't know whether it's going to work or not, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think sometimes, not us maybe, but a person starting out videographer, starting out business, they look at the potential likelihood that they could get something to like 1 million views, let's just say, for example, and they're like, oh my god, that's going to change my business overnight. And not speaking as someone who's had a video hit 1 million, but I know people who have, and I go, how much money did you get for it? Nothing, right? So I guess the follow-on question then, you spoke about like that you're only going to do the things that really work. Okay, if you don't mind sharing, what does really work for you then in marketing?
Cold outbound.
Okay.
Has always worked for us because I've always been a fan of outbound because you go to the market doesn't come to you. I think there's definitely pros and cons to both. But essentially, if I message 20 to 50 people per week, they are the exact type of person that I'm looking to work with, right? Versus, let's say, we also do paid ads. So I don't want, we also do inbound marketing as well. But like, for example, I dialed up all of our inbound paid ad leads this morning. One of them was qualified. And I think I spoke to like 20 people. So you have no control over the type of people that are coming in, which is a bit more of a waste of time. But the flip side of that coin is that when you do find that person, they've already consumed your content. They already know who you are. They're already interested in working with you because they've clicked through. They've made that action themselves, right? Whereas on the outbound side of things, you probably have to do a bit more persuading because it's a case of like, who are you? I don't know you. You've just connected with me on LinkedIn and now you're messaging me, right?
Yeah. I mean, what
I mean, for me, I love cold outreach because I want to have it as a skill set to have in my back pocket for when I need to use it or want to use it. What advice would you give to, say, a starting out creator, starting out videographer, etc., or someone in the creative industry who looks at cold and goes, that's terrifying? Because I think that's really common, right? And it might come from like the rejection side. It might just be the nature of they haven't done the reps yet. But what would you say to those kind of people who are like, because you're obviously a massive advocate for outbound, cold outbound, right?
I would say that rejection is a fundamental within business. So the amount of experience, if you can become comfortable with people saying no, then that's going to serve you within sales scenarios. That's going to serve you just generally in your life, right? I think it's a very fundamental just within life, just rejection in general. What I would say with outbound is that people severely underestimate the volume that is required in order to get returns. People think that they're just going to send like 10 messages and get 5 clients. It does not work like that. You know, for example, our metrics on purely cold people is like a 4% appointment booking rate, and then off of those appointments, I'll convert maybe 30% of those people into actual clients, right? So let's say that you did 100 outbound cold approaches. You're going to book 4 people, and you might sign 1 client. So it's going to take you a long, like it takes volume, it takes time. And then obviously with that volume becomes skill. You learn what works, what doesn't. You learn how to say things. You learn how to deal with objections in the DMs as well. Like a lot of people aren't saying no because they don't want to work with you. They're saying no because you're a stranger. It's just like when somebody knocks on your door, right? You're trying everything in your power to get out of that conversation. But ultimately there could be somebody that knocks on your door that could change your life. You just don't know. And I think you have to take the perspective of like, this client is going to benefit. It's the same as in a sales scenario, but like you've got to do everything within your power to get that person over the line, because ultimately you know that you can come in and change their business, right, through what you do, because you're good at what you do, right?
Yeah. And I think for me, I mean, the mindset I heard from a fellow guest a handful of weeks ago was something along the lines of, I'm doing them a disservice by not allowing them to understand that I exist, right? Because
exactly,
and this sounds hugely egotistical. It does, right? It does. But the key is I know I'm really good at my thing, and I know I can create really strong results. So actually what I'm doing by making it appealing, obvious that they should work with us, is actually I'm making sure they don't make a mistake on who they hire, because I don't want my potential client to lose money. Right? And with that rewire in my head, you then can approach cold differently, in my view. Now, there is an argument to say, like, is it in stages? Like, would you only do it when, because I guess the perception for cold is you only do it when your back's against the wall, you need to make money quickly, right? But actually, in correspondence to what you just said, that's counterintuitive, because you just said it would take a long time. So, is that true? Or is it actually just something that you just gain the reps of and you just do consistently, and that's why it works?
No, I think that it's for us, it will always be a system that we have within the business. I mean, again, it's purely just based on experience, right? But it's always been the thing that's worked for me the best, be it cold email or cold DM. The thing that people don't get is that, like, for one, you have to be intelligent about how you message people insofar as you're not going to piss them off, right? You're just looking for a yes or a no to essentially have a call and see if it could be a good fit to work together. You don't need to do like tons and tons and tons of follow-up and like ultimately just get that person in a position where they don't like you because you've messaged them so many times or whatever. But you have to look at cold in a sense that it's contributing to a larger overall system. So if you have content systems in place, inbound content systems, like let's just take somebody on LinkedIn, for example. So somebody could connect with me on LinkedIn. I could message them. That could ultimately be, no, I'm not really interested right now. They would then get drip fed my content over the next kind of 3 months. And then in 3 months, I will go back to I will basically then go back and I message all of the people who are now somewhat warm to what we do. And it's just that constant thing over time. It's like Chinese water torture. You're just slowly drip feeding stuff onto them so that they get more familiar and more familiar and more familiar. And don't get me wrong, 4 times out of 100, somebody will book a call cold, and that's fine because they have a low action threshold. But ultimately what you're doing is you're putting them into a maybe system that's converting them into a yes over time. And I've had tons of people reach out to say, hey, I know you messaged me 6 months ago, but I'd love to jump on a call now. And that's great. You know, that happens on probably a bi-weekly basis, right?
Yeah. And I think for me, it's in some ways, even if it isn't the right time for that prospect, that person that you're messaging, actually what you're doing is you're saying, hey, remember me, right? Every time you message, and that should be the way. Or, hey, I saw this thing, hopefully it'd be valuable to you, right? Or whenever you maybe share a piece of content, I always look at it of going, how can I add as much value in the window of time they're going to potentially give me, whether this is in a short form clip or the entire podcast. And I think for me, I think that's what makes me maybe unique, I guess you could say, in the respect to I don't like to fluff around, and I try not to, if that makes sense. I don't like other people who do. And it's simply because you just don't respect the other person's time, right? But I guess the key, you mentioned Alex Hormozi earlier, and I wanted to ask you something specifically about, he's very well known for, you need to focus on doing one thing for an extended period of time. And what does that actually mean in tangibility, reality, and does it actually work, I guess is then the follow-on question. So, like, is it going to be you just focus solely on cold, and you don't then look at content, you don't look at etc.? Or actually is it you get to a certain level of doing it consistently, you have a system, and then you can add another thing? Do you think?
I think it gets to the point where the system's working and then you outsource it and then you build the next one. Like ultimately there's a literal job role that is an appointment setter, which is somebody that takes control of your social media accounts, goes into the DMs and does what you do. And you give them the system and you say, hey, if you message 100 people, 4 of them will book and I'll pay you for the 4 people that book. Right. So I think that's kind of the process. I don't necessarily agree with this whole thing of do one thing and focus on it for a long period of time, because there are gains that you are probably missing out on by not having an inbound system. Like if you purely just do cold, right? Really, content is one of those things that we've always struggled with, purely just because I do it so much for the clients that then when it comes to doing it for myself, it's kind of, you know, you're not you're not as open to doing it, right? But I do think that, like I just said, those people that don't necessarily come through the first time being cold will look at the content, they'll see that it's valuable, they'll see that we know what we're talking about and that we're working with other clients helping them achieve the exact same thing, and then they'll be more open to it. So I feel like if we didn't do that, then, you know, you would miss out on those things as well, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's why you have to take it with a pinch of salt, right? It's true that if you try and start too many things simultaneously, you'll fail at all of them, right? But you also need to know your own limits and ask yourself how many plates can you continue to spin, right? I think is actually the key there. But for those who are maybe looking at like either doing an event or hiring you, like, or any production as a whole, like I build a system where I try and do a behind the scenes breakdown of every single production that I've done, right? And I build that very early and I build it into my sales process so the client's cool with it, the client, etc., etc. But like for me, I guess the question is like, do you do behind the scenes content, A, and then B, if you do, how do you manage that resource? Because obviously you're there actually working. Now, I would argue that's the best content you could possibly create for what you do, right? Because it shows you in your element, shows you problem solving, etc. Like, is it just a matter of like hiring another videographer and maybe you take a little hit on the profit to follow you around specifically, or like is it in more depth than that?
Yeah, for sure. It's basically that. We have experimented in the past with purely trying to get behind the scenes from the crew that's already on site to do the job. But ultimately, I think that you're doing a disservice to your clients and to the crew by doing that, because that's not what they're there to do. The client hasn't hired you so that you can make an amazing behind the scenes film using the camera operators and crew that they've paid for, right? So you're going to piss your clients off by doing that. The best way that I've found is to essentially just have somebody whose sole job it is to take behind the scenes imagery and behind the scenes video of everybody doing their thing. And yes, you do take a hit on your profit, but you have to look at it as a long-term marketing resource. One thing that I want to experiment with doing that we haven't done just yet is to cut out the talking to camera aspects of the behind the scenes video, because no matter how hard I try, I can't focus on 2 different video projects at the same time, right? It's very difficult for me to think about how the behind the scenes video is going when I just need to be focused on the client's work, essentially. So what I want to start doing is bringing somebody whose sole job it is to do that, have me mic'd up the whole time, and then have those clips of the problem solving and have those clips of us working on a day-to-day, bring that back in, and then probably review it with the camera in the studio, and basically just say, like, look, this is the context, this is the situation, here's what happened, here's how I dealt with it, have a look, right? That I think is going to be a much more valuable resource. And I think that we'd be able to turn one behind the scenes video into probably 5, because there'll be multiple instances of problem solving over time. So that's something that I've discussed with the team, and that we're going to start doing moving forward.
I think I think also it protects your bandwidth, right? Like just looking at like that approach, because you're not then thinking, oh, I've got to do a piece to camera because we're about to do this, and then I've got to do that, etc. Like, yes, in an ideal world, that's what you would do. But actually, I think potentially you could think about it as this way. Like, actually, if someone's listening maybe and thinking about doing that, are you doing your client a disservice? Like, whenever I do mine, I've wrapped. Basically, I've wrapped. So I'm basically just referring back to what we did, right? So my initial focus, as I think everyone's focus should be when they get on set, especially in an event context, but in any production, is, hey, what problem are we here to fix? Remind myself of that problem that we're here to fix, and then focus on making sure that the content does that job, right? And then if there's time at the end, or sometimes I'll do like, oh, I've got the behind the scenes, or here's like the setup, etc., and then I'll talk through it in a studio context. But for me also, it's about understanding like when that's, so I guess in some ways you could just say it's like reading the room, right? Like, when is that appropriate to do? When is that not appropriate to do? And or was that planned in? And or was the client aware of it? And how do they feel about it, etc.? And I think it's about how you manage that. And naturally, maybe if that's something you are going to do, maybe look at, like, especially if it's a returning client, maybe look at it saying, well, actually, and this is really counterintuitive because you're sacrificing profit and then sacrificing profit, but maybe add a percentage discount because you get the marketing out of it. But then also you have to then pay someone, which in turn means you're kind of losing money again. But if you've planned it in, you'll still make good profit, in my view, right? I mean, do you think that's an approach or not?
For sure. I would always try and not have to pay first, right? Not have to give the client a discount in order to do it, because, like you said, you're kind of losing double money at that point. We write it into our contracts, so it's a line item within the contract of like self-promotion. We are going to use the opportunity as and when appropriate to capture behind the scenes content and promotional content for our own brand. Obviously, like, if people have a problem with that, I'm not going to not do a job because they won't let us do it. And obviously certain jobs are also a bit more, certain events are a bit more, how would we say, like, they don't want to be as publicly facing.
Yeah, right? So yeah, sensitive, so right?
Yeah, sensitive, great word. So that is, that's a, something that we consider as well. And it's really just, like, we have solid relationships with our clients. The fact that in the events industry, we have long-standing relationships, and I can just have that conversation with people. But as you said, it's a part of the sales process. It's a part of the contract. It's expected. And I think that most of the points of contention within capturing behind-the-scenes content come from a place where it was a surprise. They didn't expect you to whip out the camera and start filming yourself,
Yeah, and it would also be kind of a reaction like, what the fuck are you doing, kind of thing, in some respects.
And some clients love it. Some clients are like, it's almost double videos for them because it's showcasing their event and the way that you're capturing it and the behind the scenes and that sort of stuff as well. I feel like if you've got a good personality on camera, it's almost like having a promotional piece kind of for the event as well. But also other clients don't, and that's totally fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, to give the audience some context, I mean, I've done jobs which I can't even speak about because of NDAs, but also, like, it was just a conversation with the clients, like, yeah, this kind of isn't appropriate, the day's gonna be really busy, and actually half of this stuff, like, I'm not even gonna be able to use anyway, or I'm gonna have to heavily blur, like, half the stuff in the background because of where we are, etc., 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 etc. So it's just like, at that point, you're just like, it's not really worth it. But for those people who really enjoy this conversation, they want to see more of your content, they want to connect with you, maybe they want to hire you to do an event or talk about that, etc. I mean, where's best for people to reach out to you?
LinkedIn, best place. That's where I am most active in terms of the content. You'll find me there. It is me that runs the accounts, so you are actually speaking to me if you message me. So yeah, just send me a message there. Like, we're very easy in terms of the way that we go about things. If it's right for you and it's right for us, then we can talk about it.
Magic.
And there's a final question I'll add on, but it just jumped to mind as something that maybe you're challenging that I'd be curious on your perspective on, because I've watched some videos where you're talking about it. I mean, a vulnerability potentially of both of our businesses, we are very founder led, right? Clients want us involved in every single stage of the process. Is that just like the nature of it sometimes? Are you just like, okay, it is what it is? Like, that's, I guess, what I'm going to have to live with to be able to make the money I make and be able to run the business I run? Or is there a way you can transition it?
I think that you can transition it for new people. I know that you left a comment on my YouTube video that I made, which is basically, it's just like, it's not an expectation that we're there. But I think ultimately, if you have a strong personality that people connect with, and half of the reason why they go with you is because it's you, then you are going to run into issues doing that with certain people. I think like pre-existing clients who have always known you to be the one that's there, but then also certain clients are totally okay with it and they understand it's a natural progression within the business process, right? It's something that I can't necessarily speak on too confidently right now because it's something that we're still figuring out. Obviously, if we're looking to scale to the point that we are, then I can't be involved in every single project because I just don't have unlimited time. And I think that my hypothesis for this is that the brand, whilst it can still be founder led and come from the vision and the mission that the founder originally had, I think that the brand has to have its own characteristics and qualities and quality assurances for the clients and stuff like that as well. And I think that's where the leverage is with regards to me not having to be on set every single time in order for a client to sign with us, basically.
Yeah, and I also think to an extent in that respect you need to be overly transparent with the fact that you might not be, right, especially in your space, because obviously an event may be happening at the similar time to another event and actually you may want to actually serve both, right? And I guess, I mean, feel free to weave that your next answer into this as well, like that might be just like an advice piece that you need to give to some people of how you manage that. But I like to end the podcast by asking the guest, and you in this case of course, what would you say to 10 years ago to the younger version of you now? What advice would you give them?
I would say that it's going to be a lot harder than you expect it to be, and that the people that you look up to online probably aren't giving you the most accurate depiction, as I don't, of the reality of running a business and doing this. But ultimately, it's the most fulfilling thing that you're going to do. Like, I love this. There is not a single thing that I was having this conversation with my cousin the other day because he's 19 and he's trying to figure out whether he wants to go to university or what he wants to do with his life. And I said, well, you have to ask yourself, and ideally you're getting yourself in a position where you would continue to do the thing that you do every single day, regardless of whether you get paid or not, because I would still do this, right? There's certain things that we wouldn't do, right? Like dialing paid ad leads and stuff like that. But, you know,
Yeah.
like ultimately the goal and the end destination, I would continue to do regardless of whether I was being paid or not to do it. So yeah, it's just set expectations to my younger self that it's going to be way harder than you expect it to be, but it's going to be more fulfilling than you could ever think it could be.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for the time, my friend.
Pleasure.
Thank you ever so much, ladies and gents. If you did take value from this video, you'd like to see more like it, I'll be back next week with a brand new episode. And feel free to let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And I'll see you very, very soon.